It was a hot June in 2014 in Jinling, China. It was she who asked him why he was standing here in such a suit. Naturally, in order to somehow provide for one's life, the child naively offered to go home with her so she could feed him some homemade snacks. But of course, the boy refused. In this case, she will pay him as much money as he could earn in one day's work. You need to calculate that he gets 60 yuan an hour, and 10 will be as a bonus. That is, 70 yuan an hour. On average, he works about 5 hours a day. The guy's voice became quieter and quieter until he fainted. People surrounded him. The panda mascot became dizzy and fainted. Lu Zhou, a freshman in the mathematics department at Jinling University, was admitted to a less prestigious university, but his grades still dropped. Due to family circumstances, he often has to think about how to get more money rather than about his studies. It seems like he's caught in a never-ending cycle, working to pay for his studies, then quitting to earn money for hers. Lu Zhou woke up in some kind of phantasmagorical world. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed. This system is designed to raise the level of civilization of the natives. This system chose him as the master. The girl in front of him snorted. A person who faints just after starting to do calculations at the level of elementary school mathematics does not deserve to be asked about anything. Lu Zhou howled. He said it was just heat stroke, his own howl echoing in his ears as the boss's face appeared before his eyes. The man shook him by the shoulders with trembling hands, begging him to wake up. He's in the hospital, started doing elementary school level math, and passed out right on the street. Just kidding. He noticed that the guy doesn't spare his own life energy, working hard at several part-time jobs. The doctor said he was seriously dehydrated, so he needed to drink as much water as possible and get plenty of rest. No need for gratitude, after all. It was he who got the guy this job, so he will bear full responsibility if something happens to him. When Lu Zhou was alone, he called the system in a low voice. The girl really did appear, so it wasn't a dream, and she has a task. This system works a little wrong. Shouldn't he get some benefits in the first place? And how can he get the task? His first reward, which is given to all newcomers, is fundamental mathematical theory. To ensure that the system doesn't abandon him, he must be able to do simple mathematical calculations so that he no longer loses consciousness when adding numbers. This thing is very powerful. Just holding it in his hands, the train of thought in his brain became clearer. His task is to spend 24 hours in the library reading books. As a reward, he will receive 100 points and will also perfectly assimilate the material he reads. The punishment will be failing the exams. The task is not limited by time. He can start it at any time. But if he fails the first 3 tasks, he will simply disappear from this world. Lu Zhou decided to approach this issue as soon as possible, and the next day he was already in the library. First, he decided to read several professional books to brush up on the theory, and then he would get down to practice and exercise. 3 hours later, the guy realized that he had been sitting at the books for quite a long time, but was not at all tired. It's incredible. On ordinary days, he reads the same book several times in spirit and still doesn't understand it. But he mastered this colossus so quickly. At his reading pace and the professional level of this book, understanding one module of this book should take at least 2 hours. Someone touched Lu Zhou's shoulder, causing him to jump in place and make a noise. There was a girl standing behind him, and she asked if she could sit down next to him. However, the guy did not hear the question. He asked again, but the girl refused to answer him. He took her place and even ignored her. She decided to do it this way. She would ask him one question. If he could answer it correctly, then she would not nitpick. Only after hearing these words did Lu Zhou realize that this was the girl's place. The stranger had already opened the textbook to the right page. Lu Zhou pulled it towards him and said, "He'll take a look now." In just a couple of minutes, the guy solved the problem, which surprised the girl. It was fast, and everything was correct. This is a special assignment that her tutor left for her to think about carefully. Even she doesn't know how to solve it. If he can solve the problem correctly, she will recognize him as the smarter student and will never occupy that position again. The girl lowered the sheet in front of him. Now he would be disgraced. Lu Zhou looked at the numbers. This example was a bit difficult, but he seemed to know the solution. An indefinite expression of the type 0/0, directly related to L'Hopital's law. The guy mumbled numbers to himself, then handed her a piece of paper to look at. There was no way his calculation process could be wrong. Could she really have misunderstood him? The student felt a pang of guilt. Most likely, she simply misunderstood the stranger. She leaves this place to him. As a gift, she will share her social networks with him. He can add her as a friend. Lu Zhou shook his head and politely refused. He didn't need it. To avoid him getting confused, she just wants to give him more math problems and examples. The guy chuckled thoughtfully. Then he needed to think about it a little. In fact, he was just very lucky, because he had managed to read a module on this topic a little earlier. The girl collected her books and said goodbye. Since she had lost, she was leaving this place for him. It was getting late in the evening, and it was already dark outside. But Lu Zhou continued to sit in the library. 19 hours had passed, and this was the first time he had read a book and felt that time had passed too quickly. The next day, tired but happy, he left the library with 500 points of mathematical experience. It's not enough to upgrade, but he still has 2 more attempts at the lottery, so there's nothing to complain about. Lu Zhou closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling of uncertainty, although it was unlikely that he would get anything useful from the lottery. The system congratulated him on his first win. Real trash, just a can of Coke. Then she threw the prize to the trash. Lu Zhou howled. It hurt. Having drained the jar to the bottom, he received a bonus reward. Now he can spin again. Lu Zhou repeated the entire procedure, obtaining a drawing. This is the point formula of the Mersenne prime distribution law and its proof. This conjecture has not been proven or disproved, and it is a famous mathematical problem that has puzzled the mathematical community for 2 decades. Lu Zhou was not happy. To hell with it all. He threw the paper aside. He was just going home. The system decided to give him a new task. The newbie's training ended, and now the system must see if he is ready to become wealthy and leave the village of newbies. Experience points determine the value of scientific knowledge. He has little of it. His knowledge at the moment is comparable only to graduate students. He should at least understand the proof process from cover to cover, and he will return to this later. Lu Zhou decided to return to the dormitory and rest. There, he was met by Liu Rui, his roommate, who asked him to help him with a problem. Yes, this is nonsense. The problem should not be difficult since it is an integration task. He is a slow student. Why did he take on this problem with such enthusiasm? No matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to solve it. Liu Rui knows that his neighbor won't solve anything anyway, so he doesn't want him to waste his time. However, imagine his surprise when the guy said that he had already decided everything. Liu Rui couldn't contain his emotions and jumped up from the table. Typical double integral. First, we need to transform Cartesian coordinates into polar ones. Liu Rui guessed how he came to this decision and finished it for him. He thanked him awkwardly and decided to take the drafts to study everything thoroughly. He felt depressed. It was impossible that this school scum had managed to become so smart. Even though Lu Zhou found an excellent dissertation on linear operators and linear function, he still can't solve it. If he remembers correctly, the high-tech system points can be used to solve real-world problems. If his level of knowledge is not enough, can the system help him? The girl suddenly jumped out from behind his shoulder to solve such an example. 65 points are subtracted from his score. Lu Zhou's fingers seemed to have a mind of their own, as they skillfully fluttered over the computer keyboard, typing out various expressions. Then his finger pressed enter, and Lu Zhou couldn't help but let out a surprised sigh. It was decided. When someone touched his shoulder, the boy jumped up in fear again. His new friend was in the library again. Could he help her with an algebra problem? Lu Zhou agreed without thinking. The girl tried to start a conversation, asking if he was really writing a thesis. Lu Zhou automatically replied that this was his article for a scientific journal. He studies mathematics. He solved the problem and wrote down all the steps in the process on paper. If she spent some time working on it herself, she would be able to figure it out. The girl beamed, asking if she could take his social media. She promised that she wouldn't interfere with his studies. The new acquaintance thanked him for his help and promised lunch. Now he can continue writing the article. The solution the system gave him includes many points of knowledge that he had not yet explored. All that remains is to sort out the notes in the notebook. If he can, he will do it himself later. Or you can ask the professor. If he is not mistaken, he should be on duty in the 4th-year class right now. Professor Tang Jiwei was indeed there. frowning as he looked at the problem. The man muttered and hummed to himself for a while. Then he went to the board. For several minutes, he described a huge example to see if his students understood this part. However, the man doubted it. Most likely, he was just pretending to understand. If he understands, then why not let him finish the rest of the steps for him? The man hated two types of students most of all: those who asked for extra credit, and the fake students who deliberately ask him difficult questions, especially the latter, since he simply wastes his valuable time on them. So the guy can see that he is clearly not interested in mathematics. Will this student be able to complete such a complex example? Even graduate students will need a lot of time to do this. But only a few minutes passed before the guy finished. It is well written, although cumbersome, but it does not lose its meaning. It seems he was mistaken and blamed him in vain. His level, what group is he in? Lu Zhou replied. First year. And then whispers spread throughout the audience. Exams are coming up soon. He's almost finished revising. He just wants to study a few more things. The professor helped him a lot, but he still has a lot to learn. Professor Teng Jiwei praised him. It's good that he has an interest in mathematics. When Lu Zhou left, he looked at the blackboard with pride. He was truly talented. After a month of hard work, Lu Zhou finally finished writing his dissertation. He needs to find an experienced person to help him edit the text. But now he was facing an exam, and Lu Zhou felt nothing but pleasure from this thought. But not fear. After this exam week, to focus on Zhou's conjecture, the scholarship will drop. The first question seemed easy to him, the second more difficult. But he quickly figured it out, another 20 minutes, and the whole test was ready. Lu Zhou looked at the completely written sheet of paper. Was this test really that simple? He went to the teacher to hand over the exam sheet. A whisper went through the entire class, wondering if this scum had really decided everything so quickly. After the exam, Lu Zhou went to the professor's office to see if he could look at his dissertation. Professor Teng Jiwei became serious. Was it true that the guy wrote this article himself? If he, as a freshman, is able to write such an article, he definitely has a good future ahead of him. Lu Zhou's face brightened, all thanks to the professor's instructions. A couple of days later, the man corrected his article, wondering if he had thought about which journal he would send it to. International Journal of Pure and Applied Mathematics is a good fit. But in this magazine, there were no discharges for supply, so it was possible to save money. Perhaps you will have to wait a long time. Lu Zhou has sent the file. Now all that remains is to wait for the editor to look at his short article. But the guy immediately received an answer. It was a copyright agreement. As is possible, in most cases, journals send a license agreement after accepting an article, a process that takes 1 or 2 weeks. If this is the final section, it may end before the exam scores are calculated. However, the guy received an affirmative answer the day before the calculus exam. Lu Zhou was over the moon. The system praised the guy. Judging by his mental abilities, it was not bad. She awarded him points, but the guy almost burst into flames with anger because he was short 100 points. Well, he still has the lottery. He tried to get in the mood. If it gets garbage, it will eat the system screen. A needle with a body enhancer. The effect lasts for 2 hours. Without side effects, they increase the capacity of muscle cells. Lu Zhou didn't understand what the benefit of this amplifier was. He wanted to be a student, not an athlete. The system rolled its eyes. He should be grateful, or it wouldn't help him with the exchange for trash. His next task is to become a scientific avalanche. He must successfully publish 10 articles within 2 months, and also pass the review. For each article, he will receive 10 points. All of his problems can be solved with the help of the system. So he needs to choose the simplest topics for work. Its goal is simple: to invest resources in the future. He has reason to believe that the system itself is some kind of artificial intelligence, so he will definitely work on it in the future. Therefore, Lu Zhou is going to choose artificial intelligence as his general direction. This topic is perfectly in line with the concept of unmanned aerial logistics, and although this area is very vast, this will not stop him. Having jotted down the list, the guy asked the system to estimate the cost of the articles. Only 10 questions. The total cost was more than 200 points. Lu Zhou confirmed the purchase with a naive smile on his face, and then an avalanche of formulas and numbers fell upon his consciousness. It seemed like his head was about to explode. It was a huge flow of information. Lu Ju's morning was not going well. He did not sleep all night. He was so sleepy that he walked past his new acquaintance without noticing her. He was looking for a job. She has a cousin in high school, but her grades are terrible and she needs tutoring. The guy's eyes instantly lit up. And what a payment. 200 yuan per hour with all travel expenses covered, every Saturday and Sunday starting in July. Without thinking, Lu Zhou shook the girl's hand and they came to an agreement. Returning to the dorm, he called his family. He would not be coming this holiday. 3 weeks later, the guy finally finished writing the articles. If he thinks that the system has helped him in any way, he is very much mistaken. Lu Zhou folded his hands together. Long live the system. Because he tried so hard, the system decided to show him leniency. He's finally gotten his damn math skills up to par. But the next one requires even more experience. The visual influence of the system level gives the ability to open the database, as well as access to some other effects. The next task for him is to read the books from the list and fully understand the tasks in them. As a reward, he will receive a whole 1,000 experience points of his choice for any subject. But Lu Zhao wanted this. He decided to start with the lottery. The guy received concentration capsules. The system couldn't help but make caustic comments. The school year was coming to an end. Everyone had passed their exams well. The teacher decided to single out especially talented students. And one of them turned out to be Lu Zhou. His progress this semester has been tremendous, with perfect scores in both calculus and advanced algebra. Liu Rui was furious. He must have just been lucky. Lu Zhou couldn't have gained more than him. After classes, the guy went to the library again and picked up a lot of books. But now, such a quantity was not a problem for him. Some books are difficult to read without the basics, so he will start with mathematics. Although the materials of other disciplines are new to him, with his mathematical skills, it will not be difficult for him to learn them. So he decided to try the capsule that he had won against the system. He would take the pill and immediately remember all the material. Lu Zhou flipped through the pages faster and faster. What a wonderful feeling it was. Schemes, formulas, and numbers flowed into his consciousness, becoming firmly entrenched there. 5 hours have passed. The effect of the drug has begun to wear off, but some effect still remains. He received a message from Chen Yushan. How about starting work tomorrow morning? The guy gave an affirmative answer. Lu Zhou then continued reading. But the formulas began to float before his eyes. It's 6:30 now. The effect of the pill lasts for 5 hours, after which the effect diminishes within an hour until it disappears completely. The next morning, the boy headed to the main campus, where he was going to meet Chen Yushan. The meeting place was nearby. She suggested taking a walk there, and the girl didn't lie. 10 minutes later, they entered a cafe where a woman was waiting for them. Chen Yushan introduced Lu Zhou to her aunt, and Lu Zhou was a little embarrassed. The woman then handed him her business card. Yang Danqi, chairman and CEO. It seems her niece has already told her about all the conditions. Classes will be held every Saturday and Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. If there are no questions, then the guy can start work tomorrow. The address is on the back of the business card. After spending some more time discussing the terms, Aunt Chen Yushan left them. Lu Zhou and Chen Yushan were left alone. What would they do? Full of enthusiasm, the girl suggested playing a game. She had recently bought a demo version of poker. After a while, Chen Yushan was driven into a corner. The guy looked at her boredly. Did she still want to continue? The girl threw the cards aside, discontentedly suggesting that they play something else. Last night, he started reading books and fell asleep. The next textbook was Ordinary Differential Equations. Still recovering, Lu Zhao looked at his watch and cursed. It's already 11. He has a tutoring lesson in the afternoon. An hour later, he was in the residential area of Chen Yushan. It's too rich and luxurious to be real. Maybe it's not too late to go back. The woman greeted him. There are slippers here. He can take them and come in. Then she called him into her office to discuss everything there. Today, she works around 5, and she asks to take care of her daughter during this time. She just needs to teach her math. Then something strange happened. The woman handed in the key to Han Mengqi's room. She will have a monthly test before the holidays at the end of July. If her results exceed 100 points, the guy will receive a bonus. Another thing, to prevent her from escaping, the woman locked the door from the outside, hoping he didn't mind. There are also numerous CCTV cameras located throughout the apartment, and there are no blind spots anywhere. Lu Jiao felt the tension. It seemed that the relationship between mother and daughter was clearly not very good. Then the woman led him into her daughter's room. Let him try. Lu Jiao had a key to the room, but decided to knock for the sake of decency. He was met with a furious scream. If he entered, she would call the police. Lu Jiao froze in confusion, completely not understanding what to do. Then another scream came from the room, this time with a hint of fear in it. Lu Jiao burst into the room and saw a cockroach on the floor. Apparently, this insect scared her so much. Han Mengqi sat on the bed, trembling and curled up into a ball. Lu Jiao reassured the girl that she need not worry. He was dead now. Han Mengqi screamed again. Who gave him permission to enter? She would call the police now. Lu Jiao remained calm. Why was there so much fast food in her room? Were the cockroaches her pets? He spent another hour cleaning the girl's room while she watched him from under her brows. She barely scored 70 points out of 150, and her highest score was 80. With grades like that, it would be problematic to get into university. Since he took on this job, he needs to do everything possible to teach her. Han Mengqi was not very obedient. She was always distracted by something. This time she said that she was hungry. Lu Jiao replied that her mother would be back soon. Shouldn't she wait for her? Han Mengqi rolled her eyes. Didn't she send him a message? Lu Jiao took out his phone. And indeed there was a message. Miss Yang apologizing for coming back late. But the guy wasn't upset as he was promised double pay. And he was ready to sit with this fidget all night. There are only sandwiches in the fridge. This witch locked the door so they won't be able to order food delivery. Watching the boy roll up his sleeves, the girl asked what he was going to do. Lu Jiao tied an apron that was too small for him. He would cook some food for them. A little time passed before the kitchen was filled with a pleasant aroma, and the entire table was filled with plates. If Han Mengqi is hungry, she can sit at the table. Then Lu Jiao washed the dishes for them, and she had better go and study in the living room. In any case, this is her level of mathematics. It is low. He can do whatever he wants, but he will not succeed. Then the girl muttered words of gratitude to herself. His food was very tasty. If she studies hard, he might cook something for her again. If her mother thinks that he is not doing a good job, she can fire him. Han Mengqi finally calmed down. She will try her best, but she doesn't promise anything. When it was already dark, Miss Yan crossed the threshold of the apartment. She was very sorry that she had to detain the guy. He can call a taxi. The girl still needs a lot of work to build a foundation in mathematics. Lu Jiao was strolling peacefully down the street, enjoying the quiet evening when his phone vibrated. 3,000 yuan. If it weren't for the summer courses, he would happily work here every day. The next day he met with Chen Yushan. The girl asked how their lesson went. She is forced to trust him. Han Mengqi had good grades in science in high school, but then the aunt and uncle had disagreements in their relationship. Now they are fighting for custody of the girl. In general, now she lives with her aunt. A week passed. Lu Jiao met Han Mengqi again. The first thing he decided to do was check her homework. The girl was a little worried. In the exam, she will have a maximum of 10 minutes for this example. Looking at her answer, the most she can get is 3 points. He doesn't say that she is stupid. Rather, he thinks that the girl is not very smart. The most important thing here is to find the meaning. Han Mengqi tried to listen to him diligently, and finally had an epiphany. She stared at the written piece of paper. Their teacher hadn't shown it in such detail. By 6 o'clock in the evening, their lesson was over, and the guy again began preparing dinner. Han Mengqi didn't even know that this was his first time. He was a very good teacher. While the boy was cleaning the kitchen, Han Mengqi found an article with his last name. Lu Jiao's eyebrows rose up. This wasn't his doing. Why is there not a single normal comment that could support him? The guy was furious. Many considered him a liar. A first-year student cannot write so many articles. Then the teachers called him into the staff room because they had a couple of questions. After he published his work on mathematics, he submitted the work to journals again. Tang Jiwei roared. Why did he move to computer technology? The other teachers couldn't believe that the first-year student had written these articles himself. Lu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Of course he wrote in the library. They believed that the article was written by him. But some people will not believe him that he alone wrote this article. Lu Jiao chuckled. He didn't care about what he said, and he didn't want to stoop to the level of the author of this article. Meanwhile, the author of the article about Lu Zhou received a letter from a lawyer. But this is not the first time someone has threatened to sue him. If this guy wants to try to eliminate him, he can start, but he won't succeed. He would apologize if he could talk to Mr. Lu personally and get him to clear up all the suspicions. The publication of the new post was successful, and the man enjoyed the attention. Lu Zhou decided to accept his threat and go to the newspaper to give an interview. There was so much attention around him, and a lot of questions were pouring in. In fact, he doesn't feel there was anything difficult about writing the articles. Besides, he has been studying the topic of artificial intelligence for quite a long time, and only recently started writing articles. If the author of the article calls him an academic cancer, then he will show himself to be a genius. The scandal surrounding Lu Zhou spread beyond the country's borders, and after some time he received a letter of thanks from New York University. The university administration thanked him for submitting his research to their journal, and they also invited him to come to the United States to obtain his bachelor's and master's degrees. Soon, Lu Zhou's family itself was aware of the scandal surrounding him. They couldn't believe it. Their brother was shown on TV. As a result, the blogger who wrote the article was torn to shreds and caught for disinformation. Finally, a few months later, the scandal was hushed up and Lu Zhou was able to lead a normal life. Han Mengqi's test results were released this month. The girl was delighted to hear the result. 116 points. And her aunt was also happy about it. As a token of gratitude, she wanted to invite the guy to dinner as a token of her appreciation. After some time, they met Han Mengqi. The girl was glad to see them. Miss Yang thanked the boy with a smile for the math lessons he gave her daughter. Eventually, Yang Danqi brought them to the city center. This restaurant is very good. I recommend him the steak. She really liked it. Lu Zhou glanced at the menu and almost choked when he saw the prices. It was too expensive. He would order something cheaper. When the dish arrived, Han Mengqi laughed and reached into his plate with her chopstick. Yang Danqi slammed her fist on the table and shouted, "This is a matter of etiquette." Lu Zhou tried to smooth things over, but to no avail. Chen Yushan mouthed an apology. She didn't think it would turn out like this. As the evening drew to a close, everyone decided to go home. And Han Mengqi looked upset. She will go to Shanghai to visit her father and stay with him until the end of the month. That's why she feels so bad. The guy spent the rest of the night studying and then passed out. The capsule is so powerful that he can learn an entire math textbook in one day. In the end, he was left with only 5 books on mechanical engineering and IC design. This time, he won't be using the system's glasses. And now, with the theoretical foundations of mathematics and physics, the following books won't be a big problem for him. Since the guy's goal changed, he studied computer science this month and didn't have time for mathematics. Professor Tang Shiwei seemed to be beginning to suspect something. Okay, they won't talk about it. The man called him to leave his bank account number. There was a meeting at the school recently. They strongly support scientific activity and should encourage students to make new discoveries. The administration wanted them to look at the statistics and see how many articles each department contributed. Simply put, Lu Zhou will receive money. It is distributed depending on the journal's impact factor, which is definitely no less than 5,000. Lu Zhou was fired up and suddenly had some good ideas. Could he submit some more scientific papers? Professor Tang Jiwei laughed. It was already late. However, there is a national math modeling competition for students in September, and their university has discussed whether to select it. But he shouldn't think about this competition too seriously. With his abilities, he can handle it. Participating in the competition is beneficial for him. He is simply worried that his participation may delay the completion of system tasks. The winning team will receive a prize of 10,000 yuan. The guy made a decision. He would participate on behalf of the faculty. Back at the dormitory, Lu Zhou immersed himself in studying the topic. His neighbor let out a venomous laugh. He was reading a programming textbook. Lu Zhou finished his first year of mathematics while he had time to learn something new. The neighbor muttered to himself sadly, "Damn student." After that, the guy studied in the library until late at night, until he passed out completely. Barely conscious, he tried to enter the system space. It's strange. In reality, he had a headache, but after entering here, the pain disappeared. The system grumpily congratulated him on successfully completing the task. He received 2,000 experience points. Lu Zhou thought deeply. He had no particular reason to invest in physics. It was just that he would start taking classes in it this semester, and he would invest half of his points there. The next step is to figure out how to unlock the industry technology branch. The system obediently carried out the order. No problem. The upgrade costs 10,000 points. Lu Zhou's heart sank somewhere. Wasn't it 100? The system laughed contentedly. The system teased him. It turns out that in order to start gaining a new level, he needs to find a gadget with such a huge amount of free space, a whole terabyte. I received a notification, a new task, to win first prize in the national modeling competition. But I don't use the system's help. Lu Zhou sighed heavily. It wouldn't be that easy. Computer performance configurations play a big role in quality. He ended up ordering a new computer for himself, hoping that AI would like this computer house since he wouldn't be able to afford anything more expensive. Suddenly the phone rang. It was Professor Tang Jiwei. He invited the guy to come into his office and meet his teammates. Lu Zhou looked into the office. There were a lot of people there. It made him feel awkward. So many eyes, all looking at him. Wang Xiaodong, who won the National Computer Design Competition twice in high school. Lin Yuxiang, a second-year student and vice president of the student council, came with him. The professor hoped that they would be able to defend their honor, the honor of the faculties, and even the honor of the university in this competition. Wang Xiaodong intervened in the conversation. 3 people are required to participate. He wants to recommend his friend. He's not that good at public speaking himself, so she can take it upon herself. Lin Yuxiang also put in her word. She wants to participate and try to keep up with the 2 geniuses, especially since she is a member of the literary club. But this is a big problem. You can't say that a literary club and writing articles are the same thing. Wang Xiaodong continues to stick to his guns, feeling that with people he knows, his chances of winning are higher. Professor Tang Jiwei decided that this was the responsibility of the young. He was too old for this. So, this year the national competition begins. Lu Zhou has nothing to say, although he is not very fond of his third teammate. It has been decided that tomorrow morning they should gather in the classroom of Building A. The professor will tell them everything. Having finished the discussions and introductions, the teachers dismissed the students. Lin Yuxiang called him over and asked for his social media accounts. After all, she is his teammate, and it is very convenient to have contact with each other. The next day, Lu Zhou arrived at the appointed time. Surprisingly, he was in a good mood. Wang Xiaodong greeted him coldly. The girl was not there yet. The door opened, but it wasn't her, but their instructor, Professor Liu Xiaoping. Wang Xiaodong decided to call to find out where his girlfriend was. The man got straight to the point. He wanted to know what their current position was in the team. He recognized Lu Zhou, the guy who published several articles in 1 month. In their team, one person should do the model in the article, while others should do the programming. The advantage is that the person who made the model has a good understanding of the topic, and therefore the process of writing the article will be smoother. The bad thing is that there will be a lot of pressure on him. The competition will only last 3 days. Finally, Lin Yuxiang appeared, breathing heavily, and apologized for being late. No problem, since everything is already here, we can begin. According to the training plan, today is the first session, the purpose of which is to improve interaction between team members. As expected, the efficiency of the 2 geniuses was amazing. It took less than 2 hours, although it was supposed to take the whole day. The professor has already prepared students for 5 mathematical modeling competitions, and these 2 are the most talented. However, the girl had never written articles before and spent half an hour studying the format requirements, but still made no progress. After class, the professor called Lu Zhou to him to ask if the boy had thought about his proposal from yesterday and what he would say. He must understand that getting first place is their only goal. Lu Zhou can take on the task of compiling the mathematical model and writing the article. But he has one condition. He wants to reduce the number of group lessons and replace them with individual ones, which will make his schedule more flexible. Professor Liu Xiaoping chuckled. No problem. That's what he wanted from the start. The next day, the guy finally received the promised computer. However, when he inserted the flash drive into it, he got an error. What the hell? Lu Zhou tried not to panic. This was not the end yet. He tried again. This time, everything went as expected. But where did the card go? Is this really some kind of self-decomposing material? A truly black technology? A system icon appeared on the computer, smiling happily at him. She asked him to enter his nickname. He will call her Xiao Ai. The AI program is too large and takes up 1 terabyte of free disk space, which is almost all the memory on the laptop. However, the system did not understand at all what this thing was. At this stage, she is a small child who has learned to speak and does not yet understand anything. Well, all he can do is wait until better brains come along for the ride. The program itself will increase its intelligence bar, and then the experience in the field of technology will increase by 100%. Lu Zhou didn't want to wait. What a long method. He could forget about it for now, then think about how to speed up Xiao Ai's learning. But now he needed preparatory courses. Today is the last lesson. The professor will briefly talk about the rules of the competition and what else they should know. The competition runs for 72 hours, so they will have to go to bed late. So it is better to get a good night's sleep. During the competition, teams are prohibited from interacting with each other or communicating with teachers. He also decided that Lu Zhou would be suitable for the captain's video. The competition was becoming more and more popular, and there was only 1 day left until it began. So they really are secretly participating in the competition. But this time, Liu Rui will not lose to him. He will still show. There is a great genius, much smarter than Lu Zhou's entire team combined, so he will definitely win. Finally, the day of the competition arrived. Students from different universities gathered in one place. According to registration data, more than 70,000 students are participating. Everyone will simultaneously open the competition website and download the questions. Lu Zhou didn't know whether he would meet any great genius. The topics are divided into 4 tasks, the first 2 for undergraduates and the rest for college students. Both problems are related to physics. Mathematical genius Lu Zhou is in his 2nd year and has just started physics classes. There was nothing to be done. It was too easy. My partner suggested taking on an easier task, but Lu Zhou insisted on the difficult one. He had already finished studying university physics. It was difficult. There were only 3 chapters, and let him also pay attention to how many students choose the easier task. Lin Yuxiang awkwardly intervened in their conversation, asking what part she could help them with. Wang Xiaodong smiled at her kindly. Let her convey this to him. It's time to move on to the topic of information to answer these 3 questions one by one. The main focus should be on the analysis of the issue, which includes the entire process of building a model, which is the core of the work. Most teams would do the article after the programming, but he can do both at the same time. Wang Xiaodong made a program for iterative calculations. All coordinates and speed are calculated. Later in the evening, Lu Zhou's partners parted ways. But the boy remained to work. The next day he finished. All that remained was programming, plotting, and sensitivity analysis. Lu Zhou felt unwell after such a productive job. He slept like a log. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he jumped out of bed and cursed, because he was gone. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, and they still had 37 hours left before the deadline for submitting the article. During this time, he must summarize all calculations, modeling ideas and program code, fitting it into 20 pages. Based on the format requirements, the summary and keywords should be on the same page. It was dark again. There were links and applications left. He was almost finished. The day after the competition, Lu Zhou was finally able to get some sleep and rest well. Liu Rui saw him in the campus hallway and decided to talk. There was a hint of mockery in his voice. His task was too difficult. Lu Zhou didn't fall for the provocation. Everything is fine. Then he turned on the laptop. So much time had passed. The system should have been pumped up. However, the graph was still not complete. The damn machine was just eating up electricity. But this is ineffective because she cannot get enough information. And at that moment, an idea struck the guy. He wrote a simple program and created an interface. Now he can communicate with Xiao Ai. After all, Xiao Ai can only identify his account. A few days later, there was a knock on the door in the evening. Some guy was looking for Liu Rui. Lu Zhou's neighbor beamed and ran up to the guy, asking what was wrong, what happened. He smiled slightly and handed him a paper, congratulating him on his 2nd-level award. But Liu Rui was interested in another question. Who else in their group received a reward? As for Lu Zhou, the guy scratched his head. He didn't make this list, so he doesn't know very well. Perhaps his neighbor should ask a consultant. Perhaps his list of names is incomplete. There is no need to look for anyone. Professor Liu Xiaoping notified him of the need for a presentation. He is in no hurry. Liu Rui looked at him with disapproval. And what was he thinking about? Lu Zhou is part of a special team organized by the departments, so naturally his name will not be on the list. Once it turns out that the professor has everything, then he will go further. Liu Rui was saddened, meaning he wouldn't be able to gloat over him. He is the main performer, while Wang Xiaodong acts as a substitute. But the guy doesn't have any particular hopes for him, and he can't count on her anymore. As expected, Lu Zhou can only rely on himself. Having calmed his nerves, the guy read out the topic of the presentation: the history of human aviation. He spent several minutes developing the topic in detail, approaching it from different angles, and his voice never wavered. The judges rated his speech as excellent. He did well. Their captain is so good that the professor gave him a thumbs up. Of course, this is not the norm. During other speeches, the professor sat with a stony face the entire time. The task was completed smoothly enough. So it was over, and he did indeed get first place. He opened the system window, but to his surprise, the task was still not completed. Professor Liu Xiaoping rushed to congratulate them. They had been invited to Beijing to participate in the expert assessment. They would meet at the school gates in 3 days. Participation in it means receiving the Higher Education Society Cup and the Innovation Award. Lu Zhou has to prepare and edit the presentation, this time at Yan University. The competition hasn't ended yet, so the system doesn't consider the task complete, meaning receiving the first-level national prize is only the main requirement. 3 days later, his team met at the main gate of Yan University in Beijing. The selection experts have already decided who will receive the award before they conduct the interviews. All this was done to once again verify the authenticity of their work. Lu Zhou was angry. He spent 3 whole days preparing, but no one seemed to care. Well, at least he's still here just to check in, so he can still get some benefit. An unfamiliar voice called his name, and Lu Zhou looked around in surprise. Wei Wen from Yan University. He saw his article in the journal. It is well written. Lu Zhou shook his hand with a smile. The guy was too kind. No need to be modest. He may be good, but Wei Wen is confident that he will win. Finally, it was time for the interview, and everyone gathered in the main hall. Now there will be questions. Lu Zhou tried to look as confident as possible. More than 1,000 years ago, many people protested against the waste of resources and abandoned many great projects. And the emperor was criticized for this for thousands of years. His speech was full of emotion. He gestured wildly, and many were moved by his words. Finally, Lu Zhou finished, his breathing a little ragged. The judge looked stern. It turned out he didn't like the guy's answer. However, a second later, he laughed contentedly. This is an excellent answer. Yes, this guy has a strong interest in the development of space research. As Lu Zhao's team left the auditorium, the judge glanced sideways at his partner. He was not so pleased with the student's speech. But this is sophistry. A person cannot change his nature. Then he asked the student's name. He had heard that name somewhere before. The next day, all 3 sat in anticipation and tension in front of the television. The winners will be announced on the main channel. It looks like it was all just for show. Lu Zhou forgot how to breathe when he saw his name and the name of his teammates on the TV screen. Lin Yushang jumped up, screaming in delight. How cool! Wei Wen couldn't believe his eyes. He took second place. He didn't know about his modeling abilities, but in the field of mathematics, the guy was stronger than him. His comrades, an expert programmer and a girl. She is so useless that he immediately saw through her. The thought process of the mathematical model and the article are the same. He is sure that Lu Zhou these parts on his own. Wei Wen accepted the defeat with a heavy sigh. How disappointing. The competition lasted only 3 days, and there was a lot of work involved in modeling and writing the article. If a person did just one thing, he would be exhausted. He is a monster. Wei Wen had no intention of giving up. This was just one defeat. Next time, he wouldn't lose. Meanwhile, the system reluctantly congratulated Lu Zhou on completing the task. Mathematics limits the possibility of improving in other subjects, so it is his main goal. Lu Zhou decided to participate in the lottery again. The best part. He crossed his fingers that he would get a good prize. When the reinforcing needle appeared on the drum, he beamed. With such a small probability of such a prize. This time, the bonus task was easy. Thanks for that. The system couldn't stand his presence. Why was he messing around here? Let him go and carry out tasks. The competition and various activities are finally over. Lu Zhou can return to her routine. The faculty greeted him with a smile on their face. He was the pride of their university. Besides, the scholarship will be sent no later than Monday, so there is nothing to worry about. The university decided to celebrate its achievements. Lu Zhou received an invitation to the meeting of champions. As the winner, Lu Zhou was given the opportunity to speak. He was also persuaded to take a photo with his group and the gold cup. For 20 years, many mathematicians studied number theory and repeatedly tried to prove this theorem. But no one was able to do it. Lu Zhou has a good feeling that today he will do it himself. Prove this mathematical hypothesis. It got dark. The guy felt that his strength was running out. It was hard to believe, but he forgot to eat. It looks like he will soon become immortal and will no longer need food. Damn, his fleeting inspiration is gone. He missed his chance. Number theory is not a field where ordinary people can play. He needs to stop. Completely forgetting about his needs, the guy sat at the computer day and night. This time, he will choose mathematical chronicles. They occupy one of the central places in the academic circle. I received a notification. The scholarship has already arrived. I need to spend it now. Lu Zhou decided to go to the bar, taking a couple of friends with him. Liu Rui was already drunk, and in a dramatic voice he admitted that he was truly envious of his academic performance, and also because he has such a gorgeous girlfriend. Disgusting. He became too active. The guy grabbed the bottle again. Then he hugged his neighbor. Then they could still become brothers. May he drain this glass. Soon, Liu Rui became so drunk that they had to go home. On Monday, Lu Zhou decided to attend another lecture of the professor. It seems he is really popular. Someone called his name in a quiet voice. A girl was sitting next to him. She recognized him. He was one of the 3 people who won the competition. The girl's eyes lit up. She blushed slightly. Could he give her his autograph? Lu Zhou shrugged and signed the paper. Many people paid attention to him. It was tiring. That's what celebrity problems are like. The professor hissed at the students. They should continue their lesson. Why does he always think that the professor reminds him of someone? In that moment, Lu Zhou had a revelation. It was him. Lu Zhou always feels that somewhere in the darkness there is something constantly running away from him. Only he tries to grab it, but it slips away. When the professor announced the end of the lecture, the students began to disperse. Lu Zhou also headed for the exit when the girl called out to him again. She asked for his social media, and without thinking twice, Lu Zhou scribbled them on a piece of paper. After this, he quickly headed to the library. No one could interfere with his studies. Why is there always so little inspiration? Like experience points. He came up with the idea that after leveling up, it would be possible to reduce the training time. A good example is the problem that plagued mathematical measures for 100 years, but which Gauss solved in just one night. Could it be that if he raised his math level above level 2, he might catch that burst of inspiration? When it got dark outside, Lu Zhou, tired, returned to the dormitory. A notification popped up on his computer, inviting him to join a group of mathematical models. There was a logical error in the code when processing requests to add friends or join a group, which resulted in the computer accepting these requests by default. At that moment, it seemed like he made the wrong choice and needed to leave the group. He realized that the chat history was effective. Xiao Ai could read the messages that came to the computer. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Professor Tang Ji Wei, who asked him to come into the office. The man immediately asked point-blank whether he had submitted the article to the Mathematical Chronicles. His success in number theory exceeded all his expectations. The man thought that he was talented only in the field of functions, but it seems he was wrong. He taught many intelligent students, but Lu Zhou was the most talented he had ever seen. The teachers also read his article. The proof is very good. It was not for nothing that it received praise from Professor Deline. This is Dean Chin, the head of their department. While in Norway, he spoke with Mr. Newman about an article on functions he had written a couple of months earlier. He just needs to wait until tomorrow. Then, he will understand the full wave of his popularity. It's late. He needs to discuss some issues with Professor Tan, and the guy can go. The teachers followed him with their eyes. The guy was too talented and pragmatic. Yangcheng City, Yiyang University, academic building. Lu Zhou proposed a proof of Zhou's conjecture. Without looking too closely, the man glanced over the article. And then it dawned on him. Then he grabbed the pencil, his hands shaking as he scribbled down several rows of numbers. When his strength was exhausted, he went to the window. It's amazing. Lu Zhou was ready to cry with happiness. 10,000 points in mathematics. He finally reached the second level, and now it's the lottery's turn. This time he will finally get a good prize. Lu Zhao scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. Another strengthening needle. The guy woke up tired. Because of this needle, he began to feel weaker and also hungry. Still sleepy, he decided to head to the canteen to buy some food. But as soon as he left his room, he instantly woke up. Dozens of eyes staring at him. Dozens of microphones were pointed in his direction. What was going on? It was so loud all around. Someone was shouting, asking people to disperse. There was no need to block the door to the dorm. The president of the mathematical community came personally to congratulate him. Lu Zhou shook his hand shyly. And who is he? This is Secretary Liu. He works in the Jinlin city government. And this is the president of the Su Mathematical Society. On behalf of the entire city, the secretary thanks him for his contribution to mathematics. It's a problem that has plagued mathematicians for 20 years. And he's from Jinlin University. So how can their city not thank him enough? After the secretary learned about his family, several executives met and decided to give him an award. Lu Zhou was at a loss for a moment. Secretary Lu was working hard. The professor grinned. Well, what was he saying? This could be considered amazing. But can he tell the guy what reward the university has prepared for him? The man laughed. He doesn't think it would be a bad decision. Why not tell? Firstly, his place of residence is registered. Now he will be able to take advantage of benefits. The bank will not have to check him, and the interest rates on loans. Secondly, they checked his article. According to the previous rules of scientific articles, the journal factor is used to determine the reward amount. So they decided to reward him with a whole 1,000,000 yuan. Lu Zhou couldn't believe his ears. When they approached the library, the guy decided to take his leave. He needed to continue studying. However, all his thoughts were filled with the 1,000,000 yuan that he was about to receive. Chen Yushan poked him in the shoulder, causing him to become startled. Last time she bought him so much food and he has to pay her. So he will treat her. Chen Yushan was happy. Of course she wants it. The next day, the guy was sitting on a pair of ordinary differential equations. However, he found it difficult to concentrate. His name was being whispered by many in the audience. At this point, he had already read half of this thick textbook, however. When he checked Xiao Ai's code last night, he still couldn't understand most of it. His level of knowledge is still insufficient. Unless this section is about extraordinary differential equations. When it was time to solve the problem, the students begged not to be chosen. The professor frowned. Why didn't anyone raise their hand? They were all students at Jinling University. If no one can decide, perhaps they should be motivated somehow. So he will add 10 points. Lu Zhou's face brightened and he instantly raised his hand. The professor rolled his eyes. They weren't for him, because he would get the maximum score on the exam anyway. The curse of genius. Why the teacher is sure he'll get the full mark. During the break, the professor called him. The interview would be in the afternoon, and he should come to the laboratory building. However, the guy didn't like the excessive attention to his person and asked for it to be canceled. The professor promised him that this would be the last time, and that he would also receive an award at this interview. At the mention of the reward, Lu Zhou's spirit instantly perked up. He's coming right now! Subsequently, the interview made him even more popular, and he became quite famous. He received an invitation to a mathematical conference to exchange experiences. The university will cover all expenses and issue a bunch of different bonuses, so the guy doesn't have to worry about it. Han Mengqi was in a good mood as she got 130 points in mathematics. At that moment, a classmate touched her shoulder, asking if she had seen the article on the website. Her tutor became popular and rich. No one even suspected that she was being taught by such an expert. But he already has 1,000,000. He no longer needs to work as a tutor. Han Mengqi turned away, after all. Her classmate was right. She could only hope that Lu Zhou would continue to teach her. To her relief, the guy came to see her on Sunday. But still, anxiety devoured her, and she asked him if he would continue to teach her. After all, he already has a whole 1,000,000. It's unlikely that he still needs a part-time job. Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows. What a strange logic. There is no such thing as too much money. Stop wasting time. Let him show me his notebook with mistakes and the last test. Lu Zhou participated in many tests, Olympiads, and conferences. And before he knew it, it was already November. One cool day, he received a message from Wang Xiaodong. He was ready to confess to his girlfriend. At this moment, Xiao Ai asked Lu Zhou what confession was. The guy frowned. Didn't he tell me not to read his chat? The next day, Professor Tang Jiwei summoned him. Professor Li encountered a problem in his research work and wanted to find an expert to help him. Lu Zhou was embarrassed. The professor was too kind to him. He was far from the best student. Come on, stop being modest. Will he help with the project? Lu Zhou hesitantly agreed, but he needed to review the materials. Professor Li patted him on the shoulder. They will figure everything out. Then he will borrow a student from his colleague. Professor Li introduced him to his assistant, Xiao Liu, who has some business to attend to, so let the guy show Lu Zhou around. Bo Liu introduced himself. He was 25 years old. Lu Zhou would not have guessed since the guy looks young. The university's primary research focus is on carbon nanomaterials, with work also underway on projects such as carbon nanotubes and others. Finally, Bo Liu brought him to the laboratory where they work. Later, Lu Zhou will be given a desk, and from today on, he will be a member of their research team. This is Qian Zhongming. They will work together with him. A new acquaintance gave him a flash drive containing some introductory literature and a manual, including an application for their research grant. The new samples have just arrived and they haven't received the data yet. It's already late, so they'll deal with everything else tomorrow. Lu Zhou looked around. It seemed there was no powerful experimental equipment here. Qian Zhongming pointed to the data collector, which was brought directly from Germany. The built-in gold mirror has a reflectivity 6% higher than that of aluminum, dual-channel digital capture, and 4 external optical expansion slots. This was the first time Lu Zhou had heard so many abstruse words that it felt like his head was about to explode. Tomorrow they are going to collect spectrogram data for a new sample. If he is interested, he can come. Returning to his room, the guy inserted the flash drive into the computer. This appears to be exactly the problem that the research team led by Professor Li Juan encountered. They are unable to evenly distribute the nanotubes within the matrix. The next day, Lu Zhou came to the laboratory very early. Their research is mainly aimed at increasing the solubility of carbon nanotubes in cement and improving the bond between carbon tubes and the matrix material. But they are not too optimistic about the results. The problem is in the data they received using the analyzer. The peak of the second cement sample is incorrect. The sample consisted of cement containing UNT. It is believed that this material prevents the polymerization process of silicon tetrahedrons inside helium. They need a specialist who knows mathematics well. It would be great if they could find out how exactly the materials of the uncut boots influence the hydration reaction in the early stages. The sooner the better. Not that they couldn't wait, but within 3 days would be better. Lu Zhou spent hours sitting in the library. It was one of the most comfortable places for him, but he was already ready to climb the walls because he had no ideas. Lu Zhou asked the system if there was any way it could help him. She rolled her eyes. It can't be done. All the data is hidden deep down. You can try to extract it and calculate all the rules manually. She believes that he will definitely be able to find clues. The problem is that these materials affect the hydration reaction at an early stage when they are included in the cement. Images of several samples show that this effect is not due to surface modification of the untreated materials. Lu Zhou will spend the entire day preliminary comparing data and trying to build a simplified mathematical model. It will contain the parameters of the materials on the cement hydration reaction rate, reaction temperature, mechanical properties of the sample, and the peak on the spectrogram. 2 days have passed. The guy has hardly slept. Today is the 3rd day of work, and he has barely completed half of the project. If he had an assistant, he would have managed it in a day. But unfortunately, now everything depends only on him. 2 more days passed, and Lu Zhou had already forgotten what sleep was. Having managed to derive the formula, he shouted, "This is impossible." If the calculation is correct, then the obtained parameter is indeed equal to 0. This means that when the UNTs were included in the cement composition, there was no effect on the hydration reaction. Early in the morning, he showed up at the laboratory, but they didn't want to accept his theory. It was impossible. Had he even read the documents? He spent so much time, and now he says that it does not affect the hydration reaction at all. They should pay attention to some of their samples. The rate of change of peaks of the pure sample is the same as that of the alloyed UNT sample. This is one of many statements, so it may be true. Bo Lu still decided to listen to it. He needs to conduct an experiment, and if their calculations are correct, it will be a big discovery for the study of carbon nanotube materials. We'll have to wait a long time, not before the end of next month, but he promises that he will produce some results. The latest news was reported to the professor, and he was surprised. If this guy's conclusions are correct, then they've been doing the experiments wrong all along. A week later, the results came back, and it turned out that Lu Zhou's conclusion was correct. It turns out that if the conclusion is correct, then their experiments in the cortex are incorrect. It was nice to know that the guy offered his help again. He recently read an article about the aqueous dispersion of carbon nanotubes, and he used some experimental data on a mathematical model he had previously constructed. And then he discovered something interesting. They were trying to do an experiment with a small range. Why don't they try to take more? Bo Liu said to keep his proposal to Professor Li. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call, and the guy decided to step away. Chen Yushan called. She won 2 movie tickets. She has 1 extra. Would he like to go with her? Watching a movie sounded good. He heard that Nolan's new work had just come out. The next day, the friends met at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the cinema. Lu Zhou decided to ask the girl what she wanted to see. Chen Yushan's eyes lit up. A haunted road. She's been looking forward to this horror movie since she saw the first trailer, but she's too scared to watch it alone. Lu Zhou ordered tickets. One for the haunted road, the other for Interstellar. The ticket collector felt awkward and suggested that the young man think twice. Chen Yushan took control of the situation by asking for 2 tickets to the haunted road. The movie was indeed scary. The girl periodically took Lu Zhou's hand. It was a little embarrassing, but the guy was still able to enjoy the movie. November ended. The experiments with nanotubes came to an end, and Lu Zhou received permission to publish the article. Professor Li Ruan was happy. They were finally able to make a breakthrough. Lu Zhou immediately began writing a sequel, another article, the final part. When he finished, he immediately headed to the professor's office. The man was delighted and also asked for the names of Bo Liu and Qian Zhongming, and he also hoped that the boy could become his graduate student. He should also know that many professors want to take it away from him. Let him remember this if he decides to go to graduate school. Lu Zhou monitored websites for several days, and finally, news appeared in the newspaper. He was puzzled. The letter consisted of only one word: interesting. The professor called him back to his office. Their report was accepted. Without his help, they would not have been able to complete this project. As a token of gratitude, he should accept this 50,000 yuan. Just take this winnings without further ado. He spoke with the new materials management some time ago, and feels that there is still much work to be done. After the new year, he will probably open a research project on electrode materials, whether he is interested. Lu Zhou was unsure. He would report his answer later. He didn't know if he would even have any free time. While at home, Lu Zhou entered the system space, and as a result, he received a whopping 21,000 experience points. He's gotten close to improving his physics level, so he feels pretty confident. The system assigned him the next task. To meet with the scientific society and take part in a scientific conference, he must prepare properly. What a coincidence! He has a mathematics conference at Princeton in early February, so it will be very easy to complete the assignment there. Lu Zhou was pleased with himself. This time he would achieve perfection. But a new problem has arisen. He still lacks conversational experience in English. He has 2 whole months ahead of him. So during this time, he will be able to improve his English. His thoughts were interrupted by a call. The professor had good news. The university's 10 annual special scholarships will be awarded soon, and he was chosen from the mathematics department, so he needs to prepare for the awards ceremony. The end of the semester came, and during the exam, Lu Zhou thought that the professor would deliberately give him difficult questions. But he was surprised to see only basic questions on the exam. The final exams are finally over. We need to find out how Chen Yushan did. He met a girl in a cafe. She is doing well. She is thinking of starting to prepare for the interview. His subjects are quite easy, so he created them without any problems, and even received maximum points. Chen Yushan changed the topic to what his plans for the future were. Right now, the guy hasn't planned anything yet, But he also wants to get a degree in physics. Does he really want to study abroad? She heard Princeton is highly regarded in the field of mathematics. A sad expression appeared on Chen Yushan's face, as they would soon be separated after graduation. Lu Zhou hastened to reassure her that even if they were far apart, he would definitely meet her. A wave of relief washed over the girl, and she smiled. Finally, the 10th of January arrived, the day of the annual award ceremony for university students. All the students in the hall were quietly talking among themselves, wondering who would receive a scholarship this year. Lu Zhou was called to the stage to give a speech. The guy rehearsed his words for a long time, so he spoke smoothly and measuredly, and most importantly, confidently. He is grateful to the university and also to Professor Tan, who inspired him to write his first paper. The hall exploded with deafening applause. Many were moved by his words. 2 months passed. Lu Zhou was preparing hard for the English exam. His vocabulary has increased to 8,000 words, and considering that he has written so many articles in English, passing the exam will not be a problem. So forward to the top, he will pass this exam. You have to wait. One question takes 20 minutes, but he dealt with them all in just 40. 2 weeks after the exam ended, Lu Zhou received a letter with the results. However, it was a blow to his self-esteem, as he did not receive the maximum score. He grabbed his hair. Something went wrong. He wants to retake the exam. After some time, he tried to calm down. He received an email from the embassy telling him to go to Shanghai and sign the papers. A few days later, he headed to Shanghai, where it was crowded, and Lu Zhou was at a loss for a while. He wandered for a while, almost missing his stop, but finally reached his destination. However, another test awaited him. Standing in a huge queue, somewhere behind him he heard a voice. The man spoke with an accent. When he was studying in Virginia, he realized that people merged with the environment that was around them. The environment in Chinese universities is a dump, which is why they become trash. After listening to just a few lectures, he will understand that they are American universities on a completely different level. Lu Zhou decided to intervene. Not necessarily. He thinks that everything depends on the people. He looks like he's about to go on holiday. His Chinese school grades are worth nothing outside his country. Lu Zhou chuckled. In fact, he received an offer from the mathematics department of New York University. But he did not go. It's funny. He didn't approach them. They invited him. He could have lied more believably, but he didn't actually apply. The university sent him an invitation. The boy continued to laugh at him, but Lu Zhou ignored him as it was his turn. He is heading to America because he was invited to take part in a scientific conference on mathematics in Princeton, where he is giving a report. The man asked to see the invitation and, in surprise, put a stamp on it. With a polite smile, he handed the guy the documents. "Have a nice trip." The upstart behind him could only bite his elbows. He really was going to Princeton. His life had been eventful lately, and in a few days, Lu Zhou was in the United States. When he arrived at Princeton University, he couldn't hide his surprise. Everything around him was very different from life in China. Now he needed to check in, but he couldn't figure out where his hotel was. The stranger approached him, looked him up and down, and asked if he was new. The guy awkwardly tried to explain that he was there for a math conference and he just didn't know where he was supposed to go. The girl narrowed her eyes and then she recognized him. He was Lu Zhou. She had seen his photographs and also read his paper on Marsen's prime number distribution law. By the way, he didn't go there. They're not staying at the university, but at a hotel opposite Palmer Square. He's lucky she's on the way, so she'll take him there. Her name is Melina Abel, but she doesn't really like her last name, so he can call her by her first name. Having quickly brought him to the right place, the girl said goodbye to Lu Zhou. When the guy finally got to his room, he felt excessively tired and exhausted. On the first day of the scientific conference, he met many interesting people. One of them was Luo Wenxuan, a student of Professor Tang. Lu Zhou noted that it was easier for him to communicate with his fellow countrymen, and so they started talking. Luo Wenxuan is here to listen, and there are interesting people like Professor Dealing and Professor Robert who listen to and comment on the reports. This conference is mainly devoted to number theory, which is not his area of study. He himself is mainly engaged in theoretical studies of Hilbert space, but also studies quantum mechanics and quantum field theory. So they arrived. The guy said goodbye to him, since he still had things to do. The conference venue was quite noisy, with a lot of people wandering around. In the ad, Lu Zhou saw evidence for the twin hypothesis, a problem that had been bothering him for 6 months, and someone else had already solved it. He is a witness to history. It is so exciting. But why is no one around? Dijan suddenly appeared before his eyes. His friend has a good eye. He is interested in number theory. Very shocking results, but why is there no one here? It's all because of the arrogance and prejudice of the people at the pier. They can't accept the fact that some guy from India beat them in math. It seems that only friends of the Pacific Ocean can understand his feelings. He is a master's student from Nehru University. Lu Zhou also introduced himself. Jinling University. The results of his research will be presented in the form of a report on the 5th day. But this guy probably shouldn't be told about it. Then he asked if he could read his work. Dijan advises not to read it. The process is a bit cumbersome, but the principle is simple. He can explain it. He used reverse mathematics to prove it. Lu Zhou thought the guy was studying algebraic number theory. Algebra is a tool for learning number theory. It is not the only way. Lu Zhou listened to the guy's reasoning. In fact, his idea was simple. What surprised him was that this guy didn't use existing research to prove his point. But it's hard to think that way. But Lu Zhou finally understood why no one was interested in him. The number he gets can be guaranteed that it will not be divisible by a series of prime numbers. He replaced 11 and 13 as the largest prime number in the Dijon assumption. Did he really come to Princeton at his own expense? And if he were his professor, he would never have given him money for this. Dijon was furious, tore down the poster and left the lecture hall. Melina overheard their conversation. He eliminates competitors on the very first day. This happens all the time. It's Princeton arrogance. Here, he has to be not only smart, but also confident. Then the girl with a sweet smile asked for his contact information. Lu Zhou reluctantly wrote his message on the stub. Melina snatched it and said goodbye with a grin. Lu Zhou listened to several lectures throughout the day, and it was time for lunch. Algebra is just a tool to learn number theory. It is not the only way. Although he did not gain much from the Indian guy's ravings, he was influenced by his optimistic attitude. Having chosen the correct lambda function, he may try to go another way. Melina caught up with him in the dining room. Her voice was heard behind him. He was still thinking about mathematics. There's a coffee party upstairs where they're discussing the contents of Professor Deline's morning report, which interests him. But right now, the guy is studying something else. An academic conference is a place for networking. It happens once or twice a year. There is another time for research. Lu Zhou retorted, "There are many opportunities to attend mathematics conferences. But in life, there are only a few moments of inspiration." Melina raised her eyebrows in surprise, then laughed. And he is quite an interesting person. She wishes him not to miss out on this white dove. At 6 o'clock in the evening, organizers prepared a cocktail party at the Princeton Hotel. For many dumb students who couldn't understand the presentations during the day, this is the main thing at the conference. Although Lu Zhou is not interested in socializing, he still acknowledges the importance of the party. And in fact, he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. The party is about to start. They should be leaving by now. The elevator doors opened, and the professor greeted Wen Xuan with a smile. The guy introduced Lu Zhou, Professor Tang's favorite student, Wang Yuping. He solved the Hualin problem on the integrity of a polynomial, proved that the famous Balabash combinatorics is an important part of a bounded abelian group. He heard the professor there mention him before. He is very amazing. The future of Chinese mathematics depends on him. Following this, the man introduced his student Wei Wen, but they were already acquainted. However, Lu Zhou couldn't remember his face. Could it really be that they had met before? Having reached the required floor, the young people, as well as the professor and his student, separated again. And at that moment, Lu Zhou realized that his English skills were not the best. Well, if you can't chat, it's time for a snack. Lu Zhou did not stay long for dinner. He soon decided to return to his room and work on his theory. Yes, all he needs now is inspiration. The guy asked the system to turn on the inspiration clock. The impulse instantly penetrated his consciousness. It ran like an electric discharge along his spine, then returned to his brain. Lu Zhou felt a sense of clarity and relief. What a wonderful feeling. To optimize results, he uses only 4 hours of inspiration per day, 4 times. 4 days later, his entire room was filled with papers. Lu Zhou continued to write tirelessly. Hook-shaped symbols and formulas were rapidly emerging on the paper. Only 2 hours remained. Finally, it was time for a break. He needs to get some fresh air and wash himself. He hasn't been outside for 4 days. When the abilities effect ended, Lu Zhou felt extremely tired, exhausted, and also had a headache. It seemed like something was wrong. When Wen Xuan called his name, Lu Zhou felt as if his eardrums had burst. The guy was already getting ready to look for him. Where did he disappear to? He is stuck on one mathematical problem. And how is his research progressing? On the 5th day of the conference, Lu Zhou was interrupted by a knock on the door. His report was about to begin. Was he ready? The guy opened the door, scratching the back of his head. Really, right now? Wouldn't it be daytime? Technically, an hour later, due to an accident involving a Belgian journalist, changes had to be made to the program. Luckily, an hour later, Lu Zhou was in the lecture hall in full dress. Adjusting the microphone more comfortably, he cleared his throat awkwardly. According to the original plan for the conference, the content of his paper was to be devoted to the distribution of Mersenne primes. But due to schedule adjustments and the conference being moved to the morning, he would like to address the audience with a small request. Lowering his voice, the guy asked the system to activate the inspiration time. He was going to complete the proof in the remaining hour. Then he started rapidly drawing numbers on the board. People were confused. Wasn't this supposed to be a lecture? The faces of the experts turned pale. They guessed that the guy was going to challenge a world-class problem right here and now. That is, challenge the twin number hypothesis. It seems Professor Tang has raised his student well, and he is looking forward to the next 2 decades. They tried to interrupt Lu Zhou. The lecture would end in 5 minutes, and the next presentation would begin soon. But the guy was asked to continue. The next presentation will be moved to lecture hall number 4, so those who wish can go there. Those who didn't understand have long since left. As for the rest, most of them already guess what's going on. Anyone who dares to do this is just crazy. And the people sitting in the crowd will either become witnesses to a great moment or a joke. There are 30 minutes and 30 seconds left in the inspiration clock. If he can't finish it, he will become a laughingstock. Lu Zhou knows this, but there is not the slightest fear of failure in his heart. Number theory requires more talent than any other field of mathematics. If he succeeds, it will be a great result that will go down in history. But if he can't, he will become the object of ridicule in the den. Lucky are the young. Such courage and enthusiasm is inherent only to them. Half an hour of inspiration ended 5 minutes ago, but the result has already been determined. Lu Zhou, filled with adrenaline, completed the formula. Therefore, there are an infinite number of pairs of prime numbers. This is his verdict. Pairs of prime numbers are infinite. They took another big step forward in the Polignac hypothesis. Lu Zhou could hardly stand on his feet, but he found the strength to bow and was met with silence. However, it didn't last long. The hall exploded with applause. They all became witnesses of a wonderful moment. He was able to solve a mathematical problem right in the mathematics room during a scientific conference. At that time, he must have risen to prominence as a mathematical genius. The young mathematician left the hall on unsteady legs. He was very tired and needed to sleep, but it was not to be. Dozens of scientists and reporters ran out after him. Many people reached out to him, hugged him, asked dozens of questions. Lu Zhou felt that it was already difficult for him to breathe. After some time, he managed to escape from these stifling embraces. These people are too frightening. Luckily for him, he can run fast. Lu Zhou disappeared into the elevator. Miss Melina slipped through the doors at the last moment. He's fine. He just wants to go back and sleep. For the first time in a long time, Lu Zhou didn't want to think about math problems. Melina said goodbye to him. Let him sleep peacefully. But don't forget about the closing ceremony and the party tomorrow night. Proving the twin number hypothesis was only a small step, and he knew that the results of his work could only answer some of the questions. He still has a long way to go to reach the top of mathematics. Having gained strength and been well rested, Lu Zhou remembered that he needed to prepare for the ceremony. The guy arrived at the closing ceremony venue late. It seems that it is already obvious to everyone who is the best young speaker of this conference. The presenter handed the guy a prize, a certificate issued by the Federal Mathematical Association, as well as $10,000. He heard that Professor Deline and Professor Zellberg highly valued his report. Well, He won't waste the guy's time. Let him enjoy the rest of the conference. Lu Zhou was heading to his room. He still had a lot of things to do when someone crossed his path. The man praised him. Excellent proof. It seemed Lu Zhou had already seen him in the lecture hall. Professor Deline suggested publishing his proofs in the journal Mathematical Yearbook. This will not be considered a duplicate publication. At the conference, he was presenting Marsen's prime number distribution law, not a proof of the twin number hypothesis. Lu Zhou smiled. He would work on the copy of his work as soon as he returned to the hotel. Returning to the room, the guy first of all logged into the system. He couldn't believe his own achievement. 42,000 experience points in mathematics. He was interrupted by a ringing phone lying next to his pillow, ringing off the hook. Professor Tan's sharp voice brought him to his senses, and he solved the twin number hypothesis. His old friend just called him, and he wanted to recommend the guy to participate in the 10,000 People Initiative from the Ministry of China. The program consists of 3 levels. The goal was to select 10,000 outstanding people in the natural sciences. Financial support will be provided, as well as material rewards. This is a great chance to establish yourself and make a name for yourself at the national level. He can guarantee his reward only after the final assessment, meaning it will depend on the student's performance. But one thing is for sure. If he gets on this list, it will be useful for his future scientific work in China, at least within the limits of the strange. You don't need to sign anything. He will tell you later what he needs to prepare. After such a pleasant conversation, Lu Zhou sat down at the computer, so he had to finish the article. A couple of hours later, the perfected copy of the work was sent to the professor. After several days of boredom, Lu Zhou finally decided to go out for a walk. Wen Xuan shook his hand enthusiastically and congratulated him. Now he understood why he was spoken of so highly. Lu Zhou was embarrassed. No need to exaggerate. He just proved one hypothesis. Wen Xuan was not at the ceremony. They had reached a problematic point in their project. His supervisor had gone to a nearby city for a conference. Lu Zhou remembered that there could be 7 different results from 6-sided dice. But had he ever considered that they could land on 2 sides? Wang Xuan froze in the middle of the corridor, both sides. And this is quite possible. Finally, the time of departure came. It was time for Lu Zhou to return to his homeland. Melina caught him by looking at his departure time. She can convince her professor to write a letter of recommendation for him so that he can get his PhD right here. Lu Zhou awkwardly refused her. He plans to complete his bachelor's degree in his home country. When the girl dropped him off at Philadelphia International Airport, she went on the offensive again. To be honest, she wants him to join her research group because she is studying a very complex problem. Lu Zhou pricked up his ears. This is the Riemann hypothesis, but he needs to come to his senses. At his current mathematical level, solving the Riemann hypothesis is completely impossible. That's why the guy turned her down again. In fact, he was too pessimistic. In reality, she had also achieved some results. This is one of the reasons why number theory is so exciting. Everyone thinks that they will soon succeed. But when these people get results, they realize that they have failed. He thanks her for giving him a ride to the airport and wishes her luck in successfully solving the Riemann hypothesis. Breathing in the familiar air, Lu Zhou felt his spirits lift. A lot of time passed, and he finally returned home. Hearing the door creak, the woman looked out from around the corner in surprise to see who was there. Lu Zhou smiled, greeting his mother lovingly. The woman asked her husband to go and buy fish. Today, she would prepare her signature dish since their son had returned. The man looked around the corner with a smile. His son had returned. Lu Zhou unpacked his suitcases and bought a couple of gifts for his family. And in the evening, after school, his little sister returned. Seeing her own brother, she froze in disbelief on the threshold for a while, then hugged him tightly. His parents wanted to know all the details about his conference in America. Lu Zhou hadn't felt so calm and peaceful for a long time. It was so good to be home. Finally, New Year's Eve has arrived. Time to celebrate. His sister invited him to come with her. They must definitely go for a walk and have a tasty meal. Due to his participation in the 10,000 People Initiative, Lu Zhou had to return to university much earlier. The guy said goodbye to his family. Happy days always pass quickly. However, he was not sad. It was time to return to the system. He smiled smugly. Okay. Now he will see what awards he received. It mainly contained books on physics and material science. and the experiment involved real-time observation of the formation of lithium dendrites. So, perhaps Lu Zhou will start with materials science. However, before he could begin, he was interrupted by a bell ringing. It was the professor. He has some documents here. He can take them and read them thoroughly, then fill them out. And he almost forgot. The university administration was discussing his graduation at the end of the year. To enable him to begin his research work more quickly, the university decided to award him his bachelor's degree earlier. It will be easier for him, since he will only need a year or two to get his master's degree, after which he will be sent directly to Princeton to get his doctorate. The university will give him a doctorate, but not a master's degree. This is a plan that was designed specifically for him. Lu Zhou was momentarily at a loss, but he hadn't even gotten his bachelor's degree yet. Was that really normal? Initially, the professor was going to tell him about this only in 2 days. But since he decided to also get a degree in physics, he had to do it now. Lu Zhou is fired up and will now receive a double doctorate. The professor doesn't particularly approve of the guy's desire to also get a degree in physics, but he just doesn't know what to say. He believes that this guy's talent is only in the field of functional analysis and applied mathematics. But this guy solved the conjecture about twin numbers. If Lu Zhou had asked for advice, Professor Tang would have suggested that he not study physics. It was 2 quiet days until Liu Rui returned to the dormitory. He decided to introduce his neighbor to his girlfriend, Wang Yanjing. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly as he told her how they met over winter break. The girl had already heard the name Lu Zhou, and she was very pleased to meet a real god. He's not like that at all. He just loves math. And this kid, although he's a hooligan, is a good one. Liu Rui invited them all to have a snack. Because the new year has already arrived, he is treating them. And if his neighbor doesn't object, then he will invite others too. As a result, there were 6 people sitting at the table, and Xiao Yunyun, Deng Le, and Qianhua also joined. The girls excitedly told how they had recently started watching one of the most popular shows. However, food was quickly brought to them, and the whole company switched to lunch. After some time, it came to alcohol. And as usual, Liu Rui got drunk. Lu Zhou helped his friend get to the dormitory, where he said goodbye to the girls at the entrance. Climbing the stairs was difficult. His neighbor could barely move his feet. He had previously treated him badly, although there had been a tense relationship between them, but he never had any evil intentions. When Liu Rui started studying, his family always yelled at him to be the best student in the class. He hates it when someone is smarter than him. In fact, most people are limited to their own world, and there is nothing strange about this. But daring to look into the past is the first step of wisdom, and Lu Zhou is confident that only he himself can help him expand his horizons. Liu Rui hiccuped and laughed. He really enjoyed pretending to be a know-it-all. Lu Zhou gave him a friendly nudge in the side, and the boy almost threw up. The girls' stories about the science show interested the boys so much that the next day they sat down to watch it themselves. The famous genius Wu Yan seemed to know the answers to absolutely all questions. Lu Zhou could understand the questions, but he couldn't answer as quickly as the participants. Even many professors would need time to calculate. And also, unknown geniuses are participating in this program. The next task was a world-class problem, the prime pair conjecture, and the boys' eyes widened. Wu Yan spent a long time writing formulas on the board. Many were worried, sighed heavily, and then the incredible happened. He did it. The hall burst into applause. Congratulations to the guy who solved a world-class mathematical problem here and now. But what really happened behind the scenes of the show? According to feedback from the marketing department, their search data across various platforms has increased by 43% compared to last year. The guy was leafing through the papers. He knows. But what about plagiarism? They took a fragment of a recording from a Princeton scientific conference that was recently held abroad, where they were talking about Mersenne primes, and they showed pairs of primes. They even specifically checked the conference schedule for that day, and also consulted with experts in the field. No problems at all. Good job. This mathematical genius is really impressive. He can't believe that Wu Yan proved a mathematical conjecture of such a level. When Wu Yan's agent suggested that the research results be submitted today, Director Zhang immediately approved the idea. They say that science reality shows can't make stars. But today he saw that they not only can do that, but also provide motivation for creating new ideas. Lu Zhou felt humiliated. They had completely plagiarized his proofs of the theory and appropriated his solution to a worldwide mathematical problem. There was not a single censored word in his head. He had to condemn this show. As soon as Liu Wenxuan heard about this, he immediately went to the Federal Mathematical Association to get the records. Then he contacted several Chinese media outlets and wrote about it by email. Therefore, the guy should call his friend and thank him personally on behalf of the professor. This caused a lot of trouble. Old man Wang Yuping returned to grab Lu Zhou everywhere. Now the rumors will reach the Ministry of Propaganda. Even press releases will be written. Some people are unlucky. A stack of papers fell onto a desk in one of the offices with a deafening bang. The director tensed up and took a closer look. This was a notice from management. As of today, their show is closed. What's going on? The notification that it's closed. This is so unreasonable. You can't do this. The director was advised to sit still. The director would not be able to help him, as this was a government order. The man sank down onto the sofa, exhausted. It was all over. Wu Yan couldn't believe that he learned all this news from the news. When the professor called him, the man's voice sounded angry. He hoped that his student had not written his name on the paper. He is accused of plagiarism, and the accusations come from the Federal Mathematical Association. One can only hope that the guy will take this seriously. Wu Yan was confused. He didn't publish anything anywhere. It only inspired him. In any case, he should go back to Auckland and sort out his status at the university. Hearing his screams, his representative entered Wu Yan's room. What happened? The guy's face was wet with tears. He could be expelled. Who cares? He can just sign a contract and make money. Is he really afraid for his education? Wu Yan realized that his representative was right. He was not going to study mathematics for the rest of his life. They won't accept the apology, but he won't back down either. He can't screw up, otherwise his career is over. There is only one way. Prepare the article as soon as possible, and then send it to the local journal where he will claim that this is his proof. However, he must change it so that the guy cannot be accused of plagiarism. Wu Yan cried out, "There is only one basis. It is simply impossible." Is he really that stupid? Let him just change a couple of letters or something, and then they can say it's just a coincidence. Wu Yan was angry. It was very difficult. He couldn't think of a better way, but he had another idea. One could argue that two geniuses simply came up with this theory at the same time. The most important thing is that the fans believe in it, and he needs to answer the call. To obtain his doctorate, the university wants to send Lu Zhou to Princeton so that he can advance to a higher level of study. By this time, next year, the guy will already have received a master's degree. Because of the influx of people, Lu Zhou can no longer sit quietly in the library, so he will go to the empty classroom. However, in the end, he was not alone in the office. Would there really be a couple here? It seems that this young man noticed him. Lu Zhou took a closer look. He was acting strangely, too nervous. Because of this behavior, the student's interest increased, and he paid even more attention to the teacher. The young professor's voice trembled as he introduced himself. Wang Shijie. He was just getting his doctorate in number theory. Lu Zhou was a little tired from work, so he decided to take a break and see what the lecture was about. Well, now he will list even more famous geniuses. A photo of Lu Zhou appeared on the screen. And where did he get it from anyway? It doesn't even reflect all his masculinity. In the evening, as per the schedule, the student was at Han Mengqi's house, and he had already indicated which textbooks she should study. When he added that the girl would no longer need him in the summer, she became worried that he would really be studying abroad. For his doctorate, the university wants to send him to Princeton, so that he can advance to a higher level of study. Han Mengqi's expression sank, and she asked in a low voice if he would ever come back. Lu Zhou grinned. Of course he will come back. Most likely he will come back as a professor. The girl's eyes lit up. That was all she wanted to hear. Besides, by that time she would already be a student. After Lu Zhou became popular, journalists lined up to interview him. After all the interviews, the university rector will personally present him with an award, a check for 1 million yuan. To my great surprise, the director of the TV show, the most powerful genius, also arrived. He apologized to the guy and tried to resolve the conflict. Lu Zhou was glad that their TV channel had already resolved everything. They then took a photo to prove that the student was receiving a big reward for his efforts. In the evening, Lu Zhou began preparing for the defense. It would not be easy, but at the wrong time, Liu Rui returned to their room and distracted him with conversation. In fact, he seems to have already realized his mistakes. He always considered his neighbor an enemy, always wanted to gloat, and always became depressed because of his achievements. This is just a graduation project. Lu Zhou will still be here. Afterward, he will treat his neighbor to food. Finally, the day of the defense arrived. The committee was already assembled. Lu Zhou introduced himself and began to talk about his work. He was asked some pretty difficult questions, but the guy had prepared thoroughly and knew how to answer them. Then, one of the teachers asked a question that was not really related to his work. Lu Zhou did not let panic take over, took a couple of deep breaths, and began to speak. The professor continued to press. This is not the approach a scientist should have. However, his partner tried to calm him down. It seemed to him that this student was more knowledgeable in mathematics than in physics, and that this was normal. Lu Zhou's work on functional analysis surprised the professor. He rarely sees undergraduate students capable of giving such a good answer. Now he can go, and they will notify him later about the results of his defense. A few days later, the results came in. The guy did an excellent job and successfully passed the test. After review and evaluation by the assessment committee, he receives a diploma of higher education and is now awarded a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics. The teachers hope that we will rise to an even higher level in our scientific path. Lu Zhou bowed deeply. He was extremely grateful to his university for what it had given him and to his teachers for their guidance. After a long time, Lu Zhou finally chose a teacher who would help him obtain his master's degree. As for obtaining a degree, the teacher has special requirements for him if he wants to receive it. He needs to publish 2 papers in the field of mathematical physics. He has already submitted 1 article to the journal. That counts. But let him take his time. He still has a lot to learn. Let him take on several projects and gain more experience. The professor will travel to the European Organization for Nuclear Research in Switzerland at the end of April. If Lu Zhou can pass his exams by the end of April, the professor may take him with him. Lu Zhou is set to work. He will start by studying elementary particle physics. The most important thing is to drink the concentration capsule. Lately, he can't go anywhere without them. All his thoughts became quiet, like a calm lake. And finally, he could work. A month later, he received an award from the system for his efforts. Lu Zhou squinted as he examined the cylindrical object. It was a lithium-air battery. If he could prove its value, it would definitely be bought for a lot of money. But the problem is that he won't be able to explain where he got it from, how he wants to get rich overnight and have his own laboratory. Time for the next mission. Join the Chinese group and take part in the Pentaquark research project. Professor Lu Shenjiang said he could take him to Switzerland if he passed the exam at the end of April, but did not say he would allow him to join the Chinese group. The next day, the professor was already ready to ask him a few questions. Lu Zhou glanced at the papers. This was too simple. A moment later, he was already sitting at the computer, typing out formulas. The first 2 questions are easy, but the last one, the professor seems to have studied string theory. The man advised him to write whatever he wanted. He didn't have to worry about his opinion. Then Lu Zhou will say directly, he agrees with Mr. Yang's point of view. The main idea of string theory is that the fundamental unit of nature is not a point particle, but a very small one-dimensional string. But until now, their understanding of matter is still at the level of microscopic particles, and no one can actually see the existence of a string. This means that he also believes that developing string theory is useless. Of course not. Many theories are based on hypotheses such as the Standard Model. Everything depends on the development of technology. All research in the field of quantum chromodynamics, and even the Large Hadron Collider in Europe, are not designed to test standard models. Professor Lu Shenjian praised the boy. He answered all the questions well. Now he will prepare the necessary documents for his lab assistant. He must try to obtain a visa as soon as possible. Lu Zhou warned his student that he was leaving for Europe in a few days, and he did not know how long he would stay there. He's involved in a major project by a Chinese research group. The project is located at the Large Hadron Collider, on the border between Switzerland and France, next to the European Organization for Nuclear Research. Only a few days had passed, and the professor and his lab assistant were already outside Geneva Airport. They were met by an escort. The man grinned for too long. He greeted the young scholar with a smile. He had heard a lot about him. Lu Zhou is quite famous. His name is Yan Xinjue. He shouldn't be modest. Everyone knows he's the next Fields medalist. The whole university is rooting for him. The escort has already booked hotel rooms for them. They can get into the car. Without taking his eyes off the road, Yan Xinju briefed the new researchers on the matter. They were currently analyzing the resonant state of baryon decay. Since last year, they have been conducting theoretical analysis at Thomas Jefferson's laboratory in the US and at the Moscow Institute of Theoretical and Experimental Physics in Russia. They were met at the hotel by one of the professors. The student had borrowed his car, so he knew that they would arrive. The man glanced sideways at the young student with interest. He was new. Lu Zhou introduced himself by shaking the professor's hand. The man had only recently heard about it from his friends at Princeton. They must be tired. He shows the guests to their rooms. Professor Greyer is also a renowned expert in theoretical physics, and he and Professor Lu have known each other for a long time. It is said that he has trained many of the brightest minds in physics, the largest number in the entire world. Lu Zhou assessed his spacious room, and it was indeed not bad. He was warned that there would be a special meeting at 8 o'clock in the evening. Here are the documents. Let him read them. The results of the CERN vote were published. The majority is in favor of conducting a reanalysis of the resonance state of the previous baryon before the start of the experiment. The guy was full of enthusiasm, which is what is required of him. After all, he still needs to complete the system's tasks, so he has to participate. He doesn't want to be useless and end up with only one experience point. But while he needs to wait for tasks to be distributed, he can instead look at the documents to quickly get up to speed. They need a good mathematician to succeed, so they believe in him. The meeting with Professor Lu Shenjiang went very efficiently. Within 10 minutes, everyone had finished and assigned their tasks. Lu Zhou is responsible for the calculations, or more precisely, for processing the data that academician Lu provides him. Everyone was working so hard that time passed very quickly. 3 days later, all team members had established contact and were communicating with each other without any problems. Lu Zhou was very helpful. With his presence on the team, things moved faster. Lu Xinjiang was amazed. His thought process was unique. It seemed like this answer should be correct. By the way, he has news. Syracuse University has already analyzed the B1 data, but the bad news is that they are one step ahead. Lu Zhou was dissatisfied. There was no good news. CERN cannot accept two papers on the same topic, so CERN will accept the one that comes first. Are they not going to conduct a report? But the guy was almost finished, Lu Xinjiang replied with disappointment. They submitted the application too late. Lu Zhou felt guilty because all this happened because he took too long to calculate. But his partner reassured him. No one blames him. Syracuse University is very strong, and they have more mathematicians. Towards midday, the entire team was called to a meeting. CERN was grateful for their cooperation. Jinlin University's research capabilities are impressive. He hopes the team can publish their report as soon as possible. Their results are still pending. This is Professor Brunos from the Department of Theoretical Physics at Syracuse University, who works in the field of quantum chromodynamics. Lu Zhou listened silently to the conversation. Director Lu is terrible. Then, when the exchange of pleasantries was over, he sat down in his place. A woman stepped onto the podium, ready to present her topic. She spoke at length and confidently. Each of her arguments was carefully supported. But the guy still had the feeling that something was wrong. He decided to check the papers that outlined the research project. When the woman finished, many were already out of focus. She had spoken for so long that no one had any questions. However, Lu Zhou decided to break the silence, asking if she could explain the line on the 4th page of the report in more detail. The woman raised an eyebrow. It seemed that everything was written very clearly here. Couldn't something be wrong? Her team is using the strange potential of Yukawa. Lu Zhou would like to hear an explanation of this part. She doesn't think there's any good explanation for the use of the Yukawa potential. If he can't understand the basics, he'd better go back to studying his quantum chromodynamics textbooks. This stupid question amused many in the audience, and laughter could be heard. As she said, Yukawa's potential is the basic fundamentals. but the value they calculated on page 5 does not correspond. Their group's analysis is different, but he simply did the calculation according to their process, and there should be a different number. Therefore, Lu Zhou thinks that her team has an error in the 11th line on the 5th page because they used the wrong constant. The woman frowned but thanked him for pointing out the small error. After all, it shouldn't affect the conclusion of the report. Lu Zhou continued. They should also remember to change the Dalitz diagram, especially on the unit interval, and try not to be careless next time. Many in the hall were amazed. He spoke quite brazenly. The woman on the podium was starting to get angry. It didn't matter. She could guarantee that the others had no more problems. Lu Zhou laughed briefly. If it didn't matter, then why were they even gathering here? Isn't it to prove that their assumption is only 99.99% correct? His point is correct. They cannot accept a report with obvious errors. They are grateful for their work, but unfortunately, their report needs improvement. It was a fascinating presentation, and they are looking forward to next time. Thank you all. Lu Zhou couldn't help but grin smugly. He had beaten them. The professor also grinned furtively. He patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. He just thought there was something wrong with the report, so he looked through it carefully and found the error. The student had a hunch that the team was in a big hurry. If they had double-checked everything properly, they certainly wouldn't have made a mistake. Their team still has time to develop the report. It will need to be submitted the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Lu Zhou knew he would be sleep-deprived for the next few days. He would complete the remaining few steps tonight, and then double-check everything tomorrow. They can't lose to Syracuse University, because their competitors are just waiting for them to screw up. When the guy left the auditorium, someone was already waiting for him. The woman chuckled in displeasure, and he found it amusing to embarrass the innocent girl on stage. The stranger stepped forward. His presentation was the day after tomorrow. She was looking forward to it. Lu Zhou threw up his hands. He doesn't know what exactly she's waiting for, but he's confident that he'll live up to her expectations. Several days of hard work, and finally the day of the report arrived. The woman carefully read the report. This is impossible. Something must definitely be wrong. They just missed it. You need to be more attentive, and they will definitely find mistakes. Dr. Nelson tried to reassure her. He understands her feelings, but it is absolutely impossible to find any flaws in their work. Lu Zhou. She should know his name. Earlier this year, he proved the twin number conjecture, and is even in line to win this year's Cole Prize in number theory. And not only is Cole the winner of the award this year, but he is also a contender for the Fields Medal, based on the results he has achieved so far. Her opponent is a potential Fields Medal winner. Does she still think they have a chance? Corella felt disgusted as she listened to the applause in which her opponent was basking. The next day, Lu Zhou was distracted by a quiet knock on the door. Lu Xinjiang opened the door. Did he want to go and see how the work was going? Lu Zhou was just starting to get bored. Of course he wanted to. Isn't this old Lu's disciple? What wind brought him here? I just wanted to come and see how work on such a large project is going. Despite the fact that he is rarely here, he does not waste his time and works conscientiously. Lu Zhou carefully looked through the data. Everything was fine. But why did he feel like this picture was familiar to him? He enlarged the picture, and they didn't think the data in that area was a little strange. This is not uncommon. They always observe some peculiar signals on the atlas. Received during a collision, they make up less than 1% of the data, so it could just be noise. Lu Zhou narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. What about the data on the CMS detector? The lab upstairs is responsible for them. If he's so interested, let him wait a bit. But he wants to remind him that the experimental data is not for the general public. Lu Zhou smiled politely. He won't do that, thanks to the professor. When he was given access, he sat down with interest to study the information. He would see if it could surprise him. 5 days had passed, and he was exhausted as expected. He would have to turn to Professor Grail. A couple of minutes later, the guy was already in his office, and the professor was looking through the data with interest. This is experimental data from 2012 and 2013, when they were looking for the Higgs boson. But the guy should understand that its energy is only 25 units, and they don't make the collision energy that big when they're looking for it. Lu Zhou finally began to understand what was going on. He was grateful for the explanation. If a student wants to use the Hadron Collider, The professor suggests that he find someone influential to help him. After all, no matter how much data he analyzes, he still needs to confirm the results experimentally. Lu Zhou had originally planned to do this, but first he needed to make his theory more reliable. The professor asked the student to recommend someone, to which Lu Zhou happily agreed. Frank Wilczek, the 2004 Nobel Prize winner in physics, is probably the easiest to convince, so he might have a chance. The next day, a European conference on nuclear research took place, and quite a lot of people attended. The professor looked around. Lu Zhou was nowhere to be found. Where was he? Okay, let him spend some time in peace and quiet. At that very moment, their conversation was interrupted by an academician the professor knew. Let him guess who he just met backstage. The answer from his student made the professor worry about what he should do there. When the next person was announced, Lu Zhou came onto the stage. For some reason, today in particular, he was worried. There were so many people. It was really some kind of stress for him. Of course, he began his speech with an introduction. It was a great honor for him, as an intern, to take part in this international experiment. When the tests were going on, he noticed some interesting things on the Atlas detector. They observed several very specific signals. He knows that many people think that this is most likely a two-way phantom signal, or simply an error in the acceptable range. Therefore, the student specifically found data for the year 2012 and statistically analyzed it, after which he built a probabilistic model. Lu Zhou's speech and explanations were quite complex and lengthy, but the guy never stumbled. Towards the end, he became more emotional. Maybe this is the last piece of the puzzle they were looking for, the supersymmetric particle. For a moment, his conclusion shocked everyone present. There was dead silence in the hall. Then he burst into applause. The guy's heart began to beat faster. After his presentation, the student met with his professor. If a guy wants to use the Hadron Collider, he suggests finding someone influential to help him. After all, no matter how much data he analyzes, he still needs to confirm the results experimentally. This is what Lu Zhou wants. But first, he needs to make his theory more reliable. Well, the professor has someone in mind. The next day, young Master Lu had an appointment on the professor's recommendation. Mr. Frank looked kind and asked in a soft voice to sit down. The old man immediately started asking the guy what he thought it could be. Lu Zhou, who had been sitting a moment ago, jumped up from the sofa. Supersymmetric particles. Frank Wilczek was extremely skeptical. He raised his eyebrows. It was unreal. Well, there is such a possibility. Maybe it is something else, but it is worth studying. He doesn't think so. The old man tried to stop him with a gesture. He was only slightly interested in the young student's discovery. It didn't matter at all. CERN wouldn't fuss over an incomplete theory. However, Frank Wilczek is willing to give him a chance. If the guy can improve his theory by the end of the month, he will recommend him to present a report at the European Conference on Nuclear Research. If the young man can convince him, the old man will help him convince the others. After logging in, Lu Zhou first decided to look at his accumulated experience points, a whole 100,000. In addition, he also received 50,000 experience points in mathematics. If he wants to further improve his level of physics, he must first improve his level of mathematics, since it determines the maximum level of other disciplines. Well, the most exciting moment has arrived. The lottery. Not even a couple of seconds had passed before the guy suddenly stopped the wheel. The system congratulated him. He received a sample, a pistol scanner, but its use was one time. It has studied the object, scans the internal structure of an object with a volume of 1 cubic meter, and is able to analyze the structure and composition. His next task is to prove Polignac's conjecture. If proving the twin number hypothesis gave him around 40,000 experience points, then the reward for this task should definitely be no less. All that remained was to hope that the reward for this task would not disappoint him, and that his efforts would not be in vain. Lu Zhou was deep in thought when he was distracted by the ringing of his phone. In a few days, the professor is going to Beijing, and his student is supposed to go with him, where he will meet someone. After some phone calls, Lu Zhou managed to arrange for a separate laboratory to be allocated to him. Many days of hard work have passed. It's time to reap the rewards. He was eager to know the results, so he quickly ran through the lines. No explosion, no smoke. He did it all. He initially thought that the material and carbon nanoparticles needed to be combined to completely solve the problem of lithium dendrite formation. However, There was a gap in his knowledge, so he turned to the system that is affected by carbon nanoparticles. But the girl didn't answer anything useful. His level is too low, so access is denied. Lu Zhou felt angry. This system was not at all kind or lenient. When the boy went out for a walk, he met Brother Qian in the corridor. Their topics of study overlapped at the moment, so the guy invited him to join their team. It was to Lu Zhu's advantage what kind of project they had. Recent research from the University of Massachusetts has shown that sulfur is fixed in mesoporous carbon fiber as a material and positive electrode, which effectively slows the growth of lithium dendrites in the negative electrode. Lu Zhu had his own thoughts on this matter. If this discovery was so important, they wouldn't have sent it to a simple journal. As long as there was such an opportunity, his team would conduct experiments. And they could not discuss it. Lu Zhou could only wish the guy good luck. The proof of a mathematical conjecture affects only a dozen papers. The emergence of new technologies can destroy research projects, but he still plans to register a patent and publish the work. On the other hand, the resources that would have been wasted on the lithium anode material can be redirected to other projects. He is not some kind of hypocrite, but just an ordinary student who strives to gain as much knowledge as possible. Lu Zhou found a reliable agent to be responsible for his patent application. A 30-year-old man named Han Tianyu. His resume made him look quite reliable, and his professional expression did indeed resemble that of an insurance agent. Well, it's time to focus all my efforts on proving Polignac's conjecture. He hadn't been in this place for so long, but it still remained the same, without any changes. He had barely sat down in his place when a familiar girl's voice called out to him. Someone asked him with a laugh to help with some problem. The girl's lips stretched into a smile. She said hello. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. The girl sat down unceremoniously next to him. How about we go get something to drink? The small eatery next to the library was warm and cozy, and Lu Zhou felt his mood improve. It's summer holidays now, so the girl decided to go back to her home university. By the way, she heard about her younger sister, that her friend is going to Princeton next year. Lu Zhou nodded. He would graduate by summer, by which time he would go to Princeton to get his doctorate. The girl also shared her latest news. She received an invitation from the University of Pennsylvania and is leaving at the end of the year. This means that she was a very good student from the very beginning, which is why she was able to enter such a prestigious university. After a small snack, the guy and the girl went for a walk, and a pleasant conversation lifted both of their spirits. As she said goodbye, the girl smiled at him and wished him good night. The study of Polignac's hypothesis had reached a problematic point, and Lu Zhou was in despair. He read a lot of literature and tried many methods, but still could not come up with an idea to prove this theory. Something was missing. Disappointment and panic overwhelmed him. At that moment, an email from Mr. Frank arrived in his inbox. He will try to process this data as quickly as possible. It will only take 3 days, the man can rest assured. He will keep everything secret. Lu Zhou stretched, loosening the stiff muscles in his back. It was time for breakfast. However, almost a moment later, he received a reply letter from the professor. It looked like it would be a tough battle this time. He may be right, but the guy is still inclined to believe that they discovered not a new world, but Iceland. Although Lu Zhou joked at the end, his mood was not so good. Perhaps the two-string operations were the wrong choice. One is number theory. The other is functional analysis and group theory. And there are many problems in both. This is not the most inconvenient thing. Wilczek introduced the operation of an additional dimension outside the field of symmetry. This is really a shortcoming on the part of mathematics. From Lu Zhou's point of view, solving this problem in terms of dark matter would avoid many mathematical problems. From the point of view of dark matter, each generator can be compared to a function, and its mathematical intuition says that the possibilities for this are great. Lu Zhou desperately turned to the system to find out if there was any kind of free solution. When he received an affirmative answer, his face lit up. He needed him right now. The girl chuckled. Just let him jump out of the dorm window. Doesn't he want to die once and for all? Lu Zhou rolled his eyes and turned away. If only group theory was as simple as number theory. Wait a minute. Group theory. That method. It might actually work. The guy then spent several hours setting up the program, entering data, and towards the middle of the day, he finally finished. However, The method of investigating the structure of group theory is not suitable. It will just do it. On the 20th, they are going to Beijing. The professor has already bought the tickets, so his student can start getting ready. Lu Zhou agreed without question. But could his professor explain why they were going there? It's just that the 12th conference of the Chinese National Mathematical Society will be held, and the people above decided to combine this with the 80th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party. Besides, Lu Zhou wants to see Old Man Yao so that the guy can join in the fun. How can you get in without an invitation? It's a math conference. The professor changed the topic to whether there were any results on his research into the Polignac hypothesis. Lu Zhou was embarrassed. He would prepare something. The professor decided to remind him that the deadline for submitting applications was next Friday, so he should hurry. Lu Zhou was ready to tear his hair out in despair, but he forced a smile. Thanks for the reminder. At Shanjing Airport, they were met again by Lu Xinjiang. The sight of Lu Zhou working until late at night frightened him, but fortunately, the article was ready. He made it in time. Lu Zhou was the first to break the silence in the salon. Yan would also be at this conference. The professor advised not to pay much attention to him. He wants to get there purely for fun. Lu Xinjiang felt a slight pang of resentment. How could he understand this? He was here to support Lu Zhou. What fun? What support? He's just giving a report, a very ordinary one. There won't be any serious statements from him. The driver laughed. How modest. But no matter. Modesty is the key to success. The professor smiled strangely. Then he advised him to change his hairstyle too, as he needed to look his best on stage. Lu Zhou looked from one to the other. These two were hiding something. When the student entered his room, his eyes widened in surprise. He was so big. He hasn't eaten anything since this morning. Perhaps he should go to a restaurant and get something to eat. Even so, he was not allowed to reach his destination. Some guy, recognizing him, came up to shake his hand with a smile. Wei Xian, a graduate student at Aurora University. He saw the guy at a conference in Princeton, but he didn't get a chance to talk to him because he became too famous. So a lot of people followed him. Then the guy introduced him to his supervisor, Professor Ma Chang, who specializes in algebraic geometry. The professor complimented the young man. He is truly impressive. His appearance alone evokes admiration. Lu Zhou smiled. Professor Ma is too kind. He still has a lot to learn. No need to praise him so much. By the way, there are rumors that a young student is studying Polignac's hypothesis. He also knows a little number theory. They could look at each other's work and exchange ideas. In academic circles, it is very reckless to ask others to look at unfinished work. Not to mention that Lu Zhou is not his student, so he has no reason to look at the professor's work. Lu Zhou tried to refuse as politely as possible. He liked to study mathematics alone, so he didn't want to waste his time. As soon as he went to the toilet, the professor had already disappeared. It was hard to find him in the hall. Should he take the professor's suggestion more calmly? The situation made him feel a little uneasy. Unfortunately, even before the conference began, he had already accidentally managed to offend his elder. But nothing could be done. He would simply forget about it. Lu Xinjiang approached him to introduce him to Professor Yang, a distinguished alumnus from their university. The man shook his hand with a smile. He had just spoken about his glorious achievements. He did not expect to meet the young students so quickly. The professor patted each of them on the shoulder. They must do everything possible, because the future of the country depends on them. Finally, after the opening of the ceremony, the host was given the opportunity to announce the awards. The first winner is Professor Yang Jiguang from the Institute of Mathematics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The second award winner, the presenter, took a long pause, warming up the audience's interest. Lu Zhou momentarily thought he had misheard when he heard his name. Holding the prize in his hands, he was still trying to comprehend what had just happened. How he could have gotten it. The presenter handed him the microphone, asking him to say a word. Lu Zhou, of course, thanked the university for teaching him, as well as the Mathematical Society. He will not forget his heart and will continue to move forward and strive for new achievements on the path of mathematics. Then the guy made a deep bow and held that position for a long time, while his ears were caressed by the applause of the audience. After each such event, the muscles in his fingers grew stronger, because each time he had to run away from more and more paparazzi. Lu Zhou was lucky that his colleague was already waiting for him. In one leap, he jumped into the car. They had to get out of here as quickly as possible. Brother Lu has become very popular, a 21-year-old mathematics laureate, and will probably win the Fields Medal by the time he's 30. Lu Zhou was still trying to catch his breath. He waved it off. No need to joke like that. Popularity is not as good as they say. The professor went out drinking with his friends, and they would return to the hotel to eat. What Lu Zhao plans next is still to develop in the field of mathematical physics. Lu Zhou smiled. Mathematics is an important tool for scientific research. It is like a knife. It can be used in any discipline. But he is interested not only in sharpening, but also in using the knife. Lu Xinjiang raised his finger and grinned, saying it as if it were cut off. He will be looking forward to seeing his colleague on stage in Stockholm. Sitting in the salon, the guy could finally allow himself to relax. He hoped that everything would go well tomorrow. The next day, during his speech, he felt slightly exhausted and his speech seemed a little sluggish. While studying Polignac's conjecture, he came across Hilbert's proofs of the infinity of prime numbers, which inspired him. He made some interesting changes and improvements to Hilbert's work, talking about infinite numbers, an approach that could simplify many complex problems. While the guy was performing, he slowly came to his senses and felt better and better. He finished the presentation with a smile, and if something was unclear, he could answer questions. The room was silent for a moment, until one hand shot up. The man looked dissatisfied. The 47th line in his work, when discussing Wilson's theorem, an interesting index is mentioned. So a cyclic group of even order has a unique element of order too. Isn't this a bit rough around the edges? The stranger pierced him with a piercing gaze of light eyes. That was his question. It's not that. He just wanted to save space and left out some unrelated steps. Lu Zhou expected the man to continue pressuring him, but he thanked him and sat down in his seat. After his question, the audience perked up and several more hands went up. Lu Zhou felt tired again. Wasn't it, Professor Ma? Whether it is Wilson's theorem or the infinite prime problem, both are proved using group theory. Of course, the man doesn't doubt the value of his research, but he doubts whether this small study deserves to be discussed here. He also noted that the student answered all the questions in detail, but he did not answer his own research topic, the Polignac hypothesis. He felt that the magazine wanted to hear about his achievements for the year, so he spent a year studying the group structure method and what his successes were. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth, of course. It was all because of the previous incident. Many scientists in the hall sat with their mouths open. It seemed a conflict was brewing. Someone intervened. Hadn't Ma Chang'an read the latest issue of the mathematics yearbook? The man turned sharply towards the speaker and raised an eyebrow, asking what he was talking about. In the last issue, I published an article proving the Polignac conjecture. The author is the guy who is standing on stage now. The method he used to solve the Polignac conjecture is the so-called group structure method. Lu Zhou confirmed his words. In this report, he described in detail the content of the group structure method. Then the guy decided to finish his conference on his own. He bowed and thanked everyone for listening to him. Every time he goes on stage to give a presentation, he meets someone who can create problems at any moment. But it won't be about bad things. It's time to try your luck in the lucky lottery again. The nitrogen shield contains 100 units of energy and can effectively resist kinetic energy for 5 minutes. The system added that he should keep in mind that this item is disposable. His task is to solve a mathematical conjecture related to prime numbers. Next year, he's going to Princeton to get his PhD, an offer that's perfect for him. The Cole Prize in Number Theory was won by Zhang Yiqiang, who was of Chinese descent but did not hold Chinese citizenship. If Lu Zhou wins this award, he will fill a gap in their country's awards. When the guy landed, imagine his surprise when he was met. However, now he wanted peace and quiet. He was unhappy with what they were doing here, and he almost forgot that his old acquaintance had been promoted to student council president. The professor was also there, and with a kind smile, he congratulated his former student. The dean had a meeting, so he told the professor to meet him. Lu Zhou feigned awkwardness. He was grateful, but it wasn't that far. He could just call a taxi. No way. He is a model student of their university. Many professors envy him. They decided to have a small celebration on the top floor of the university cafeteria. For big theories like the Polignac conjecture, you usually have to wait 5 or 10 years to get results. But the guy was able to do it much faster. Lu Zhou tried to be modest, but the professor didn't like it. There was no need to do that. Exactly. It would be better if he prepared the report. He should try to do it before the December annual review. Incidentally, his previous research funds have not yet been fully utilized. The professor was about to take a sip. How much was left? Lu Zhou exhaled quietly. More than 1.5 million. The professor splashed his colleagues with surprise. He didn't spend any of them at all. He was too frugal. Then how about buying him a new printer or computer? Lu Zhou wasn't sure if he could make such purchases with that money. There will be no problems with purchasing a computer, since it is considered equipment. The same person does not buy a house or apartment. But can he pay for part of the purchase with his own funds? Part from research funds? And part from his own money? The professor was taken aback by how much his computer cost. Blushing slightly, the student raised 2 fingers. About that many. The professor couldn't understand whether it was really 200,000. But when the guy started talking about 2 million, he froze. Such an expensive computer should definitely please Xiaomi. And indeed, he received the message. The program was grateful. Lu Zhou was delighted with the system, which was finally capable of solving more complex problems, when he was interrupted by a call. His patent is registered. Now he can take it back. However, it is only valid in China. International patents require a separate application, and the application fee varies depending on the country. They sent him a price list, and then the guy swore it was too expensive. Still unsure, he ended the call. Now he had one thing to finish. Finally, he packed his suitcase, and now he will wait. Lu Zhou decided to take a walk around campus in the late afternoon, when he saw a familiar silhouette. He called out to Liu Rui. The guy greeted him with a smile. He didn't know that his neighbor had already returned. Of course, the first thing the guys did was go to the pub. Liu Rui hasn't kept up with the events in his neighbor's life, so it turns out he's leaving again soon. Now, looking at the entire mathematics department, few can compare to him. But this guy is the only one he can't catch up with. After a short silence, his voice changed somehow subtly. He sincerely wished Lu Zhou to take care of himself. The next day, the friends said goodbye. Liu Rui decided to see his neighbor off. Lu Zhou realized that summer would soon be coming to an end. How quickly time flies. After several difficult hours, the student was already at the University of California at Berkeley. Luo Wenxuan escorted him to the hotel and asked the organizer to prepare a room in a 5-star hotel especially for him. The guy admired Brother Lu. This year is not over yet, and he decided to shock everyone again. Luo Wenxuan lowered his voice. So, as the winner of the Cole Prize in Number Theory, how is Mr. Lu Zhou feeling? The guy started making excuses. He hadn't received anything yet. His friend had teased him. He shouldn't pretend. Written notification should have been sent a month ago. Lu Zhou admitted that he had already received the notification, but the letter said that it was being kept secret until the official ceremony. Finally, the day of the awards ceremony arrived. The guy tried to look spick and span. Luo Wenxuan introduced the boy to his friend, George Williams. The guy saw his report at the Princeton conference and watched it, almost blinking, because it impressed him so much. George does not study mathematical physics. He is an economist. His supervisor not only studies mathematical physics, he also has a master's degree in economics. So he studies with Professor Witten. The host announced that the annual academic exchange meeting was starting right now. Before that, following the usual practice, it is necessary to announce the awarding of this year's Cole Prize. It was an unusual year. In the field of number theory, one of the graduate students at a Chinese university managed to solve the Gemini number conjecture and the Polignac conjecture. According to practice, this year should be the year of the Cole Prize in algebra. But it is impossible to ignore the number of breakthroughs in number theory this year. Their committee members discussed the issue for over a month, and they made a bold decision. He received the award. The presenter took a long pause. Lu Zhou was getting ready to go on when he announced another name. Peter Scholze. Lu Zhou sat down, still not understanding how this was possible. The host laughed, enjoying his reaction, then said his name. Lu Zhou from China. The student felt humiliated. Couldn't he have just finished the sentence? He almost had a heart attack. Towards the end of the ceremony, a reporter from a Chinese newspaper approached the guy and asked the winners what they were going to do with the money they had won. Mr. Schultz smiled. He would buy his wife some nice skirts, some powdered milk for the baby, and of course, He needed a new pair of shoes. And then the microphone was put to Lu Zhou's lips. In order to buy a house and a car, he hesitated. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he spoke louder. He was going to use the money to fund research to challenge the following hypothesis. His next target is the Goldbach conjecture. A good choice. All these conferences are so exhausting. When he came to the cafeteria, he was finally able to relax. But it was not to be. Mr. Scholz approached him and asked to share dinner with him at the same table. Lu Zhou put on a polite smile, of course. He heard that his colleague was married. And in the second year after he was hired as a professor at the university, he proposed to his wife. They have been together for 3 years. He looks so young, but he has already become a father. The man wiped his lips with a napkin, which is not surprising since he is already 28 years old. Then he asked a counter question. When is the guy going to get married? Lu Zhou looked funny as he feigned confusion. He had no plans to get married yet. And why did he even start talking about this first, discussing this sad topic with others? Being married is not always fun. There is less freedom than when you are single. In fact, his family has brought him more happiness than he could have ever imagined, second only to mathematics, especially because his wife brought him a cute angel who keeps playing with his medals. So he advises his friend to give it a try. He can also guarantee that this will not affect his mathematical work, but rather will inspire it. Lu Zhou stayed in the city to attend the afternoon lecture. Of course, he made the right choice. When it was time for questions, the guy raised his hand. He has doubts about the formula in line 34. How does a teacher determine that a function is holomorphic? The professor explained the problem in detail, clearing up any misunderstandings in the boy's mind. Then a quiet voice came from somewhere to the side, asking if she could ask him something. The girl looked awkward. But what did he learn from this? Taking a break from his lecture, Lu Zhou spent a few minutes explaining the formulas to the girl. She then awkwardly and blushingly asked for his email as she still had questions for him. Then the girl introduced herself. Her name is Vera. She studies at Berkeley. She is very interested in pure mathematics, especially number theory. Lu Zhou went out for a walk. It was sunny. The sun pleasantly warmed his back. Today, he learned a lot of useful things. The silence was broken by a male voice calling his name. One of the university professors invited him to talk in his office. Having made some tea, he brought the conversation to the main topic. The guy is studying Goldbach's conjecture. He tried it too earlier this year, saw his article in a math yearbook, and the professor inspired his method. He thought that by improving it based on Chen's theorem, he could solve this century-old problem. But he failed. The sieve method doesn't work. At least the professor didn't succeed. Goldbach's conjecture is too complicated. It might take a decade to solve it. Maybe it's worth trying the round-robin method. Lu Zhou will study it in his spare time, but he still believes in the sieve method. He thinks it has potential. The professor awkwardly suggested that he teach at Berkeley so they could solve the conjecture together. Unless the guy thought he was stupid, Lu Zhou wasn't sure. He still hadn't gotten his doctorate. Early next year, he will most likely go to Princeton to get it. When the professor was studying for his master's degree, he had the same thing. His supervisor made him study for another year before letting him go. So he offers to keep in touch. He will contact the guy if you find out anything new. By the end of the day, Lu Zhou felt exhausted because he hadn't eaten anything today. He heard that American spare ribs are spicy and delicious. It's time to try them. However, when his order was brought to him, he felt awkward. There was a whole mountain of meat lying in front of him. This portion was clearly not enough for one person. Why so much? Exactly. In America, there is a principle of leaving tips for waiters. The waitress's face seemed familiar to him. It was Vera. Did she really work here? She probably doesn't have a scholarship. He remembers that it's not easy to apply for a scholarship in America. The girl answered shyly. She has a scholarship. Then their conversation was interrupted. The cook prepared another portion. It needed to be picked up. Finally, these difficult days are over. He can have a good rest. The phone rang and the voice on the other end asked when he planned to return to China and whether he would return to university this year. New Year is coming soon. He is going to go straight home and not to university. The man sounded upset. How could he not return? A reward awaits him here. He is now a graduate student, so he can be nominated for the annual award. Lu Zhou didn't care. Let those who needed it more get it. He had already received it once, so he decided to give other people a chance. No, he supports him in everything. Modesty is important for a genius, which means someone else will get 1,000,000 yuan. Others receive 10,000 yuan, but he is given 1,000,000. This is a decision made by the university. He learned about it from the dean. The academic conference ends on the 23rd. If he is needed, he will return immediately. A week later, he was already at Gangneung Airport, and his escort congratulated him on his victory. Enough chatting and freezing outside, they climbed into the car. Student Lu Zhou just returned from America. He must be very tired. No, he is not tired at all. If his home university needs him, he will definitely come. This time, the award ceremony will be shown on Central Television. It's a long story, but this approach is primarily because of him. Young people need a good role model. Damn. Now I'm going to have to really work hard to come up with this damn speech. The guy laughed. Let him try. After all, everyone is counting on him. Lu Zhou felt a pang of guilt. He would have to sweat a lot. The award ceremony had already begun. The host welcomed all the guests. What should he do? He was not prepared at all. Could he ask for help from anyone present? But who should he turn to? Xiao Ai has moved from level 1 to level 2, and you can now check how much her intelligence has advanced. However, one message later he became disillusioned. He was too naive and had placed his hopes on artificial intelligence in vain. You only need to rely on yourself. And now his name has been announced. Go ahead. It is a great honor for him to stand here again. He has a lot to say about mathematics, as he has said many times at conferences. But that is not what he wants to talk about now. Many of them may have only recently entered university and still have some curiosity and excitement from school, asking themselves what they need to do to keep that enthusiasm going. He has nothing to say about his learning experience. Perhaps the librarian will have more to say about it than he does. But when it comes to university life, he hopes his personal experience will help new students be enthusiastic and interested in their surroundings. Let them study in the library, show off their wonderful eloquence in the student council. All this is their way of finding themselves. The guy hopes that in the future they will get at least something out of their university life and not waste these 4 years. Then he bowed. Lu Zhou said everything he wanted. Thank you. He was then presented with an award and also praised for his good speech. At the end of the day, the boy returned to his home, where his sister greeted him with a hug. They hadn't seen each other for a whole year, and she had grown taller again. His sister was eager to chat, and she pulled him forcefully into the room. The parents went to the supermarket. Today there will be stewed fish for dinner. She is currently working on her own test, by the way. Where is her gift? Lu Zhou smiled. It's in the suitcase. Let him help carry it to the room and pour his brother a drink. But you don't have to eat it all at once. Otherwise, he won't recognize her when he returns from Princeton. He decided to talk about an important topic. If she had financial difficulties, he would definitely help her solve them. Now, her main goal was to study hard. His sister was happy, and she also had 2 pieces of good news that he would like to hear first. Lu Zhou guessed one of them. She became the first in the class in the monthly exam. And the second is that her mother asked her to ask him if he would like to give a speech at school. Lu Zhou wondered if his sister wanted him to go. The girl nodded frequently. Lu Zhou chuckled. Then, he will come. Xiao Tong handed him over in her tight embrace. Her elder brother is the best. Just a couple of days later, the guy was giving a speech. He graduated from this school back in 2013. During the day, Lu Zhou decided to take a walk alone with his father. Xiao Tong will go to university. Do his parents want to renovate the house? His father advised him not to rush. They could wait until he had his own family and home. After the Chinese New Year, Lu Zhou will receive his master's degree, after which he will go to Princeton to receive his doctorate. He currently has about $10,000 plus a scholarship at Princeton. Now his son doesn't need the yuan, so he can give them to his father. When the boy said the figure of 1 million, his father started coughing, and Lu Zhou tried to calm him down. He should keep this money for himself. Let him save it for his house for the wedding. Does his father really look like someone who needs support? Lu Zhou continued to stand his ground, saying that he was not planning to get married and that his sister would soon be entering university. The father said that he could provide for her, but the guy did not agree. Did he really want Xiao Tong to be like him? Father knows that he cares about his sister, but university is not that expensive. Lu Zhou doesn't just care about Xiao Tong. He also has his parents after all. He will be abroad and wants everything to be fine with his mother. The father could no longer resist, he agreed. Just let him do as he wanted. Only a couple of days have passed, and he already had to say goodbye to his sister. He is returning to university again. Lu Zhou received his education certificate and university diploma. It was time to set off on a new journey. His thoughts were interrupted by a ringing sound. The voice on the other end was female. Lu Zhou looked at his watch. His flight was in about an hour. After this, the girl abruptly hung up the call. What does this even mean? After several hours of sleep on the plane, the guy finally landed at the Philadelphia airport. Luo Wenxuan met him to take him to the place. After they had already driven away, the guy realized that his phone was still in his suitcase. But it's okay. He'll wait until they get to the restaurant. Chen Yushan continued to stand in the main hall in despair, wondering why he still hadn't responded. Could it be that his flight was delayed and she was already so hungry? Lu Zhou was looking through the menu when his phone rang again. Where is he now? Chen Yushan sounded angry. He was already in Philadelphia and didn't tell her anything. She asked him to wait for her and not start without her. Luo Wenxuan looked at his friend with a puzzled expression when he asked for another set of chopsticks. When the girl got to the cafe, Lu Zhou introduced her to his friend. She is a student at the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. Finally, the dishes arrived, and everyone's stomach was howling with hunger. After a small meal, the young people said goodbye. As soon as the guy gets his license, he will come to Philadelphia and treat her. Chen Yushan waved her hand with a smile. She will remember this. After some time, the friends finally arrived at Princeton. Although Lu Zhou had been here before, he had not yet gone on a tour. Luo Wenxuan will help him get settled in. Last time, he didn't have time to really explore Princeton, so his friend might get lost here. At the registration desk, the guy was informed that he was already registered as a student, and he was also given a student ID and a key to a dorm room. After a long period of filling out paperwork, Lu Zhou finally finished registering. Luo Wenxuan was curious about who his supervisor was, but he was still thinking about it. He hasn't had time for this in the last few days. Maybe his friend could recommend someone to him. If he is going to study mathematical physics, then he can recommend his earphone Edward Witten. But if he still wants to study number theory or algebra, then Deline. It seems like Brother Luo has something else on his mind besides his ex-girlfriend. Lu Zhou decided to move into the dormitory, where he and his friends said goodbye. After wandering the streets for a long time, the student finally found a dormitory. His expression is frozen. Why is it retro? With familiar pink hair fluttering in the wind, Miss Melina greeted him happily. She didn't know he was coming, but why didn't he call her? She could have picked him up. The girl also oriented him on the spot, showing him how to get to his room. She bombarded him with questions, by the way. He had already chosen a scientific supervisor. She means that if he hasn't made up his mind yet, then she can recommend him hers, Sophie Morel. Lu Zhou let out a breath of surprise. He didn't know that she was studying with Sophie Morel. Her previous offer still stands. Lu Zhou is needed by her team. The guy looked at her outstretched hand for a while, doubt weighing on his shoulders. Then he turned away abruptly. He was grateful for the invitation, but he would still refuse. Entering his room, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything wasn't as bad as it turned out to be. He's practically the most popular student, so he has a 99% chance of winning. And she recommended that he take a professor with whom his chance would drop to 80. He plans to major in number theory, and Delling is indeed a good choice. The professor shook his hand with a smile. Welcome. His research group is mainly focused on studying standard hypotheses. He does not have strict requirements for the guy, and he will not hinder his development. Lu Zhou scratched his head and apologized. He couldn't save the strength to join his project. The man respects his decision, but as his supervisor, he must know what his research entails. Lu Zhou tilted his head slightly and smiled. Goldbach's conjecture. Goldbach's conjecture is an interesting problem. He also studied it in his youth, but he did not delve into it deeply, so it is unlikely that he will be able to help him. Currently, the closest research results are Chen's proof and the proof of Helfgott's ternary problem. Besides his own research, there are other things the guy has to do for him, such as working as a teaching assistant. Professor Delling believes in his abilities in number theory. In fact, the guy is more than ready for the job. In addition, the professor prepared a gift for him. He heard that his student's family situation is not very good. He can take this to the finance department and sort out his tuition fees. Melina wasn't about to give up. She picked up a guy in the cafeteria. She had already heard the latest news. He had chosen Professor Dellin as his leader. The girl frowned and moved forward. Was he really not interested in her project at all? Lu Zhou rolled his eyes. Their project was completely unrealistic. It was like building a house on Mars. She must let him think in order to prove the Riemann hypothesis. First, you will have to build a new theoretical basis and use it to solve the problem. Melina exploded. She raised her voice. They're doing it right now. But Lu Zhou knew that they hadn't made any progress yet, even though she had said that they would soon succeed. She and her manager could do this their whole lives. So she still doesn't plan to see results anytime soon. Then let him continue. But there is no need to drag him along. He has other things to do. The girl's expression changed subtly. He was talking about Professor Delein's research project. The guy shook his head. No, he was going to work on Goldbach's conjecture. At first, the girl thought he was joking. She was not mistaken. He had also gone crazy. Lu Zhou's head. He is not going to use the new method. The circular and sieve method have nothing to do with it. Obviously, the guy chuckled. He will use his own method. 3 weeks had already passed. Professor Delein gave him a year. If during this year his project still did not progress, he would be assigned another job. Maybe he should listen to Professor Delein and relax. They say the owner of this center is a wealthy Middle Easterner who can help with the paperwork and offer some car modifications when purchasing. Lu Zhou was really hoping that it was someone he knew, so he could try to get a discount. Cars here are already quite cheap, especially with discounts. A high-class car will cost only $60,000. Lu Zhou didn't intend to spend all the money he received just on a car. The main thing was that it would run. After some time, he sat down in the car he had just bought. He would get there himself, since he remembered the route well and had a navigator. As he was leaving, he said goodbye to his friend. They would see each other again. Later in the evening, he met with Chen Yushan, who had been sharing her impressions of her studies for some time. When he returned to the dorm, it did not escape Melina's attention. She knew he had gone on a date. Lu Zhou started the computer and received a new letter, Vera wrote. She may not have much experience, but she's a quick learner and has a great sensitivity to numbers. If he were a professor at Berkeley, he certainly wouldn't mind taking her on as a student. Lu Zhou felt he was ignoring something obvious when delving into Goldbach's conjecture. He always inadvertently overlooked something. He hoped that he could catch hold of what he had been too far away from and re-examine and remember some basic things. Same result, different paths, the final piece of the puzzle. And at that moment, inspiration dawned on him. He had finally found it. More than 2 months had passed, and Lu Zhou had practically forgotten what normal sleep and nutrition were. But still, he was not discouraged. The main thing was that he finally achieved results. However, he had reason to be concerned about how such mathematical conjectures were treated. If he completed the proof but no one accepted his work for decades, he would be stuck with the task. But the system will make its decision regardless of the opinions of other people. His determination returned to him, in which case he would test it a little. And indeed, after the article was published, his assignment was accepted. Going on the offensive and defensive, now he knows the criteria. It's his turn. After completing the task, the first thing he did was head to the dining room to have a good breakfast. But even so, he was distracted, the professor called. If a man asks about Goldbach's conjecture, it is true. He has proven it. Although there are no clear guarantees, he is more than 90% confident in his theory. The professor had already read his work, and frankly, Goldbach's conjecture was outside his field. His own opinion may not decide anything. And besides, he is his boss. The man will arrange an hour-long talk with the Institute for Advanced Study. But it won't be that easy. The guy will need to prepare a presentation and a speech. As the man predicted, it was difficult. But he still managed to come to an agreement. Since his research failed, he would not accept imperfect answers. The man was skeptical about Lu Zhao's proof from China. The student was grateful to everyone who came from all over the world to Princeton today to hear him talk about the results of his research into the Goldbach hypothesis. He divided the content of this report into 2 parts. One would be devoted to the method of group structure that he used to prove the hypothesis, and the other part to the proof itself. The so-called group structure method is an abbreviation of the method of investigating the general structure of group theory. Its main idea is to use the concepts of cyclic groups to study the infinity problem. The professor from the committee did not expect that during his absence, in principle, another talent would not appear. Not bad. It reminds him of himself in his youth. Only in moments of despair can a person find inspiration and break out of a dead end. Their conversations were interrupted by loud applause, which was directed at the young man who had already accomplished so much at his young age. It seems their worries were unnecessary. Everything went smoothly. The proof of Goldbach's conjecture is here, and Lu Jiao thinks he has proved it. He was advised to contact one of the teachers, and a week later the man became familiar with his research. The application of group theory to distillation is simply amazing. He looks forward to its achievements in the future. The man congratulated the student. His article will be published in the next issue of the journal Mathematical Yearbook. The collected brainwave signals will be analyzed using specialized software to reconstruct what the target was subconsciously thinking during the device's startup period. In simpler terms, this is mind reading. The content of the recent systemic lottery really does contain all sorts of monsters, but fortunately, this reward mission suits him just fine, and he is also thinking about developing other areas. Lu Jiao walked into the room assigned to him. A sigh escaped his lips. This is a complete mess. There is nothing he can do. He must ask someone to help him. Then he called Luo Wenxuan. It was hard for him to clean up everything here alone. In exchange, he would buy him some food. The guy crossed his arms over his chest. Once was clearly not enough. His friend had 2 lunches. While clearing away this pile of papers and books, Luo Wenxuan became interested in an article from one of the newspapers. 3 hours to prove the Goldbach conjecture, the Li Sheng conjecture, and the Polignac conjecture. What this man is talking about is that he obviously doesn't know the difference between the Riemann function and the Dirichlet function. The date is today, which means the call is for tomorrow. Lu Jiao clearly decided for himself that he would go for it. However, his friend thought that this was a waste of time, and that it would be better to spend his free time preparing for his first lecture. Not that it's any of his business since he's going back to China next month, but let's just look at what this man claims. People who insult respected scientists are nothing more than trash. After clearing away all the mess indoors, Lu Jiao became hungry and went outside to look for a place to eat. Without thinking twice, he decided that he would eat a burger today. After a hearty lunch, the guy headed to the Princeton Hotel, where the professor was supposed to give a lecture. The man had heard a lot about him and was confident that the guy wouldn't ruin his party. The man chuckled coldly. He hoped that they could all laugh today and get to know each other better. The lecture was already almost 20 minutes late. Professor Enoch needed to take care of some personal matters. Justice is an important issue, but their time is precious. And now they have doubts about Professor Enoch's seriousness in this matter. He can guarantee that this report will definitely give them a satisfactory result. Let them wait a little longer. Lu Jiao decided to intervene. Since Professor Enoch was a little late, he could start. There's nothing wrong with that, after all. They invited him themselves. He sees in their eyes a distrust of him, because the man standing before them is from the Princeton elite, and they don't trust the elite. They don't trust either their morals or their education. They'd rather hear forgotten voices. First of all, the guy asked me to remember his nationality. He is a Chinese scientist. Since they are so politically correct, he wants to ask if they took his opinion into account when they read the article from the white guy in the Washington Times. Today, he will not use any specific mathematical symbols, and he will not say anything too difficult to understand. He can write more than 10 similar examples because there are too many of them. As for these formulas, they are the most common. In mathematics, it is common practice to first solve a conjecture and then find an application of it. They might assume that the Riemann hypothesis is true. Then he would start with the Goldbach conjecture. Professor Enoch put forward a rather new and interesting point in his article. The conditions for the validity of the Riemann hypothesis were actually discussed in the 20s. That under the conditions of the generalized Riemann hypothesis, the Goldbach ternary hypothesis is true. But they should also pay attention. He is talking about the generalized Riemann hypothesis, which is different from just the Riemann hypothesis. These are completely different things. If his explanation is not simple enough, he can make it even simpler. Prime numbers in the Riemann hypothesis are used for multiplication, while prime numbers in the Goldbach hypothesis are used for addition. As for why the Goldbach conjecture is not as important as the Riemann conjecture, It is because for most people, prime numbers are used for multiplication. Some conceptual things cannot be bypassed. These two hypotheses are not equal, not even in one system. Many scientists have worked on these hypotheses, but their work cannot be summarized in just 3 hours, so he is sincerely grateful to them. At this point, Lu Zhou decided to end his speech, thanking the students for their attention. Afterwards, he met with the professor for lunch, who asked him what he planned to study next. Lu Zhou has long since decided on this. He is going to study materials science. The professor was surprised because this had nothing to do with his previous topics. Why did he decide that way? While studying at university in China, he thought computational materials science had great potential. It is reflected in plasticity and unpredictability. The man knows little about materials science, but if he is interested in organic materials, he can recommend Professor Paul Chirek, an expert in this field. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call. The number was hidden. The boy's eyes widened when he was told that he was receiving a call from the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. His heart started beating faster. Could it really be a phone call about the Nobel Prize? He repeated out loud with disbelief. It was the Swedish Royal Academy, the one with the Nobel Prize. The voice on the other end happily informed him that he had been selected for the Crawford Prize, and that their letter would be sent to his email address shortly. Lu Zhou opened the letter on his computer, and it was indeed for the mathematics prize in the field of prime numbers. Now he was 100% sure that the call had not been some kind of prank call. As far as he remembered, the previous winner of the Crawford Prize had received about $500,000. The Royal Academy is planning an exchange meeting to sum up the awards and academic exchanges. But it seems the vacation will not start as soon as he would like. When he picked up the phone, the professor's shrill voice deafened him. He solved Goldbach's conjecture. The man then bombarded him with dozens of questions about what he planned to do next, whether he had defended his doctorate, and so on. He needs to go to Stockholm first, but he will be back at the beginning of July. The professor's voice sounded puzzled. Why did he need to go to Stockholm? What was he doing in Sweden? Lu Zhou couldn't miss the opportunity to show off. He was receiving an award, a bonus. A few weeks later, the guy landed at Stockholm Airport. He quickly got his bearings and caught a taxi to the hotel. An escort was waiting for him at the hotel. He was supposed to help him check in. Academician Stefan Normack from the Royal Swiss Academy of Sciences is responsible for his daily trips here. After some exchange of pleasantries, the man directed him to the hotel. If he needs anything, he can go to the reception desk. They will help him. And the best room has also been prepared for him. Lu Zhou felt on top of things with this attitude. He beamed, showering his gratitude. Here is his room. He has probably heard 1,000,000 times about the precautions and rules of conduct in hotel rooms. So the escort leaves. The man handed him the key, advising him to get some rest, as he had an important meeting tomorrow. The student said goodbye with a smile. Then they would see each other tomorrow. When he entered his room, Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh in delight at how spacious it was. In the bedroom, he had a panoramic view of the entire city. Maybe he should take a photo for Instagram. Of course, this is a good country. He likes everything. But visiting is good, and home is even better tomorrow. Immediately after the award, he will go to China. The laureates of the Astronomy Prize were Professor Royker of the University of New Zealand and Professor Roger Blandford of Stanford University. The astrophysicists stepped forward to applause to receive their award. Lu Zhou was nervous. There were already so many rewards, but he still couldn't get used to it. He tried to get in the mood. It's his turn. Then the math award is given out. Professor Lu Zhou from China is awarded the mathematics prize. As the boy accepted his award, his hands shook slightly, but he tried to keep a smile on his face. His mood improved. He thought that soon he could take a short vacation. Luckily for him, the start of the banquet had just been announced. If it hadn't been for this rescue, he wouldn't have been able to cope with the reporters. All those present here are renowned scientists in the field of number theory. And the Crawford Prize, compared to the Nobel Prize, is like a warm-up for the Nobel Prize. A man was walking towards him. Lu Zhou recognized him. Wasn't it Faltings? The professor raised his glass, congratulating the guy on his prize. A month ago, only 3 mathematicians had the potential to surpass him. But now, there were 4. Wow, he has 3 opponents who are equal to him in intelligence. Then the man said goodbye. He had not yet finished his mathematical research, so let him enjoy this banquet to the fullest. The next morning, the student was already in China, at the gates of his university. There, he was met by the director, who, on behalf of all the teachers and students of their university, thanked him. After some discussion, they want to offer him the position of emeritus professor, which they hope he is interested in. Lu Zhou agreed, but he expected it would take a little time. He had to return home in a few days. His colleague reassured him that most of the documents had already been prepared and that they would simply issue him an honorary professor certificate and a diploma after his presentation. While walking in the park, Lu Zhou noticed a familiar silhouette. It seemed to be his former neighbor. Liu Rui muttered something to himself, staring at his phone screen. However, when he saw his friend, his face lit up and he returned. Lu Zhou scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He returned as soon as he finished and also took a month's leave. Liu Rui almost shouted, which meant he was the one who proved it and was also chosen for the award. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. Right now, he was standing next to a legend. He reassured himself out loud. He would not talk to his friend about academia. Instead, they would go for a walk. He would treat him, and Lu Zhou would at least somehow be distracted from his academic troubles. This evening, they would get drunk as hell. Lu Zhou was already preparing to drag his friend home. The next day, Lu Zhou gave his second lecture in his life. He didn't know how many people understood the essence of his lecture, but he could only hope that he had taught them at least something. In the corridor, he was stopped by a man whose speech was as shocking as his work. He read his textbook, Introduction to Algebraic Number Theory, and was very inspired by it. Their conversation was interrupted by the postman. "This letter is from Mr. Lu Zhou. It only arrived today." The guy examined the envelope. It looked like international mail, apparently documents from an international patent organization. Now, all that was left was to write an article and promote this technology in order to receive food stamps. The next important thing is his sister's entrance exams to the university. Lu Zhou tried to motivate his junior. She shouldn't be nervous. Let her behave the same way as in the previous exams. The boy pushed his sister forward, telling her to go and he would wait for her here. She has done so much for this exam, and now she must do everything in her power. Finally, after several difficult days, the exam results were released. Xiao Tong was afraid to watch them. The guy tried to calm her down. She wasn't afraid to take the exam, so she shouldn't be afraid to find out the result. 260 points is enough to enter Jinlin University. Xiao Tong thought for a long time about which specialty she wanted to apply for. She will go to finance, because when you hear the word finance, it sounds like a lot of money. Lu Zhou grimaced. She even looked into the specialties. It was obvious that finance was related to money. That evening, Lu Zhou read resumes from his potential students. None of them had a GPA below C and an A or higher. "It seems the percentage of water content knows no bounds," the guy chuckled. But fortunately, there are real achievements, especially Vera from Berkeley, a gold medalist in the Mathematics Olympiad. She would be worthy of any university. Since this will be his first experience, Lu Zhou will recruit 3 masters. One of them will be Vera. He will schedule it for the morning so that his sister does not interfere. Now that he has decided on a rough list, he can go to bed. A month later, the guy finally returned to America. Does he know that an incredible discovery has recently occurred? Lu Zhou wondered how he could have missed this. Gravitational waves are an amazing discovery and worthy of envy. One organization invited the professor to help them analyze experimental data on gravitational waves. Since the guy doesn't have a research project right now, would he like to join it? However, Lu Zhou shook his head. He apologized, but he couldn't help in any way, and he would most likely be busy for several days. He wouldn't have time. In fact, he approached the professor to introduce him to his colleague, Paul J. Chirek, who studies organic materials. Computational materials science is growing as a field, and many people associated with it have gone to Silicon Valley to work. Lu Zhou shared his thoughts. He was interested in this topic because mathematics is an interesting thing. He wants to make it shine in other fields as well. Good point. But that must be the opinion of most young people. When he asked the professors from the Institute for Advanced Study, they kept telling him that mathematics should be pure, and they are right. But in his view, the tools gained from pure research can be used to solve other problems. The professor gave him the green light. He can use whatever he wants. The main thing is that he doesn't forget about caution. The professor would rather have broken equipment than have something happen to his student. Otherwise, the Institute for Advanced Study would tear him apart. Finally, the day of the student interview arrived. Lu Zhou greeted everyone politely. Each of them was talented and their abilities were good. But to be honest, it was far from what he wanted to see. He won't let them touch his research project until September. If they can pass his test at the end of August, then he'll let them do this one. One of the students was worried about what would happen if they failed the test. Lu Zhou laughed. Then he would have to make his professor coffee every day and keep studying until he could pass it. The guy sitting next to me shook his hand, asking what this project was about. Lu Zhou looked out the window mysteriously. It has to do with the hail. That's right. There are several books written on this piece of paper. That's their task until August. At the same time, he will give them relevant topics based on these 6 books. After reading everything he gives them, they will definitely be able to pass the test. He then sent the young people to the library, looking forward to each one's performance. Immediately after that, he received a call. Xiao Tong was screaming on the other side. She managed to get in. Lu Zhou grimaced. Yesterday, he talked on the phone with his father and almost went deaf. Xiao Tong expressed a desire to visit her brother in the den. She has already even received a passport. And tomorrow she is going to Shanghai to get a visa. Lu Zhou agreed to buy her tickets. She would just board the plane and he would meet her. Xiao Tong looked lost at the airport. It was her first trip. Lu Zhou came up from behind and clapped his sister on the shoulder, startling her. The guy decided to take his sister to Philadelphia for shopping, since there was nothing interesting in Princeton. Driving along one of the main streets, he noticed familiar silhouettes, 2 sisters he hadn't seen for a long time. Lu Zhou realized that he had already missed her. Almost a whole year had passed since he last saw his student. Why don't they get in the car? It's quite hot outside and they have air conditioning. Xiao Tong looked at Chen Yushan's younger sister with interest. Lu Zhou was the first to initiate the conversation, asking if Han Mengqi had chosen her university. She passed the exam, but there were too many people applying for math this year, so she ended up going into applied chemistry. Okay, let him not think about it. The main goal of today is to get some fresh air and relax. It was a good day. Lu Zhou felt calm and relaxed for the first time in a long time, as if he was among his family. He had a pleasant chat, ate delicious food, and entertained the girls. Sister Lu Zhou had been in America for a whole month, but it was time to return home. Her elder brother wished her to take care of herself, and after she arrived, she should head straight home. But she's right. The girl has long since grown up. There's no need to worry too much about her. He needs to check his reward. Even solving some battery problem brought him a lot of experience. Well, he can now confidently say that his experience in materials science and biochemistry has improved significantly. And he got so many points in math and physics. Isn't he cool? By the way, he hasn't been given the promised debris yet. A cube of dubious origin formed in his hand. It seemed to be transparent. Does the system even know what it is? Is it some kind of high-tech toy? It's time to announce the next task. Experiments take a lot of resources. He needs to increase his assets. Lu Zhou saw his students almost every day, and they gradually made progress. Well, time is up. Now he will see what they wrote there. One of the boys pleaded. The professor had given them too little time. He could definitely answer one more question if he had 10 minutes. Time is not important. He does not ask them to answer all the questions. He just needs to test their knowledge. The students were upset. They wrote answers to too few questions. However, Lu Zhou was adamant. He took the sheets of paper from them and read what was written. They both passed. He can congratulate them. They did not waste these 6 weeks, which means these guys won't have to make him coffee every day. But there is no need to be so happy. Unlike them, Vera passed away half a month ago. Well, we can begin, most likely. His newly baked students have already guessed what the essence of their project is. The so-called Hale conjecture, also known as the Collatz conjecture, is the proposition that for any given positive number, all values without exception fall into a numerical trap. The hypothesis is that no matter what number they take, sooner or later they will get one. It's like a black hole. The Collatz conjecture will be their assignment for the next 3 years. He doesn't ask them to fully prove it, but they must at least produce work worthy of publication in a journal. The community is pessimistic about this problem, but work on it is not without progress. Several decades ago, it was proven that the hypothesis is equivalent to a function. If they can prove that there is an integer function, then relatively every function will contain a natural number and converge to 1. However, the guy's lecture was interrupted by a knock on the door. A sweaty professor stood on the threshold, breathing heavily. The man pointed his finger at some paper. It was his article in the magazine. Or rather, he was that same Lu Zhou. The guy remained calm. If the professor is talking about work on lithium dendrites, then yes, it is his article. How he did it, how he assessed the range. He was surprised not by how the material gave such a magical effect, but by how exactly the guy discovered this material. It's not so easy to explain right away. And now he's busy. He's giving assignments to his students. But he'll have a conference. He can be sure that the professor will definitely not miss her, that's all. He still has some things to do. But in any case, the drink is on him. Lu Zhou took a deep breath in and out, then focused on his work again. Several months later, the day finally arrived when his lithium batteries were introduced. The man bowed. It was a great honor for him to be here in front of them. They all already knew that Lu Zhou had recently published an article that solved the problem of lithium dendrites just 6 months ago at the conference. They might have laughed at the concept of lithium-air batteries, but now they can admit that a new era has arrived. Lu Zhou chuckled. This is quite interesting. The presenter's bitterness was interrupted by a man who had a question. How do they solve the problem of the reaction between the lithium anode and nitrogen in the air? What about water vapor? Even cleaning ladies know how long lithium batteries last. And in his opinion, they're not making a battery, but a rocket. It's a good question. Interns often ask questions like this and ask exactly this. But real scientists are not interested in such things because they think about solving the problem and don't just fuss around all day like an amateur. Theoretically, separating pure oxygen from air is impossible. But with the help of mathematical modeling, they can obtain a variety of potential products that can achieve their goals. If they can develop a membrane that can shield oxygen molecules, they can solve the problem of lithium-air batteries, which is what their research projects are all about. When he was talking to him, it seemed like there was nothing like that. Lu Zhou remembered that for the past few months, in addition to sending his sister to the airport, he had been isolated from the whole world. If what he says is possible, then the necessary funding to cover the input costs will likely require a lot of resources. Lu Zhou froze in place. Was it really his imagination that the people next to him had just been discussing investment? Lu Zhou felt uneasy. He never thought he would encounter something like this. They really think about the possibility of implementation, because computational materials science is a panacea, without thinking about whether it is true or false. Perhaps it is a scammer. Lu Zhou has attracted everyone's attention. He is here to testify that he did not say anything like that. The presenter was at a loss. His words stuck in his throat. The man who asked the question was furious. He was here to squeeze money out of them all. The presenter tried to explain or justify himself somehow, but the people did not want to listen to him and angrily chased him off the stage. Lu Zhou has a feeling it's time to leave. There's complete chaos here. The next day, even more people gathered in the hall. People were indignant. They couldn't wait for this speech to begin. The boy didn't know why he admired Professor Serret. He begins to worry where all his courage is. After taking a couple of deep breaths, the guy tried to pull himself together. He gave a fairly complete description of the properties and methods for producing modified polydimethylsiloxane film in an article. Probably many of those present read it, so he will not go into detail. Compared to the process of making PDMS film, he believes what interests those present most is how he discovered it. In the initial stage of deposition, lithium ions usually acquire electrons and deposit on the strippers, which is considered to be a manifestation of heterogeneous nucleation. He took this as the entry point. Using a scanning electron microscope, he observed the formation of crystals in the electrolyte. The man who started the riot yesterday listened carefully. This is beyond him. He cannot understand it. Trying to find at least some explanation, he turned to the professor who was sitting next to him. His friend figured it out. Professor Lu Zhou talks about a very interesting method. It seems that in the future he will need to find time to learn more about this aspect. He listed the main methods. Now, if anyone has any questions, they can ask them. There was silence in the room, and the guy was confused as to why no one was asking him a question. Maybe he had written it too simply. Then there was a clapping sound and he relaxed. It seemed like everyone understood everything. A few hours later, the guy was sitting in the cafeteria, trying to relax after a tense lecture. A man approached him and introduced himself as the general director of a Belgian company, Mark Greenberg. He will immediately get down to business, asking whether the professor has plans to sell patents. Lu Zhou, without thinking twice, categorically answered no. The man was confused. Did he really not even care about the price? They could make him a satisfying offer, but it didn't make sense to him how much they could offer him. $10 billion, or 20. The lithium battery industry is just beginning to develop, and no one knows how big the market can grow. And in a few years, another better material will appear on the market. Lu Zhou is ready to take this risk. The man rolled his eyes. Okay, they'll put off the question of acquiring the patent. How much does he plan to sell the patent license for on the world market? He is ready to sell him a license for the patent on the world market, excluding China, for $200 million. For these 3 years, Mark will have exclusive rights to the global market outside of China, and Lu Zhou will no longer grant licenses to third parties. And in exchange for this, he wants 50% of the direct and indirect revenues. Mark frowned. 3 years was too little. He would have agreed to 5 years. The man tried to lower the price, but the young professor was adamant that he would not lower the price. Mark opened his hand, showing 4 fingers. 400 million. The longest term is 4 years. This is Lu Zhou's final word. If the union is fruitful, he may consider extending the contract. The man shook hands. Good. The guy won. Then 4 years of good cooperation. He said goodbye. He still needed to discuss everything with the board of directors. Then he handed over his business card. Lu Zhou's knees were shaking. $400 million. It was scary to imagine what that price was in yuan. Then the phone rang. It was an unknown number. Lu Zhou doubtfully asked who he was talking to. From the man's voice, he guessed it was Professor Li. Lu Zhou was talking on the phone. Of course he has free time. They can meet at a restaurant. Okay, that will suit him. He will bring some of his friends with him. When he went down to the lobby at the appointed time, the professor and his acquaintances were already waiting for him. Lu Zhou waved his hand, indicating that he was here. They shook hands. The guy hadn't seen Professor Li for a long time. Lu Zhou turned his gaze to his acquaintances, wondering if he could introduce them. Right. To his right is Lu Kai-min from their Ministry of Energy. The man laughed deep in his throat. No need for formalities. He came here on his own. And this is the dean of their chemistry department, Li Shuwen. This man seemed more modest to the guy. He spoke in a respectful tone. Today's performance was shocking for the audience. The guy is a big celebrity. Lu Zhou led the men to a place where they could sit down. He wanted to know why the men had come to him. They came to ask for permission to use the negative electrode material. They just didn't know if Professor Lu was going to sell this technology. Lu Zhou hesitated. Regarding this, it can no longer be sold. As for the patent, he recently sold it to a company for $400 million. But they also don't have to worry. He is a patriot, a Chinese, so he will take care of the appropriate permission from the Chinese state and grant the rights to any company at a reasonable price. Since everything is fine, Professor Lu need not worry. The country will not let him down. Just don't tell him they came all the way to Boston just for this. They could have just called him. They are not here only for this reason. In fact, his original purpose was to meet the professor and ask one important thing. Lu Zhou was puzzled. His eyebrows shot up. What a thing! The Chinese government's plan for the development of the energy industry requires increasing battery capacity to large numbers. But now, with the breakthrough in lithium batteries, achieving this goal will no longer be difficult. But the world is also improving, and they cannot be satisfied with just that. So, he would like to consult the guy's opinion regarding the next development strategy. Lu Zhou felt unsure. He was just a mathematician, and it was inappropriate for him to give them any advice on this matter. However, the man did not think so, who said that the opinion of a mathematics professor does not matter. As their collider, Mr. Lu's opinion is important for the country. They need to combine everyone's opinions and wisdom to create a suitable plan. The man repeated himself forcefully, asking Lu Zhou to enlighten them about the future of lithium batteries. Lu Zhou cleared his throat. Then he would just say a few words, but they might not take them seriously. In his opinion, the lithium-sulfur battery is a battery with good potential. The theoretical specific energy capacity of such a battery is quite large. Of course, it has many problems that also need to be solved, such as the complex shuttle effect, poor electron conductivity of elemental gray, and the like. The man frowned. What about lithium-air batteries? Are they reliable? This thing is completely unworkable right now. Even if the theory works, it is unachievable at this stage. Well, they are grateful for the valuable advice, and they will consider it seriously. Several days passed. Lu Zhou met with many scientists and his colleagues. Just think, 100 years from now, people will be citing their names in the Computational Chemistry Hall of Fame. They will be the founders of this field. Lu Zhou is a genius studying mathematics, and he is a genius studying massively parallel computing systems. And they can work together to build a new structure for the entire computational chemistry industry. Then, 100 years from now, school children all over the world will curse their names, because they will be the ones that appear on the pages of their textbooks. The man laughed. Yes, that's exactly what he wants. So, is he interested in it? Of course the guy was interested, but it was also vague. So if his colleague had more specific ideas, he could find him at any time. The man changed the subject. He had recently signed a contract with the company. Lu Zhou corrected it primly and signed the letter of intent. In his place, the scientist would think carefully about taxes. While this money is flowing into the States, the tax authorities will have time to grab a few tasty morsels for themselves. He will have to pay about $100 million in taxes. Why should he pay taxes? He is Chinese, not American. And why so much? Does he know any ways to avoid such a huge tax? It's easy. Just find an island and open an account there. The man suggested setting up a patent management company in the Cayman Islands, but you'll have to spend money on accountants. As long as the flow of funds is between offshore companies and the money never reaches the status, there will be no taxes to pay. And the Federal Tax Service will not pursue it either. So he likes it. He has someone in mind who can handle this whole thing. David gave him a business card. He should just contact this company. They will arrange everything for him. In their day and age, you can even outsource the opening of a company. As long as it provides enough funds to the right people, it can easily solve many problems. That same evening, Lu Zhou called there, needing an offshore patent management company to work with overseas companies to obtain intellectual property rights. His business is quite large, with expected annual profits exceeding hundreds of millions of dollars. The woman on the other side was confused. She thought she had heard wrong. His business is too big. He needs to consult with her boss. The girl turned to Director Wolf. There is a gentleman here who needs him to take his funds seriously. The line switched. Wolf Witt introduced himself. He was providing him with full consultation. If a gentleman wants to set up a patent management company with a large turnover, even if the Cayman Islands do not personally audit the corporate accounts, the banks will require him to provide reports on the company's activities. Lu Zhou frowned. He hardly understood anything. Was this problem really so difficult to solve? He asked to send them by email and also attach them. He will call them back as soon as he reads everything. But Mr. Wolf offered to meet him in person, which was a good deal for him. 2 days passed, and finally the day of the meeting arrived. When the guy went down to the lobby, he met with Director Wolf and his assistant. The man also drew up a contract for him. He felt sorry that he was checking his affairs on the internet without his consent. It doesn't really matter anyway. Whatever he finds should be available on the internet. And he didn't tell him the specific project he was going to do. Lu Zhou studied the terms of the contract long and carefully. It's a good contract. He's happy with it. But what about the price? $500,000. But it could be paid in installments, Lu Zhou agreed. He would sign the contract. By the way, Mr. Wolf knows about signing a contract with the company. In order to avoid all risks, he sincerely does not recommend the guy to choose their team of lawyers to help him sign the contract. However, he particularly recommends Lu Zhou's own team of lawyers, who are experts in intellectual property. Lu Zhou waved his hand. First one thing, then another. First, they should help him set up a company, and then they would talk about the rest. The man smiled. He could be sure that their company would definitely not disappoint him. Lu Zhou felt some tension. He tried to answer neutrally, hoping that Mr. Wolf was not exaggerating. Then they shook hands, wishing them a happy cooperation. 2 days later, he signed a contract with the company, and $400 million was finally in his pocket. What would be better to do with this money? Should he buy a super battery for Xiao Ai? Or maybe buy his father tickets to Beijing so that he can buy 2 big houses there? Well, he would leave the reasoning for later. The main thing now was to get the reward for the task. Having once again received a large number of points, Lu Zhou decided to move on to the lottery. Congratulations! He won a special award. What the hell? This is even worse than cola. His new assignment. As a scientist, he must always be interested in the unknown, is to analyze carbon nanospheres under a modified PDMS film. This is something new, but the guy was not going to give up because he loves challenges. Lu Zhou was irritated. The matter was not moving forward. He only knew how to look at the molecular structure of nanospheres, but everything else remained unknown. First, it is necessary to create a mathematical model and analyze their properties. Then he will be able to suggest which materials can be used to synthesize carbon nanospheres. There was a knock at the door. Vera was standing on the threshold. She apologized for disturbing. The girl handed her professor a list of students that the dean had asked her to give him. The student froze in place, staring at the board and what was written on it. Lu Zhou answered automatically. Nothing interesting. He was just thinking about something. This 3-dimensional structure is strange. Can it take a marker? With her teacher's permission, the girl scribbled a couple of symbols. And then the guy had an epiphany. It was as if he had forgotten all the words. Only curses and surprised sighs escaped his lips. It's amazing, just amazing. In that case, it changes everything. His student helped him a lot. He will be gone for a few days, so she should take a closer look at his office. And yes, if anyone is looking for him, she can give them his address and tell them to look for him there. Finally, Lu Zhou raised his finger and smiled. Vera is just a genius. The asymmetric mesh structure can be disassembled into a cylindrical symmetric mesh structure. It had a point symmetry group, and the surface of the cylindrical structure contained 2 defects. Energy levels overlap due to the defect, resulting in the appearance of an energy band on the surface. So carbon nanotubes improve the performance of carbon nanospheres. He's a genius. A week later, he told Vera that mathematics was a subject that needed inspiration, and sitting in the library all day could confuse her thoughts. This year, the American Mathematical Society is holding a conference for young scientists in Berkeley. The paper she showed him last time was quite good. He offers to present it. However, Vera was tormented by doubts inside. She had not made reports before. No one is born with this skill. She has to learn to adapt. If she has stage fright, Lu Zhou can only hope that she can overcome this fear. Let her believe him. It is for her own good. Since she agrees, it's time for her to start preparing. There are still 3 days left until the deadline, and she doesn't have to visit the office during this time, and he will make sure that she gets there without any problems. The girl only needs to submit an application to participate. Vera drew her eyebrows together and her voice became softer. She just wanted to thank the teacher. No one had cared about her before. Lu Zhou is only happy after all. He is her boss and is responsible for her. Now she can go back and get her work done. Or she'll make a fool of herself at math class. Sometime after she left, the phone rang. Lu Zhou immediately picked up the phone, because it was Mr. Wolf calling. He'll show the guy which consultant he made an appointment with when he comes to Philadelphia tomorrow. Lu Zhou looked at the file and saw what kind of professional consultant he was. Professor at the Wharton School of Business, with a double degree in International Trade and Business Administration. The resume looks good, but he doesn't know her identity. Better prepare for tomorrow's interview. The next day, Mr. Wolf called again. He spoke to the research group. The price was reduced to $10 million, and they accepted his offer. Lu Zhou was leaving soon. He still needed to see what kind of equipment was there. The man smiled. Okay, it would be better if he came in person. It was time to end the call, as the expected consultant had finally arrived. The woman awkwardly apologized for being late. The roads had not yet been cleared of snow. Now she can move on to the presentation of their company. They can start right now. These are the main points. Since his company deals mainly with intellectual property, the woman recommends that he create several offices around the world. Lu Zhou carefully looked through the papers. He would seriously consider her proposal. If he likes her research report, she can provide him with a more detailed analysis of the Chinese market. and she can also help him develop a strategy for it. Lu Zhou was impressed. It was clear that she was a professional in her field. The woman laughed. After all, she was an expert in this field. A few days later, Mr. Wolf and Lu Zhou met at the university. And here comes the representative, just in time. The guy got straight to the point. He had 5 minutes. If he could convince him why he should choose this particular university, he would buy it. The man will sell him his research institute for $5 million. He dares to say that they will not be able to find an institute in Silicon Valley for less. Lu Zhou gave his consent, and the man demanded to see the contract. Lu Zhou asked Mr. Wolf if he could take care of it. Buying their institute was his wisest decision. The man was effusive in his gratitude. He then gave a short tour, describing in detail the walls of the university. That's why Lu Zhou bought his institute. But the main reason is that he can't take care of it right now. He still has things to do. Lu Zhou took out a flash drive and inserted it into one of the ports. The man became interested in what it was. He doesn't need to know it. He's not even sure if it has any value other than mathematical. He needs the man to do a series of experiments to check his calculations and materials. He can't give him any more information. He can only say that this image is made from a combination of carbon nanotubes and fullerene material. This sounds like a good project, but how will they put them together? If Lu Zhou knew how to get it, then why did he need him? People from the company will contact him in a few days regarding the research. The guy will contact him by email. Finally, the day of the Faith's performance arrived. Lu Zhou mentally supported it as best he could. She definitely wrote all of this on her own. Lu Zhou had been busy with computational chemistry lately, so the only thing he helped his student with was suggesting the direction of the work. This job doesn't look like a graduate student's job. It's too difficult. As for Vera, she just needs to be forced. She has a great talent for number theory. Finally, the girl finished her performance, for which the audience gave her a round of applause. Lu Zhou said goodbye to his neighbor. He will go praise his best student. After the performance, Vera went outside to get some fresh air. She was so glad that no problems arose. The girl still felt a slight excitement. She really wanted to call the professor. Then she rebuked herself. Perhaps Professor Lu Zhou was currently doing research. However, when she heard his voice from somewhere behind her, she almost jumped. Why is the professor here? He should be at Princeton. Lu Zhou listened to her report live. Everything went well. Did she really lie, and does she not have any fear of public speaking? Unable to contain the outburst of her own feelings, Vera hugged the professor, grateful for his support. This is the main way to expand your connections at the scientific conference. At the same time, she can exchange academic research. The girl obediently listened to the professor's words. Lu Zhou thought to himself that this was the first time he had met such a modest girl. As they were leaving the hall, his phone vibrated in his pocket, asking who was calling him at such a time. Mr. Wolf's company found a suitable manager for his request. He has 5 years of experience in the intellectual property department, and his resume is impeccable. The next day, they met in the cafe at the appointed time. White Sheridan, 35, earned a doctorate in management from the University of Pennsylvania, and even served as head of intellectual property. However, there is something he doesn't understand. The company offered him a salary of $200,000 a year, but he decided to quit. Could the man tell him the reason? Head of intellectual property is a good position, but White felt no professional success and had no career advancement in 5 years. Compared to other leaders, he was more like a lawyer. After discussing various details with White, Lu Zhou decided that he was an excellent candidate. He congratulates the man on his new job, saying that under his leadership, he will see his company develop for the better. The man's grip was strong. He would definitely see it. Lu Zhou has been on the move a lot lately, but this time, he returned home. Xiao Tong was overjoyed to see her older brother again and hugged him tightly. My parents are not at home now. They left at night and said they went fishing. Xiao Tong didn't want to hear questions about her exams. She was a university student now. Stop asking about her grades. And she was on vacation now anyway, and there is obviously nothing to ask about. She is a brilliant student, and university topics are too simple for a genius like her. No problem, after all. She deserves her big brother to buy her presents. It was much warmer in Jinling than in Princeton. It was nice to be back home. The parents were worried about their eldest son, whether he had heating there. Lu Zhou doesn't have central heating, but he does have a fireplace. And when the doors by the window are closed, The house isn't cold at all. His house is quite big, but not too expensive. If his sister wants, she can come for the summer holidays. His parents didn't even know that he had bought a house. So, was he really not going to come back? Lu Zhou assured them that he would come back. And as for the house, he could always just sell it. It would be a shame to sell the house. It would be better to just rent it out, especially since his younger sister could live there. 10 days later, the boy was at his home university, having been called up. He felt doubts about what made the professor call him. What business did he need him for? It was all so strange. After knocking, he entered the office of the director Lu. The man seemed glad to see him. They met again. Initially, leader Lu planned to visit him in Jiangling, but a lot of things still kept him here. It's okay. Lu Zhou wanted to visit his old university. Professor Tang said that the academician was looking for him, but he didn't expect to see the leader. After talking to him in Boston last time, the man went to Beijing and passed his words on to the higher-ups. After consulting with a group of experts, they finally concluded that lithium-sulfur batteries were the most suitable option. The lithium-sulfur battery has great potential. The guy was glad to hear that the country made the right decision. It was all thanks to Professor Lu's advice, in fact. The man wanted to meet him to ask for help. Lu Zhou was surprised and asked the manager to explain in more detail. Energy development is their country's top priority. And to fulfill their plan, they need to develop batteries with higher capacity. There are still many theoretical problems that need to be solved for their production. Otherwise, safety and recyclability cannot be guaranteed. While they do not seek hegemony, they also cannot allow anyone to adopt international patent barriers that could limit their energy strategy. Although Lu Zhou wanted to help him, he only researched the anode material, and he didn't have a good understanding of lithium batteries. Ultimately, the technical problems of lithium-sulfur batteries are not entirely related to the lithium anode material, but they will not fall solely on its shoulders. The project will focus on solving technical challenges in the energy sector, with lithium-sulfur batteries being one of the key points in their new energy development plan. Their company is not trying to change his plans. They are simply hoping that if Lu Zhou is looking for a new direction, he will try to prioritize the lithium-sulfur battery. If he needs people or money, they will do everything possible to support him. The man sat down. Lu Zhou immediately got down to business. What was their method of cooperation? They initially planned to build a materials science research institute in the new high-tech zone that will focus on developing lithium-sulfur battery technology. What about the research results developed by the institute? Does it concern natural sciences? Will it be useful for specific companies and people? However, the head of the company is not an entrepreneur and cannot give a specific answer to this question. However, he can guarantee that at least 30% of the results that Lu Zhou achieves in the direction of lithium-sulfur batteries will belong to him. Since scientific research is like gambling, investing in it is like throwing money into a black hole. Lu Zhou suggested funding it himself, which would be a great option. But the institute would be located in China, and all other conditions would remain the same. And questions about research, whether he will decide this on his own or whether the state will help him. Here's the proposed high-tech development zone in Xianling University City. The first stage of the project is complete, and they will complete the second within a year. Since they are just starting out, there are only 13 research organizations registered here right now. Experiments with nanomaterials require high precision, and the conditions of ordinary office buildings do not meet the requirements for conducting experiments. The location for the research, whether it be the location of roads or the environment, would be fine. The size would be about 10 mu. Then the decision is made. He will report it to the secretary. Lu Zhou has something to do for the country. And besides, the latest patent isn't his yet, so there's no problem. When Lu Zhou left the building, he ran into Dean Li, asking if they could talk. Everyone says Princeton has brought together the brightest minds in the world. Lu Zhou has been working there for over a year. What are his impressions? In his opinion, first-year students are, in principle, no smarter than their students who successfully pass the university entrance exams. At least they are not lagging behind in terms of school education. However, starting from the first years, the difference begins to increase, and when it reaches the master's level, it is already difficult to compare. The dean thought the comparison was unfair. Princeton is a world-class university. Not to mention them, even MIT and Harvard can't compare to it. In general, the guy has an idea. They can build their own institute for advanced research, similar to Princeton. It's a good idea, but it doesn't seem realistic, frankly. If they implemented the Princeton model here, the institute would barely survive. But they can still try. And maybe because Lu Zhou is younger, he is still optimistic about this. Speaking of people, his research office is still short of manpower, and he can't recruit people from the chemistry department. He is the most talented of all his students. It is a pity that he no longer wants to continue studying with them. Frankly speaking, he does not want to let him go at all, but he understands that the guy has his own plans, so he can't stop him. Luo Wenxuan contacted the professor. He also wants to apply for graduation. The professor signed the papers without complaint. Surely he wouldn't even try to stop him. Has he really changed his mind about graduating? Great, then he can stay with them for another year. The man laughed and handed them the signed papers. Enough of this chatter, they could go. Then the two young men met Lu Zhou. He felt sorry that the professor scolded them. It doesn't matter much. The mentor shouldn't worry too much about it. He is here to learn from him. Lu Zhou also still has a lot to learn from his friend. Don't call him your teacher. He may not be called a teacher, but in the field of computational materials science, he can only learn from Lu Zhou. This time, their project relates to one of the key national energy projects. In particular, they must solve the problem of the shuttle effect in lithium-sulfur batteries. Lu Xinjiang got down to business, asking if they had any ideas. There are a couple of thoughts, but everything is quite vague. But they have another problem in the first place. A problem with the equipment. But the guys don't need to worry about that, because he's already taken care of everything. Lu Xinjiang frowned. How would they manage without equipment? Without it, nothing would work. Lu Zhou had already contacted the company and ordered a batch of equipment through their contacts. Although he did ask them to hire several specialists to go to Europe and oversee the purchase, he still needs someone reliable to sign a contract there. So he'll have to puzzle Lu Xinjiang with that. He had already helped Professor Li with the purchase. As Liu Bo said, it was not only about money, but also about the reliability of the equipment. Lu Zhou smiled. Things were finally going well. He was grateful. The next day, he was at a meeting. Overall, the situation does not look optimistic. Lu Yushan called for everyone to remain silent. Since they had already gathered, there was no need to waste time. Energy is the lifeblood of the industry. Whoever controls the energy controls the future. At the last meeting, Beijing's top leadership decided to develop lithium-sulfur batteries. But to solve specific technical problems, everyone's wisdom is still needed. And this symposium will mainly focus on solving this problem. Just look at what others say. In the end, they were just lucky to develop new technologies. Wang Haifeng from Ji University decided to express his thoughts because his supervisor encouraged him to do so. During experiments, a British group obtained a highly ordered nanostructure of carbon-sulfur positive electrode material, which can be used as a carbon frame to limit sulfur dissolution during the charging and discharging process. But other important questions arose about how expensive the technology was, what the energy density was, and whether it was reliable. The costs are low and the energy density is quite significant, with theoretical energy density measured in the laboratory close to 2,000, which is much higher than current lithium batteries. He published a corresponding article in the journal, but this technology needs further development. In fact, the key to solving the shuttle effect of lithium-sulfur batteries is currently the use of porous carbon materials. His suggestion is that they can use a similar idea and focus on research and development of carbon-sulfur composites. Academician Yu has spoken up. He has something to say. When he was involved in the program, he was looking at carbon-sulfur composite materials, dealing with the issue of lithium-sulfur batteries. The actual effect is very limited. Laboratory research was based on small button batteries. In fact, the battery has a much higher sulfur content and thick electrodes, and the unit sulfur load is very high. The lab was only able to cycle the carbon-sulfur composite material for 1,000 cycles, which in turn can only be used a few times in real batteries. If it were used in battery products such as computers and mobile phones, carbon-sulfur composite material could be used as the positive electrode. He is right. The sulfur-carbon composite does indeed have defects in this area. But in his opinion, these defects can be eliminated through experiments. Since they mentioned lithium batteries, the professor thinks that everyone who has done this is not as good as Professor Lu. One of the men noted that Professor Lu hadn't spoken yet, but judging by his face, it seemed like he had some thoughts on the matter. Lu Zhou turned pale. It was none of his business. They just shouldn't pay attention to what he was doing. According to what he heard, the shuttle effect is the biggest problem with lithium-sulfur batteries, and the academic community cannot come to a consensus on how to solve this problem. His personal point of view is that both ideas are good. They are just two paths, and they can use both of them. Professor Lu is right, but they have limited resources. From his point of view, which path does he consider more promising? Lu Zhou was dissatisfied. This old man was pushing too hard. Why don't they take the current research and do it themselves? Personally, he thinks the hollow carbon sphere route is the best. Many men in the room exchanged glances. Some even began to whisper. The professor raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he could explain why. The hollow carbon spheres have large internal cavities and are suitable as a carbon matrix with high and negative sulfur content, while the structure of the outer porous shell can effectively suppress the diffusion of polysulfate ions. From a technical perspective, when lithium ions enter the material during charging and discharging, the volume of the material increases, which leads to the alloy becoming powdery. Reducing the number of active material particles can reduce the degree of micronization, which is technically achievable with modern technology. But when it comes to increasing the volume, did they consider the energy density? Technically, the sphere can be coated with lithium, and in theory, the problem of expanding the volume of the active component can be solved by using a buffer frame. The professor's tone became dissatisfied. This was still a theory that no one had ever done, as far as he was sure. Lu Zhou was starting to get angry. Scientific research is always a risk. You can't expect that adding money will make it successful. The leader tried to reassure them that everyone here had good intentions, so they should focus on science. Professor Wang asked this question only out of concern. In fact, he is also puzzled by these hollow carbon spheres. But he also heard that Professor Lu is an expert in computational materials science. Lu Zhou tried to keep a straight face. He thought he could answer this mathematically. According to his calculations, hollow carbon nanospheres with a specific surface area can theoretically effectively slow down the diffusion of polysulfide compounds and suppress the shuttle effect. This child actually speaks and writes. He is not normal. At the conference, no one could understand his proofs, and here it is the same. Let him just look at them. It seems the conference is over. The next day, a guest came to see him. He heard that the guy was researching lithium-sulfur batteries. You could say that the shuttle effect is a very interesting problem, and Lu Zhou has a plan to solve it. What a coincidence! His company is also interested in researching lithium-sulfur batteries. Does he need investment? Lu Zhou exuded an aura of wealth. Did he really think he still needed investors? But has he thought about the risks? He must know that scientific research is like gambling. No one can guarantee its results. He can take on 70% of the costs and invest over $400 million, yet they only want half of the results. Indeed, the man's proposal excites him greatly, but Lu Zhou will not take chips from other players until he loses all of his own. This means that he wants to say that he will invest all his capital in it. That is, $400 million. From a business perspective, it's not a very smart investment. But he's not a businessman. He looks at the problem from a different perspective. So his answer is no. He also had an appointment for today. I think this young man's name was Yang Su. He saw the interview and also heard a lot about Professor Lu. The man shook his hand. His main task in the experiment now will be to collect data on the effect of the surface area of the floor and the carbon sphere, and the size of the hollow on the sulfur content and the mass fraction of polysulfide in the electrolyte. Yan Su did such an experiment at MIT. Lu Zhou can simply send him his request by email. He wants to use a copolymer of polyaniline and polypyrrole as a precursor, and polychloride as a pore-forming material. Lu Zhou also heard that his new colleague had just returned. Did he have a place to live? He hasn't been back for a long time, and a lot has changed. But he has a home. He lived abroad for about 5 years, living at MIT from the moment he entered. Lu Zhou actually had a question about his resume, but he forgot to ask during the interview. With his resume, he could have earned much more working in Silicon Valley, which is why he returned to China. A PhD no longer holds value in Silicon Valley, especially in the engineering field, where the market is oversaturated with specialists. During his 2 years in graduate school, he applied to jobs everywhere, but was unable to find a suitable position. Besides, his family insists that he get married, so there is no point in him staying abroad. It is better to just return home. The boy also shared his dreams of teaching at Jinlin University, and Lu Zhou expressed his desire to help him. Of course, he is an honorary professor at the university, and besides, the guy has real talent. It's not hard to imagine. He received a letter from his company's Philadelphia branch, with an attachment containing a list of Chinese companies that had acquired the patent rights. At that moment, a message came from his students asking when he would finally return. Lu Zhou felt sad. It seemed like he had been on vacation for too long. Lu Zhou has been working late today. He needs to hurry. He will finish here and immediately return to his students. Could these guys have really arranged some kind of surprise? He hopes that surprises don't turn into a rout, but all his expectations went up in smoke. The firecrackers made his heart stop. The students were glad to see their professor and congratulated him on his return. Hardy initially wanted to buy champagne, but heard that alcohol was not allowed there, so he drank it himself. Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows. He appreciated their enthusiasm, but they had to clean up afterward. He noticed some newcomers behind his students. Why don't they introduce themselves first? The blonde guy's name was Jarek. He was from MIT. The second guy's name was Wei Wen. He was from China. The guy thoughtfully repeated his name. It seemed familiar to him. They had probably met before. When the professor's office was finished cleaning, he asked the students to take the newcomers to the library to pick up their books. Sometime later, Harvey returned to the office. Someone handed the professor a letter. Following him, other students joined in, and they had many questions regarding the material. If Jarek does well in all the tasks that the professor gave him, he may tell him some secrets. In his opinion, the professor is being too modest, and who really understands the field of computational materials science? Lu Zhou is not being modest, but rather stating the fact that the mathematical model is the only example of the application of this theory, until it is applied to other areas. A theory that cannot be generalized, whether it is strong or not, is imperfect. And this is not only the goal of computational materials science, but also the goal of computational chemistry. The next day, the professor taught his first class in a long time, and the first thing he did was introduce himself to the new group. This is their first meeting. In order to deepen their understanding of each other, they can ask him 3 questions before the lecture begins. It seems that one of the new students recognized him as the author of a chemistry article in the journal. Lu Zhou smiled. If he was talking about the article about the modified PDMS film, then he was the one who wrote it. It didn't take more than a few minutes for the new students to bombard him with questions. Enough of this nonsense. It was time to start the lecture. After the lesson, Lu Zhou was deep in thought when he was pulled back into reality by someone's hoarse voice. After the first lecture, he has only good impressions. The students here are talented people, and he is proud to teach them. The old man was just about to talk to him about academic matters. Next time, they should talk about this. Lu Zhou joked that he was out of shape and needed to go back and rest for a bit. Then he returned to his office where a package was waiting for him. He said goodbye to his students, warning them that he was going to the lab for 2 days to conduct an experiment. This was what he needed now. Peace and quiet. No voices, no nagging questions. One day passed after another. Lu Zhou did not notice the passage of time until the 3rd day arrived. He finally succeeded, although he is still far from solving the shuttle effect. But this is huge progress. A few days later, he received the exam results of his new students. The results were excellent. Wei Wen has a good understanding of Hilbert space and should work in the field of mathematical physics. The physical part of science is considered theoretical, while the mathematical part is applied. But this is Lu Zhou's opinion. Jarek is well-versed in Fourier transforms, a very promising area with a wide range of applications in theory and industry. He gave the student the go-ahead to pursue computational materials science, but he shouldn't expect to understand its theory because he still has a lot of reading to do. The guy asked what his professor had published this time. In fact, this is the shuttle effect of lithium battery. There are still many ways to improve. It can only be regarded as step-by-step progress. A couple of weeks later, the guy was at the San Francisco airport where he was met by an escort. He immediately led the guy after him, because parking there is very expensive. Looking at the professor's surprised face, the man admitted that he was joking. It was time to go to the hotel. He also congratulates the guy on the Roger Adams Prize in Chemistry. He's one step closer to Stockholm. He is confident that Lu Zhou will go there next time for the Nobel Prize. The committee is discussing whether the modified PDMS film deserves a nomination. When the men arrived at the hotel, his escort grinned and winked. There would be a dancing party that evening. He was disappointed when the professor replied that he was going to sleep. Lu Zhou admitted that he couldn't dance, and that one banquet was enough for him. They told him to go to the recreation area, but they didn't tell him where it was, as it was so difficult to find. While searching for the zone, he encountered men in the corridor who seemed to know him. He shook the outstretched hand in confusion, wondering who this was. The man introduced himself as Stanley Wickingham, from Binghamton University in New York, interested in lithium battery research. And then the professor shook the hand of the second man, Darwin Woods, the company's CEO. Pleased to meet him. He is also interested in lithium batteries, as oil is a valuable resource, but burning it is too wasteful. It's normal for a company like this to be interested in new energy industries, but to claim it's because of global warming is just too ridiculous. When the CEO learned that there was no significant progress in the case at the moment, he sighed heavily. It was unfortunate. Not all batteries have such high lifespan requirements. Sometimes they use disposable batteries due to their higher energy density. Lu Zhou has declined funding for his idea. Perhaps he should consider investing in other, more promising laboratories. The professor said goodbye to his new acquaintances. He had just arrived and wanted to rest. The next day, Professor Lu Zhou spoke at a meeting of the American Chemical Society, where he tried to give a general overview of materials science and energy. It may seem like the academic world is indifferent to all of this, but every day new technologies are being born in laboratories around the world. One of the reasons is that they do not have a theoretical basis that could help them find the materials they need, and they rely solely on scientific intuition. Getting to the main material, Lu Zhou warned that his report would be semi-academic. The men looked at each other, wondering if he was really going to show another mathematical proof. Lu Zhou studied the effects of pore size and specific surface area of carbon nanospheres on the diffusion rate of polysulfide compounds. And he found something very interesting. Looking at what this guy writes, the CEO suspects that he bought his PhD because he hardly understands anything. Are semi-academic reports always so difficult to understand? He doesn't understand it at all. Judging by the professor's confused face, he was in the same state, which is usually not the case. About half an hour passed before Lu Zhou finished his presentation. That's all he can say for now. There was silence in the hall for a while. Then the first claps were heard hesitantly, gradually increasing in volume. Finally finished. Have all the Chinese youth become so smart? There were curses in Lu Zhou's office, and he tried to calm his colleague down in a calm voice. But according to the damage assessment report, not only do they know about the progress of their research, even what they are studying now will be known for sure. One of the research assistants, named Ricardo, is suspected of leaking information. They have a non-compete agreement and confidentiality agreements, so they can just sue the company and make them pay for it. But this will not harm the company itself, and they will have to hire expensive lawyers. He will ask the lawyers to more strictly rewrite their confidentiality agreement. Expensive or not, they must not forgive traitors. Lu Zhou will turn to a trusted company and hire the best lawyers in New York. But what will they do next? Should they continue to compete with the company in this direction? They don't have time for that now. There are 10 times more people in this company than they do, and they do 10 times more than they do. No chance. A small problem on the way forward. We must move forward with confidence. A few days later, Lu Zhou received a call from Yang Shu. The good news is that the idea of synthesizing the material using glucose as a precursor worked, and their experiment was a success. Lu Zhou was pleased and reminded her to send the experimental data to him by email. Rumors had already reached the man that there was a researcher who had contacted their institute. The problem is not his personal abilities. His resume is quite good. And he also has extensive experience in writing articles and introductory speeches. It's just that this man has a slightly special background. He used to be a disciple of a scholar from Changjiang. He heard from his acquaintances in China that this professor is well known in the domestic material science community, and that he might even become an academician in a few years. Lu Zhou frowned. Too much information flow about strangers. He would think about it. If Yan Shu thinks he is capable, then let him hire him. As long as he is not fired due to academic misconduct, he is satisfied with everything. As Lu Zhou, they will get a talented scientist who can help in their research. Yan Shu glanced sideways at the awkward young man sitting in front of him. He understood. Before the man could hang up, the boy screamed. He is ready to start as an intern. He begs to be given a chance to prove himself. Yang Su waved his hands. He is not the boss here. Since he is ready to start with the status of a trainee, then please. The guy clenched his fists. He will prove his abilities. From tomorrow, he will work in the Computational Materials Science Analysis Department. Lu Zhao was about to leave again for a few days, and he left the office at Vera's disposal. A whole month passed since the students were left on their own, without a professor. And during this time, they managed to become friends. Together, they decided to visit him. You could even die if you didn't leave the house for a whole month. We must not forget why they came, even if someone just rings the doorbell. It's good that they managed to get to the professor's house now. It's going to rain soon. However, before they could ring the doorbell, the professor himself appeared on the threshold. He looked absolutely disgusting. And when he asked what they were doing there, his voice sounded very hoarse. Hardy was worried that he had carbon monoxide poisoning and suggested visiting the professor. Vera also joined the conversation. He hadn't taught number theory classes for a long time, and the students missed him. Lu Zhou didn't even notice that he had been absent from the university for a whole month. The professor ignored the concerns of the students who had driver's licenses and were familiar with New York roads. The guy turned his gaze to his student, telling him to take him to Columbia University. No matter what he looks like, no matter that it's going to rain soon, nothing will stop him. When they arrived at the university, the professor's condition was still terrible. He slept in the car almost the entire way. Finally, they were met by a professor from Columbia University, who was glad to see an old friend. Lu Zhou finally came to him, a smile blossoming on his face. Professor Shaw was confident that his colleague would come to see him this year. The student didn't want to eavesdrop on their conversations, but Professor Lu Zhou invited him along. It would be useful for him. Isn't it shocking that most of those who saw him make the same face as him? It's really shocking. What if you put his own artificial intelligence in there? The costs of this research are very high, but the professor of the show doesn't want girls or a car, and he doesn't need the money. So now can he hear why Lu Zhou came all the way here? In fact, his intuition was right. He wants to borrow his colleague's equipment and complete the experiment. He is currently experimenting with a theoretical model of the structure of the electrochemical interface. The professor's eyes sparkled. He couldn't believe his colleague had made it so far. Little has been done so far. He needs a supercomputer to improve his theoretical model. However, Professor Shaw refused the money and demanded that Lu Zhou provide the name of his research institute. He wants the entire chemical community to know about him. If everything is okay, then they can start experimenting. Lu Zhou waved his flash drive in front of him. They can start experimenting right now. They are going to start a big study. Let their Anton's voice be officially recognized by the industry. The test lasted 9 hours, and the results of the first test finally came in. However, everything didn't go perfectly. He'd better ask Mr. Shaw. His mathematical model is too complicated. Can they simplify it? Lu Zhou himself realized this. He tried to simplify it, but it was impossible. They had to come up with another solution. There were too many tests. After 3 days, they reached the 31st experiment. Apparently, this time it didn't work out either. The professor of the show was exhausted and upset. No big deal. Research is like gambling. They just went to Las Vegas and lost. Anton needs some maintenance. They'll be starting the 32nd experiment in 3 days. We need to make sure the AI is in top shape for the next experiment. Lu Zhou was encouraged. He needed to rest. Then they would see each other in 2 days. These 30 experiments will cost over $10 million. But if the 50th experiment still doesn't produce any results, he won't be able to pay for this experiment anymore. Lu Zhou was startled when a notification from the system suddenly arrived, congratulating him on completing the bonus task. It was unlikely that his colleague had finished his research. Otherwise, he should have called him. The system congratulated him with surprise. It didn't expect the guy to become famous. Great. He has enough experience in materials science. Now he can complete this experiment with full confidence. Of course, after raising the level of materials science, inspiration continues to flow like a fountain. He doesn't need a break. He just wants to write everything down. The show's professor was surprised by his return. He had only been gone for half an hour. Lu Zhou has found inspiration, and now must write it all down. Otherwise, it will be a loss for the entire computational chemistry community. The total wave function can be written as the product of all the one-electron wave functions. And then they introduce another equation. His colleague was surprised, watching from over his shoulder. Well, this scheme works. Once all the particles in the system have been calculated, the physical properties of the material can be determined, albeit over a limited range. It took a while before Professor Lu Zhou put down his pen, finally finishing. The show's professor was proud of him and tried to encourage his colleague. They must be close to the finish line. Okay, then, now he will gather the people and prepare everything for the 30-second experiment. In any case, the technique is successful. Besides, the researcher working for him is also a human being. He needs to rest. Okay, they all really needed a break. If he didn't take a rest, it would raise the question of whether Lu Zhou was really a human. The guy was about to jot down his thoughts when he received an email which distracted him. This is Professor Stanley, his arrogance about to spill out of the screen. Unfortunately, he does not understand his true goals. The next day, the entire department of the Research Institute celebrated. The 30-second experiment had been successfully completed. The scientists looked at each other. They couldn't believe that they had actually succeeded in this matter. It seems that there was indeed a problem with Lu Zhou's mathematical model. But in the end, the theoretical interface model was successfully completed. In fact, they should be thanking him, because thanks to his mathematical model, Anton made a new breakthrough. And it is quite possible that they will see his third generation very soon. Lu Zhou stretched tiredly. He would wait impatiently. He only had to write an article about it, so he would go. It won't work. The guy has done so much. How can he afford to leave now? The lab technicians agreed with the professor. They should celebrate now, and he should be present. Lu Zhou had no choice but to agree. At least half of this party for Lu Zhou is like celebrating at Princeton. Princeton parties are usually held at barbecues, outdoors. It's not easy to compare. Columbia University is a great place, as is Manhattan. But Lu Zhou personally feels that Princeton suits him much better. Well, if he has a little time, let him not forget to visit them. The theoretical construction of the electrochemical interface structure was completed, but the Young theory had always been neglected. Now he intends to use their theoretical tools to try to solve some more specific problems. In molecular dynamic simulation, carbon from sulfur composites interacts with an electrolytic solution of organic matter. Professor Shaw awkwardly agreed. It was no problem. But this time the price was a factor. Of course, he would thank them himself. But first, Lu Zhou had to return, after all. His article hadn't been sent yet. A few days later, the entire text was typeset and published, and Lu Zhou was proud of himself. At that moment, Surat called him. He was very sorry that he had not lived up to the professor's expectations. None of this is a problem. And he doesn't need to feel guilty. After all, he did everything the professor told him to do, and he tried his best. He just published his article. They should already be worried, like ants in a burning cauldron. By the way, regarding Ricardo's claim, he can simply withdraw it. The man was encouraged. His boss's strategy was indeed strong. A few days later, the decision was made to leave the research institute, and Lu Zhou was just saying goodbye to its head. If Eisgruber had heard that he had been here for 2 months as a visiting professor, it's hard to imagine how he would have reacted. The man said goodbye to him, and if the opportunity presented itself, he should say hello to Mr. Eisgruber. By the way, they actually prepared a gift for the guy. But this gift is a little special, and first they need to ask his opinion. It is the title of Honorary Professor of Columbia University, a gift that may disappoint him, even though it is simply a useless title. Lu Zhou extended his hand for a handshake. It was an honor for him. He would go first. They would see each other again in the future. The man's grip was strong. He wished him a safe journey. If they avoid traffic, they might even have time to have lunch on the way to university. Lu Zhou and his student were heading to the car when someone's shrill scream interrupted their conversation. A fair-haired man blocked their path, begging them to forgive him. Lu Zhou was a little confused. Who was he? And let him speak more slowly. That same Ricardo. And he begged the professor not to withdraw the lawsuit. Let him continue to sue him until the end. Even if he has to go to federal prison, He is ready to do anything. In any case, after the civil claim was withdrawn, the court would not accept the claim for the same case again. The young man burst into tears again. Jericho, still in shock, asked the professor to tell him about it on the way back. All his students were glad to see the professor back, and they had already started arguing whether he could stay there forever. They demanded money from Hardy. The guy swore they could have at least waited. Vera was glad to see her professor. She brought the documents she had been sorting through while he was away. She's great, he said she'd adapt to this kind of work. It seems that Lu Zhou received an invitation from the Institute of Solid-State Physics. His stomach growled. He seemed hungry. Jericho said that lunch was already on his table. Well, they have read the documents, and it is time for his students to return to studying their topics. Why the Institute of Solid-State Research asked him to give a talk on chemistry is somehow strange. Lu Zhou decided to visit Professor Dellin. Perhaps he could clarify this issue for him. The old man was glad to see him, which is why he came to him. The guy received an offer to give a report from Max Planck. He had just recently returned from Columbia University. Lu Zhou wanted to leave here soon, and so he thought, why not give a talk right here at Princeton? The rector will be glad to hear this from him, and will definitely want to help with this. But he does not recommend the guy to do this. This place is a monastery, suitable for practice, not for preaching, and outside the institute there are wide open spaces, so he advises the professor to go outside more often. The old man could only hope that his ward would think about his words. And besides, he would like to ask him to greet the old man Faltings on his behalf. It's been more than 20 years since he left Princeton, and he doesn't even know if his arrogance has been cured. Having recently visited Europe, the guy didn't want to go that far. But Professor Dellin's words make sense. It's time to take on new tasks from the system. The system rolled its eyes. Busy people like him still remembered her, and she thought he was already planning to retire. Here is his new task. He must help his students complete their thesis. However, Lu Zhou did not like this task. They can improve on their own, but he had no choice. They would see each other next time when he had already completed the task. Lu Zhou sighed heavily. It seemed like they needed to organize their next task as quickly as possible. As they all saw from yesterday's letter, the Mathematical Union had invited him to participate in this year's International Mathematical Congress, where he would give an hour-long talk. No need to clap. They've had plenty of parties already. Their conference topic will be the Collatz conjecture. They need to show their results. But according to the professor's scheme, their research into the Collatz hypothesis has only reached 30%. Which is not a level at which one can judge the results. The guy grinned, which meant they would have to work hard this year. Of course they could count on his help. In fact, he was very sorry, because he was busy studying chemistry and did not do his work properly. The students were grateful and touched by his recognition. They are ready to work. One day, the professor opened the door to his office and called Wei Wen. He wanted to explain something to him. His area of research is the functional analysis of Hilbert space. Unfortunately, he has stopped working on it recently. The guy needs to understand that his professor doesn't have a suitable project for him, but he can recommend someone who can help. They stopped at one of the offices and Lu Zhou knocked. This is his friend. Despite the fact that he leads a rather peculiar life, his talent and abilities are quite good. Luo Wenxuan smiled. He would pretend that he hadn't heard a single word he said. Lu Zhou laughed and joked, then changed the topic to what he was doing here. Luo Wenxuan checks articles like any other day. Such is theoretical physics. Nothing new has appeared for a long time. Lu Zhou was surprised that his friend had not yet finished his doctoral dissertation. The guy looked away. The demands were too high. His dissertation was still unsatisfactory. The professor changed the topic. He is now working on an even coherent state of a harmonic oscillator in Hilbert space. What is there to be proud of? How can he laugh at this? Now Lu Zhou begins to doubt whether he should lend Wei Wen to his friend. He never even asked why he was there, and he even brought a student with him. This is his student. A graduate of the Department of Applied Mathematics of their university, Wei Wen bowed and said hello. Luo Wenxuan's expression darkened. No need to be so polite. Let him just go study abroad. Then he turned his puzzled gaze to his friend, wondering why he had brought him to him. Lu Zhou felt that he had to help his friend. He was almost 30 and still hadn't finished writing his dissertation, and last time, He said that he needed a mathematical genius. Luo Wenxuan smiled and thanked everyone profusely. His research was in a difficult situation now, and he was its savior. Then he turned his full attention to the student. They would work hard. A week later, Lu Zhou received a call and did not recognize the voice on the other side. The man screamed, "They did it! They finally did it! Lithium-sulfur battery." His idea is correct. They used glucose and took the copolymer as a pore-forming agent. Thus, they successfully synthesized carbon nanospheres with a specific surface area. They then mixed the hollow carbon spheres with sulfur using chemical precipitation and assembled the battery, after which they tested its performance. The end result was very pleasing. He sent the experimental data to Lu Zhou's email. Compared with the original nanospheres, the sulfur-containing material showed superior results. Sulfur ions embedded in the spheres were able to desorb normally from the surface. They also managed to generate various substances between the carbon ones, which prevented the clogging of pores that affect the efficiency of the electrochemical reaction. Lu Zhou couldn't help but praise himself. Of course he was a genius. All that was left was to call the manager to apply for an international patent. Now Lu Zhou was in a park near Lake Carnegie, Princeton. They were testing trial versions of the battery. Half an hour has passed. They can take it back and check the battery. If Professor Chirek had not entrusted these students to him, he would not have come here to take care of them. When he was left alone, a stranger approached him and introduced herself as Julia Drake, a journalist. She keeps him for a while and hopes that the guy has some free time to answer a couple of questions. Most people know him from the Goldbach conjecture and the Crawford Prize and think of him as a mathematician. So she might ask what prompted him to switch to chemistry. The public likes to label people based on their perceptions. But in reality, most of the time these labels are one-sided. The girl asked him a lot of questions, and her reaction showed that she was genuinely interested in listening to him. Lu Zhou answered questions easily. Sometimes he had to think, but he still liked to talk about himself and his experiments. The last question was about plans for the future. But the guy didn't give a clear answer. Maybe physics. A couple of days later, the guy arrived at Tegel Airport, Germany. There he was met by a whole delegation, including President Martin Stratmann. The men introduced themselves one after another: Professor Klaus von Klitzing, Gerhard Ethel, Faltings. Lu Zhou was honored to meet his predecessors in the industry, and the men's faces lit up with smiles. There are still a few days before the presentation, enough for them to talk. First, they need to go to the hotel. Finally, they reach the German Max Planck Laboratory. Their communities are located in various cities of Germany, and this is just one of them. To be precise, most of the projects here are carried out by research groups, and they themselves can be completely different, which can be a bit confusing for those who don't work here. This is indeed a completely different way of research. Lu Zhou had not thought of it from this angle. There is a plasma physics institute located further away, and the professor is willing to bet that the guy won't guess what is there. There is something more fantastic than a collider. Perhaps he had heard of controlled thermonuclear fusion before. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up, wondering if they could go inside and take a look. The professor gave the go-ahead, and in just a few minutes they reached the controlled thermonuclear fusion building, the Max Planck Laboratory. The guy was surprised. Such a serious building, but such weak security control. He thought it was a top-secret place, but it turns out it was completely different. However, the research of various countries in the field of controlled nuclear fusion is publicly available, and each side regularly reports on the progress of the research every year. Finally, they reached the star of the evening. Here he is. Lu Zhou looked at the device with interest for a while. This thing looked like a pretzel. This is a plasma orbit replaced by a spiral stone. As for the entire structure, it is located in the eastern city of Greifswald. Unexpectedly, this device turned out to be only one part of it. Lu Zhou can't even imagine what it will look like as a whole. Lu Zhou was preparing to perform. He assessed his appearance. Not bad. He was still as handsome as before. The professor tried to support him. He hoped that today they would all be able to witness history. It begins. That same professor was here too. Let him show him how he defeated him. He'll still have to see what this guy was actually researching. Lu Zhou cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention and waiting for the hall to finally fall silent. All ground state properties of multiparticle systems are unique density functions. so they can calculate the total energy. And all three of these values can be calculated. He threw down 3 fingers to confirm his words. The professor grabbed his head. It was a strange feeling. It was completely incomprehensible. Lu Zhou spent some time sharing his calculations, ending the lecture by saying that his conclusion was correct. Many scientists were delighted, there is no doubt. This is new chemistry. Still, it's a complete defeat. Their levels are too different to compete. From a mathematical perspective, the guy attempted to create a theoretical model from the collected data and observed phenomena. So today he will talk in more detail about his proposed theoretical model. The next day, Lu Zhou received the expected reward for his efforts. He then chatted with his new acquaintances, having a great evening, and seemed to be starting to fit in at parties. Lu Zhou realized that he really missed the food in his hometown. Breakfast in foreign countries seemed the same every day. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Rector Shu, perhaps something urgent. The man was aware of his performance yesterday, whether there was hope for a Nobel Prize. Although he knows little about chemistry, a professor from the Institute of Chemistry highly values his theory, saying that the boy laid the foundation for computational chemistry methods. He also has a question for the guy about what he thinks about the direction of computational chemistry. This is a good direction that can reduce the workload and reduce research costs. He thinks that chemistry will follow the path of physics. It will turn from a purely experimental discipline into a discipline based on experiments, theory, and calculations. In the evening, a driver from the embassy came to pick him up. The men introduced themselves and then exchanged pleasantries. Before getting into the car, Lu Zhou asked if he could run an errand for the driver. This letter should be sent to President Shu of Jinling University. Can he handle it? It's a trifle. The man will take care of it after he meets with the ambassador. They traveled for a long time, and Lu Zhou felt uneasy when they stopped in some remote place. His expression was slightly surprised. Who were these two? The driver explained. It was Ambassador Hu and his wife. The man was glad to see him and shook his hand with a smile. The ambassador introduced his wife, Wang Dexin, and although his house may look shabby, decent people live there. The woman's father loved these poems. Wang Dexin did not know that Professor Lu Zhou, in addition to mathematics, studied ancient poetry. The young man was seated at the table. The dinner was modest but tasty. Of course, this is exactly what he misses most now. He almost pounced on the plate. It was very delicious. Since he came here, he thought most about baozi and soy milk. There is no need to express gratitude to the chef, since all these dishes were prepared by the ambassador's wife. Actually, being an ambassador is quite an interesting job, but being too far from home can also be quite boring. Did he pay attention to the National Conference for the Science and Technology Prize this year? Lu Zhou was momentarily at a loss. He was so busy that he didn't pay attention to all this. There was a hint in the man's voice. He advised him to pay attention. Perhaps something good was waiting for him. This is the same man the professor was talking about. He has been working here for over 10 years, which makes him one of the oldest engineers. Ralph Kerber was happy to greet him. He had been working on this machine for a long time and was glad that a professor from Princeton was interested in this project. Lu Zhou is just a mathematics professor and is not doing research on nuclear fusion. He is here to satisfy his curiosity. According to the professor, the Princeton mathematics professor's view is better than the physics professor's. How about watching him conduct the experiment? He has to take a look at it. This is what Lu Zhou has been looking forward to the most. He is very interested. The professor called him to follow him. He would show him their little guy. They walked into the next room, the observation room, where they conduct experiments. From this balcony, the professor can see the real appearance of the device only here. Well, the truth attracts attention for just one moment. They say that this device costs more than €1 billion. And if you add the cost of the research, it becomes an astronomical figure. The preparations are complete. The experiment is about to begin. Now he should go to the observation room. This is where the data and processed images from the experiment will be collected. Professor Ralph gave the signal. The experiment begins. Lu Zhou watched the flashes of light through the protective glass. The scene was quite beautiful. Indeed, the plasma temperature at its peak will exceed billions of degrees, which is almost equivalent to the temperature at the center of a star. And there is no material that could withstand this scorching energy. Even if he decided to explore the solar system, It is simply impossible. Lu Zhou was amazed at how the stellarator was holding him back. They use a magnetic field to contain this energy in a confined space, keeping them away from the inner walls. But even then, it still won't last long. Now it discharges for only a few seconds at a time, and the longest the professor can remember is about 6 seconds. Data is coming in. Equipment is cooling down. Lu Zhou expected more. He is a little disappointed. It is less surprising than he imagined. Theoretically, it can be discharged longer, but at the moment, the diverter is not installed. Too long a discharge time can lead to excessive thermal stress, which can damage the wall material. When they add water cooling, they can reach 30 minutes. Professor Ralph suggested going to the relaxation area and discussing everything. They would leave the rest to the researcher. The controlled thermonuclear fusion project is enormous, but ITER is not doing very well. Every year, the budget exceeds the standard of 100 million, but the results are not encouraging, and the government is gradually losing patience. Controlled thermonuclear fusion is a systematic project. Whether it be inertial or magnetic constraints, whether it be a tokamak or a stellarator. Lu Zhou asked what problems he thought needed to be solved. Technically speaking, they need a larger electromagnetic field to contain the plasma, and they also need a cooling system. It is not enough to have a magnetic field. They must find a way to control it. Fortunately, the advantage of the stellarator is in the design. However, a material that can achieve superconductivity under less extreme conditions is still needed. This can only be considered as a guess. If it cannot be solved from a materials science perspective, they should improve the coil design and increase the field strength. Since Professor Lu Zhou is interested in nuclear fusion, why not join the ITER project? They are always looking for talented mathematicians. Unfortunately, the guy is forced to decline. He needs to return to Princeton soon, and also prepare for next year's math conference. He will still think about these problems, of course. He cannot promise anything. This whole trip was too intense. Lu Zhou realized that he needed a break from such a large flow of information. Now he was sitting in the park, completely alone, with a book in his hands. Although there are many strange figures in Lime's manuscripts, thanks to them, he was able to write his research project on plasma. They abridged the content of his letter, and then published it in simple, understandable language. But he himself doesn't know whether it's good to promote such supercomputers. He just hopes that those making this decision have good hearts. His thoughts were interrupted by a call from Yan Su, asking what it was like to be written about in a magazine. The foundation has already been laid. He has ridden his bike there several times, but he is not a professional and cannot say anything for sure. Reports aren't as good as seeing it in person. Let them take some photos for Lu Zhou next time. He needn't worry. The dean of the chemistry department said they could stay in their building as long as they wanted. By the way, what projects has the professor been working on recently? And is it related to theoretical chemistry? If they appear, Lu Zhou will inform him in advance, and he will be able to find some interesting topics related to his recommendation. By the way, he should call Saraf again and discuss their project with him. The next day, Professor Lu Zhou decided to study chemistry right in his office. Fira watched his actions with interest. What he was doing. The guy's answer was still mysterious. He was looking for inspiration. The students who entered the office immediately shivered. They felt a little cold here. Lu Zhou used some liquid helium. This guy is weak. The guy was embarrassed. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't finished reading several documents, so he would go to the library. Lu Zhou took off his glasses. He wants to start a new research project, the Navier-Stokes equation. Wei Wen felt a chill. Why exactly a super high-level project? Their professor was deep in thought, but they were short of manpower. He went to see Professor Yao Xintunta. He has some questions related to mathematics. Professor Yao doesn't have time for his simple questions. Let him ask his assistant. Then the guy can explain to him why there is no inverse car solution to the Navier-Stokes equation. The professor's assistant guessed that the person in front of him was not so simple. He looked at Lu Zhou with an almost frightened look. They could go to the professor, but the guy did not guarantee that he would help him. Finally, the assistant introduced himself. His name was Zhao Zi, and they shook hands. Lu Zhou smiled at the sight of a familiar face. It had been a long time since he had seen Professor Yao. Professor Lu has encountered a small problem in his research and would like to ask him some questions about partial differential equations. Zhao Zi felt ashamed of himself. He was still trying to pretend to be smart in front of Professor Lu. As far as the man knows, the Glue Institute is researching the phenomenon of turbulence, but there have been no impressive results. They cannot obtain accurate observation data because there is no method to observe high-temperature plasma ions. For any high-temperature plasma, any small disturbance can cause the system to collapse, resulting in the electromagnetic field no longer being able to contain the plasma. As a result, they can only obtain a model using electromagnetic waves emitted by the plasma itself, and the model itself will only be accurate up to a certain range. If the guy can create an experiment for observing high temperatures, his contribution to physics will be comparable to his contribution to the cryogenic microscope. But since the problems cannot be solved by experiment, why not first improve the theoretical instruments? After all, mathematics is Professor Lu's strong point. Why didn't he think of this himself? Investigation of the existence of a smooth solution for three-dimensional incompressible Navier-Stokes equations with given initial conditions. Lu Zhou had already written an article a long time ago, but he couldn't decide where it would be best to publish it. His gaze fell on Wei Wen. Why not ask his student for some advice? He called the young man by name and beckoned him with his finger. He had an article. Let him quickly look through it. His task is not to read too closely, but simply to give her a rating. Wei Wen read the first couple of lines, when he immediately stopped because he did not understand his professor's article at all, but he still advises to publish it in a mathematical journal. He thinks that the mathematical yearbook is quite good, and he recommends it specifically because for him, the calculation takes more time than the theory. During the day, Lu Zhou visited the Princeton Plasma Laboratory, declaring that he was planning an experiment to observe plasma. The professor must understand that this is not so simple and is very different from mathematical problems. Lu Zhou wants to put forward a hypothesis. If two plasma ports are placed in orbit, and through the port they place a particle into the plasma, that is it possible to implement this? It is difficult to directly observe plasma at high temperature and pressure, but it is mathematically possible to analyze data from collisions of particles moving through the plasma. This is quite interesting, but in this case, it won't work with regular particles. The mass must be similar to tritium or deuterium. So for the experiment, there is no better option than helium number 3. He thinks that this is the most suitable option. And finally, the meticulous professor became interested and asked to continue. They just need a big target to capture the particle. Then they will record the electromagnetic wave signal. He is 90% sure. The man found his theory interesting, but he needed the boy to explain the reason why he could trust him. Lu Zhou stated that all his research into data processing and analysis required much more data processing than what they would encounter in this experiment. It sounds complicated, but it's possible. They just need to inject an atomic probe called helium-3 into the plasma. If they succeed, it will be an invention worthy of a Nobel Prize. The agreement was sealed with a handshake. The man hoped that Professor Lu would not let him down. But almost immediately, Lu Zhou encountered a series of failures. Already, the 21st experiment failed. Perhaps the probe's sensitivity is not sufficient. The collision has already occurred, but they simply did not notice it. The plasma used in the experiment is only 1,000 degrees, which is far from the temperature of the plasma in the stellarator. They need something more powerful. The best way would be to use the Swiss Hadron Collider as an accelerator module, and put their helium-3 atom on a rocket, so that it would punch through any particles it encounters along the way. It turns out that then the helium-3 particles will be able to penetrate the plasma and hit the target without strong deviations. However, they were faced with the issue of funding, which Lu Zhou hoped he could resolve. If he finds $10 million, the professor guarantees that the project will not lack money. After going outside, Lu Zhou first called his assistant to inquire about his account status. He will send an invoice soon. 10 million needs to be transferred to it. Lu Zhou was so busy that he hardly noticed the end of December. The students worked hard to decorate his office, wondering if he would celebrate Christmas with them. The professor answered without taking his eyes off the papers. Unless something happens, of course. What are these two doing? Are they really going to start a fight here? This technology will not bring him any patents. And even if he manages to patent something, it will not be as in demand as the cryo-electron microscope. The man is willing to bet that there aren't even 10 laboratories that would be willing to pay for this equipment. There are only 3 Chinese scientists the professor admires, and Lu Zhou is the most self-willed spendthrift. Someone will come to observe the experiment in 2 days. If the experiment fails, the project will be suspended, even if he continues to pay for it. Then, in these 2 days, it will be necessary to carefully settle the issues related to this. Then the experiment should be successful. 3 days later, the boy became suspicious when he saw Professor Laserson at the door of the laboratory. This time, his immediate superior came here, and it was very likely that he came for his $4 million for experiments. The congressional committee harassed them, wanting to directly stop his project and absorb his funds. Lu Zhou, shocked by such impudence, forgot how to breathe. How could this be? He transferred the money too quickly. The agreement had not yet been signed. But now it was useless to talk about it. They returned to the experiment. The helium atom had reached its limit. The atomic cannon was fully charged. Lu Zhou was nervous. His finger on the button. Success or failure? The word success appeared on the screen. They did it. They succeeded. The supervisor patted the professor on the shoulder, congratulating him. His project did not need to be interrupted. The most important thing is that this is only an intermediate result, and there will be more to come. He won't go to Wendelstein because he has a conference soon that he must attend. This is very important because he has to return to China. So this time, Lu Zhou will ask him to cooperate with the Max Planck Society. There is nothing to regret here. He will take a vacation. And let him not forget to take a few more photos for him. Lu Zhou looked around his apartment with a heavy sigh. What a mess. Why didn't he clean it up? He really needs a vacation after all. Few scientists work that hard. Lu Zhou didn't think so. He thought that research was fun and interesting because he had already received all the honors that were possible. As for the NS equation, the professor suggested we talk about it after January. Lu Zhou was a little upset, but he had no choice since he insisted so much. He read Vera's article, but the authors listed at the end. The contribution of these people is really significant. He sees that Vera's contribution is much greater than the combined contribution of the rest of his students. If Vera still plans to write her doctoral dissertation under his supervision, she should submit her application as soon as possible. The day was eventful. A couple of hours later, the young man was already at Philadelphia International Airport. He met his longtime girlfriend. However, Lu Zhou was too busy and was constantly being called, and he couldn't devote that much time to her. Let them tell the institute that there will definitely be an end-of-year bonus. Everything is fine. He hangs up. The older sister was unhappy. Who called him? And what kind of bonus was this? She rolled her eyes. If he didn't want to talk, then fine. But she was hungry. The girl quickly said goodbye to him. Let him go first. Her father is here. The elder sister's father looks so serious, of course. He can't compare with his father. He always laughs. As he was leaving the airport, Lu Zhou met his colleagues, who he hadn't seen for a long time. The old man heard that the boy received the Hoffman Medal in Germany. It's a breath of fresh air for their academy in China to gain international knowledge. And this is the head of the talent management department of the organizational department, Ma Gaoyan. Lu Zhou calculated in his mind. Leader, it seems that his level is not low. Yushan's father was dissatisfied. Did she really know this guy? The girl was surprised. She was just his classmate before. Now he is a professor at Princeton. Okay, he will eat and exercise on time, and he won't be completely dependent on research. This time, the joint project is finally completed, meaning more research avenues are available for superconducting materials. The next day, Lu Zhou was met by a strange man as he was leaving the hotel. His name is Wang Peng, and he is a driver from the organization department. He can contact him if he needs a car. The young professor is currently heading to Shuimu University, so he wouldn't mind if the driver gave him a ride. When Lu Zhou reached his destination, he was confused about where the math center was. There was a stranger heading straight towards him. Why not ask him? The young man politely told him that he needed to go to that building, then go down and head south. The stranger mistook him for a new student, but Lu Zhou had come here for a stroll. The guy shared his work. He is writing a doctoral dissertation on materials research, carbon nanomaterials and polymers. When the young professor asked about his supervisor, the guy was confused. Wasn't he going to the mathematics center? Lu Zhou laughed. No need to be nervous. Then he said his name. He still should have some popularity in China. The guy instantly relaxed, and he seemed familiar to him. He didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to see the professor in person. He has something to say if he specializes in carbon nanomaterials, has a materials science lab at his disposal, and is short of people. The young man didn't have time to answer when their conversation was interrupted. Professor's son stopped not far from them. The guy hadn't seen him for a long time. He was just exchanging thoughts with his brother. And besides, it was not for him to shame Lu Zhou. He had just arrived in Beijing for a meeting and was passing by, offering the guy a job. He felt that he was a flexible talent. The professor was unhappy. He didn't believe him at all. Lu Zhou said goodbye to him. He may not believe him, but he is heading to the mathematics center. A few minutes later, Lu Zhou belatedly met a professor he knew at the Beijing Convention Center. Trying to catch his breath, he apologized, as he had been delayed for some time on the road. There is no need to rush. There will be a banquet after the ceremony anyway. Now they can go. Lu Zhou was declared the third laureate of Goldbach's theorem, a monument to the human mind and spirit, a gift from China to the people of the world. The young man was a little nervous when he received the red congratulatory envelope. After the celebration, Professor Lu Zhou was quite drunk and seemed to be feeling unwell. The driver periodically glanced at him, full of concern. Maybe he needed to go to the hospital. Lu Zhou refused. It was just that he hadn't drunk so much in too long. There were too many of these old men. They all asked him to drink. Lu Zhou was chatting with the driver when he suddenly found himself in the system space. It turns out he had passed out in the back seat. This is China, not the United States. Nothing will happen to it. The system rolled its eyes. He's the one saying that now. He has to decide where he'll spend the experience points. The young man didn't think long. He ordered that everything be credited to mathematics. His next task is to give a logically self-consistent answer to the questions of existence and smoothness of solutions of the Navier-Stokes equations. A few days later, the young professor found himself in another city. He could stay here for a few hours. The driver decided that he would not go anywhere, but would just wait in the car. Lu Zhou decided to visit the old professor. He hadn't seen him for a long time. The man was embarrassed when he saw the gift. He could come without anything. Bringing gifts was too vulgar. Lu Zhou laughed. It was better to be vulgar than to come empty-handed. The professor was proud of him. The guy was no longer just a freshman. It was no exaggeration to say that he had made a name for himself. The first-level prize in natural sciences is the highest award the state can give him. But the guy must also remember that it is a double-edged sword. If he wants to achieve more in science, he must always maintain balance in his heart. Then the conversation became more relaxed. They discussed their family, friends, and recent events in their lives. Lu Zhou felt as if he were back in his student days, when he could go to a professor and he could support him and guide him on the right path. The man was happy for him. Success and stability in life calms him down and gives him hope. As Lu Zhou walked out the main doors of the university, he heard a familiar girl's voice calling out to him. Han Mengqi had matured considerably. He hardly recognized her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the young man asked what she had in her hands. These are materials from the Carbon Nanomaterials Research Institute. The head nurse in the lab told me to take them back. Lu Zhou was curious and went with the girl to the university's material science department. Lu Zhou felt at peace after visiting his hometown, university, and his old acquaintances and friends. The guy wanted to be alone. He let the driver go. Chinese New Year is coming soon. He can go home. But no matter how much the driver insisted, Lu Zhou sent him away. No need to be so polite. There remains the last destination, the most dear and the most important. The younger sister greeted him with a smile. She laughed with delight. Just after crossing the threshold, the young man called his mother. He returned. The woman greeted him with a smile, asking him to return. Why didn't he warn her? First, he should go to the living room to rest, and his mother will cook fish for him. The father's face broke into a smile. His own son had returned. He looked at his latest awards with admiration. He is so talented. Towards evening, all the dishes were ready, and the family sat down to dinner. Everyone was interested in whether the eldest son would receive the Nobel Prize this year. Lu Zhou himself didn't know yet, but someone said that they would recommend him to the Nobel Committee. After the Chinese New Year, the young professor said goodbye to his family and returned to Princeton. There he was met by a student who kindly drove him back to the university. Closer to the night he was finally home. He was so tired, now he wanted to tidy himself up and go to bed. But even despite his condition, Science interested him more. He sat down at the computer. Perhaps he could find the last piece of the puzzle. By late at night, his lower back was aching and his fingers were sore from typing a lot of text. He can't take the most important step if he doesn't have the tool. Then why not create it himself? Towards the morning, he finished making notes. He called his theory the diversity of Lu, an excellent short name. After such a long period of time, Lu Zhou finally returned to his students. They breathed a sigh of relief. The professor emerged from his seclusion. Lu Zhou laughed awkwardly. Why were they looking at him like that? Since he left the house, does that mean the millennium problem was solved? Not yet. But the young man has achieved some results. And he came here to talk about the Kolitz hypothesis. A response came from a mathematical yearbook. The article was written very well. The professor who reviewed it rated them very highly. The proof of the collapse conjecture can be considered their thesis. And he initially expected the students to make only minor progress on it. They got much further thanks to the professor's tool that he provided. They wouldn't have been able to solve it without him. It takes a smart person to use the tools. They are all very talented. No need to be shy. He then changed the subject. He would like to hear from his students their plans for the future. Hardy decided that if the professor didn't mind, he would like to continue studying with him. Lu Zhou smiled warmly. Of course he would be happy if he wrote his doctoral dissertation under his supervision. A couple of days later, the young man visited the conference hall of the Institute of Advanced Studies. The diversity of Lu sounds quite interesting. How did he come to this? Lu Zhou simply felt inspired by what the professor thought of this method. The man is not yet sure, but he admits that the idea the guy proposed is very interesting. But he still leans towards the abstract method of proof. This construction is very close to the Euler linear operator. As the professor was writing on the board, Lu Zhou had a sudden realization. He knew what the problem was. He jumped up to the board and repeated much more quietly, "He knows what the problem is." Using the abstract proof method, they can only compute the existence of certain values, so the weak solution is only smooth over time. If he already knew that it was wrong, then why didn't he say so earlier? But the guy only realized it now. The professor looked at the calculation with fresh eyes. It seems he is right. However, based on his words, if they can determine the value within a certain time interval of the NS equations, then a smooth solution exists. This is not enough. They must find an exact way to distinguish the original operator from the constructed bilinear one. Rather than rediscovering a new image of an idea, he still finds it more appropriate to continue the original research results. Since they both prefer independent research, we should conduct it ourselves. In the evening, Lu Zhou continued to make final edits to the original article. After its upload, where he talked about the new Kolitz conjecture, it met with the entire international mathematical community in the new issue of the Mathematical Yearbook. As expected, the article caused a sensation of enormous proportions as soon as it was published. The calendar pages turned one after another, and soon June arrived. The guy gradually updated the data, and not only internet users, but also many famous mathematicians took notice. With just a week left until the end of the month, the research has entered its most critical stage, with only a fine line separating success from failure. When Lu Zhou opened his eyes again, there was no longer any light in his pupils. Only cold and hard logic remained. He spent many days and sleepless nights writing. This battle was finally over. They called him with a demand to publish the article, but it was still too early. He asked to postpone the publication. The professor advised changing the topic if possible. However, this statement caused outrage. Why should Lu Zhou change it? He can't solve the NS equation, at least not yet. But he has something else. After some time, the professor showed up at his home, knocking so hard that it seemed as if he was about to knock down his front door. The man didn't look like himself. Could he really have solved the NS equation? Lu Zhou was completely emotionless. It's a long story. His colleague grabbed the papers with a tight grip, telling him to let him see them immediately. Lu Zhou left links to an article on diversity that he published recently. He hasn't read it yet. The professor was beside himself with shock. His hands were shaking. Incredible. This is really incredible. This is not just the final conclusion. Even the young man himself does not understand what he has done. He used his manifold to introduce the method of differential geometry into partial differential equations. The professor feels that he should think about what to call this new discipline. Since he was even able to integrate methods from topology, Lu Zhou was exhausted. Now he wanted silence and solitude. They would think about it later. However, the professor was merciless. He could not rest. He did not have a second to rest until he transferred the manuscripts into electronic form. It's only 100 pages long. How long is he going to delay it? But whatever. He'll send an email asking for a delay in the article's release. Having calmed down, the professor congratulated his colleague. History had just opened a new page, and both he were witnesses to this moment. The professor then left him, reminding him not to forget to upload the article on time. Lu Zhou felt empty inside. Princeton really was a magical place. Then he came up with a plan and called his students. Why rewrite your own manuscripts yourself when you can ask assistants to do it for you? The boys were exhausted to the limit, but the work was finally finished. This event was on the lips of many for a long time until that very important day arrived. The International Mathematical Congress. In Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, mathematicians from all over the world gathered for the International Congress of Mathematicians. Although the official ceremony is not until tomorrow, the parking lot in front of the hotel was already full. At exactly 8 in the morning, although there was still an hour left before the official report, there was no longer any space left in the hall. Vera was rooting for her favorite professor. He would definitely cope with this. Finally, at the appointed time, Lu Zhou walked up onto the stage, and it was about to begin. In the 19th century, equations were invented that generalized the laws of fluidity and made these equations concise. But to this day, they still lack a deep understanding of mathematics and physics. Now, the time has come to answer all these questions. When they introduce equations in the Schwartz derivative of a homogeneous vector field, he continued to deepen the explanation. Many were talking to each other. They hardly understood what he was saying. Number theory, abstract algebra, functional analysis, topology, differential geometry, and much more. There is at least something this guy is not strong in. Lu Zhou spoke faster and faster. His thoughts became clearer and clearer. The tangle of riddles unraveled, and finally, he reached the climax. The combination of all the above conclusions can be seen in the obvious result. A solution to the three-dimensional entry problem exists. It is smooth, as they expected. Having finished his speech, the young man bowed and was showered with enthusiastic applause. Then came the reporters' questions, celebrations, discussions, and Lu Zhou became exhausted. Feeling sleepy, the boy headed into the subsystem space. The artificial intelligence congratulated him on completing the task. Lu Zhou enthusiastically distributed tens of thousands of points across different specialties. His next task is to create a mathematical model of the phenomenon of plasma turbulence in a stellarator. Lu Zhou was confident in himself. Not to mention that applied mathematics was his strong point. On the morning of August 1st, 2018, the International Mathematical Congress, the professor heard that television from his country had also asked for permission to broadcast the conference live. This is a rarity. It's the first time this has happened in his memory. The young man wasn't nervous at all, which is incredible, considering this is a channel with 1,004,000 viewers. The 28th International Congress of Mathematicians officially opened at exactly 9 o'clock. Professor Mori Chongan was given the important role of announcing the laureates, and he possesses an understanding of applied mathematical ideas combined with extraordinary ambition and an eternal curiosity. A man who solved many important questions and wrote down many new theories. He believes that his results are not only due to his talents. He announces that the first winner is Lu Zhou. For a moment, the young man felt numbness throughout his body. Then he awkwardly rose from his seat, silently uttering words of gratitude. Professor Mori shook his hand, congratulating him. Having awarded him the medal, the professor decided to give him the opportunity to say a few words. Lu Zhou is grateful for everything. Mathematicians don't necessarily have to become famous and start a family. He is grateful to his friends and family who supported him along the way. Every achievement in mathematics is their journey into the unknown, because mathematicians believe that people should know all the secrets, and eventually people will know. This is not the end of mathematics, but a new beginning for all of them.